I love Thursday. I don't know why we love Thursday. Well, it's because it's nearer the weekend. It depends what you're doing for the weekend, doesn't it? Are you doing something for the weekend then, Darren? Are you sort of... you're flying back up? You're driving? That is a drive and a half, isn't it? And do you drive when you finish work here? How do you stay awake? How do you stay awake? I mean... Oh, right. An apple, he says. He says an apple. Actually, do you know, an apple is supposed to be a good thing for keeping you awake. Or chewing gum. Chewing gum. Were you really? I didn't want to tell people that. I thought I'd save that as a surprise. I can't have that. It's all sugar. That's it. And how long does it take to drive? From here to Scotland is what, 4 hours? No, 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours? Do you stop off? You just keep going for 6.5 hours? You must have an iron bladder. I mean, seriously. I can remember once I was sitting in the car and I got stuck in a traffic jam at Oxford Circus. And I remember thinking, I really need a toilet. And the traffic was going nowhere at all. And so, luckily, I had an old milk bottle in the car. So that was lucky, wasn't it? Have you ever tried weeing sitting down? It's almost physically impossible. It's almost physically impossible. It's a very difficult thing to do. Oh, no, I mean, but you're sitting on a toilet seat with your trousers and pants around your ankles, aren't you? You can't do that sitting in Oxford Circus in the car, for goodness sake. People on buses would be looking in going, what's he doing, mummy, what's he doing? Go to toilet, dear, go to toilet. That's what... 6.5 hours? I don't think I could drive for 6.5 hours without needing something to get out and exercise and do your legs. But I suppose, actually, I mean, do you know, you get tempted to think, I'll pull into a motorway service station and just have a cooked breakfast. You don't think about that. You just keep going. I think that's amazing. That would make you... Yes, you're probably right, actually. It would make you quite tired. Mind you, what a nice way to go. Many of the time I used to drive down the motorway when I was driving back down to Berkshire, and it's fine as far as Slough on the M4, and then after Slough, there's no lights. And all you're doing is watch... all the white lines going past you, and you become mesmerised. I've sat there before with the windows down, blowing a hoolie, and thinking, oh, this is awful. And then somebody said to me, pieces of apple are very good for you on a long journey, or chewing gum, something that takes your mind off it. And so, which is quite nice. You can get to Manchester. Is it all motorway for you, or you sort of... oh, right, OK. The M6. Well, I don't even know where you picked that up. Where would you pick that up? Is that one of those motorways that just sort of magically appears somewhere? Oh, from the M1. Oh, right, OK. So the M1, so you're going out to Brent Cross and picking up there, Brent Cross. Would you do that one? Yeah. M1, yeah. Blimey, it's a long journey, isn't it? 6.5 hours. And then when you get in, do you climb into bed? Yeah, I bet. Lummy. Get up in the evening, have the weekend. It's quite nice, though, isn't it? It's quite nice to do that. I love driving, I have to be. I'm a much better driver than I am passenger. Passenger, when my dad used to pick me up from school and take me back up to Yorkshire, that was another lengthy drive. We'd always have to stop at a little transport cafe so I could have a travel sickness pill. Because otherwise I would sit there, and I can't do it. I can't do anything in a car if I'm passenger. I can't read a map. You know, when my dad would say, oh, can you read the map? I go, no, I'd pretend I couldn't read. You know, it was a lot easier. As a passenger, I'm terrible. I'm really the worst ever. Yeah, we used to fall asleep in the back of the car. My mum would always say, I'm going to stay awake for my dad to keep him sort of comfortable. She'd be the first one asleep. She would sit like that, and I would always sleep, and then you'd end up with your head against the window of the car, and you'd wake up and you'd dribble down the side. It was all good. Oh, here we go. Show Luke food, and he's there straight away. Look at that. Oh, you can't resist it, can you? With the eyeing up the salmon. Yeah. I've given the boys salmon today. It's a bit of a treat for the weekend, and it's Norwegian salmon, which is particularly nice. It is particularly nice, and Corey's very much looking forward to having salmon. He thought it was ham. He said to me, "What?" He said, "Do I need to cook it?" I said, "No, it's called smoked salmon." That would be the clue, smoked salmon. But there's enough in there for 2 people, easy 2 people, you know, which is nice. It's a nice little treat. I like smoked salmon, and it comes with the dill sauce and everything else, so that's quite nice, like a honey glaze, which is very nice. Do you know, I bought a mayonnaise the other day, and it's like a normal mayonnaise, but it's got honey in it, and it goes really well with hot dogs. Really well with hot dogs. Anyway, Donald Trump has described Madonna as one of the ugliest slobs he's ever met, which is not good, and a meaty diet is better than a vegan diet, it says here, to prevent muscle loss in old age. So no danger for you then, Luke, muscle loss. You managed to get muscle loss now. Look at that, yeah. Oh, strong. Spinach. Almost, I know you nearly snapped his arm. Goodness sake, honestly. Don't want him out of action, thank you. Jack Whitehall is on the... Take care, sleep well. Jack Whitehall's on the rampage, because he went to Marlborough College. And they never mention the fact that Jack Whitehall went to Marlborough College. They only talk about William's wife. Julian said... Do you remember Julian? My producer? Julian Farmer. He says, you never got me smoked salmon when I was your producer. Oh. Yeah, you got loads of sandwiches, though, didn't you, Julian? Did you get loads of sandwiches, things like that? Actually, when I think about it, we used to eat sandwiches all the time here, until we suddenly realised that the amount of bread that we were consuming was absolutely terrible. Last time I had a takeaway... Oh, I've never had a takeaway in the studio. Oh, this was back in Gough Square days, when we used to have a takeaway, and one of the drivers, Larry, would go into Soho, and we'd go, I'll have sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour chicken, egg fried rice, and 2 pancake rolls. No, I've never done it here, no. The trouble is, I mean, I would eat something like that in the studio, but it's a bit difficult. You could eat that side. I can't eat this side because I've got to talk all the time. So the only time I get to do it is when we go to an ad break, and then you've got to shovel the food down as quick as possible. And I've never been particularly good at talking and shoveling down at the same time, so I don't sort of bother. And also, can you imagine if we were eating at this time in the morning, if we sent out for curry? Oh, I tell a lie, we did once in the studio downstairs. Paul Savoury brought in some mutton curry, which we happily ate at, I think, 4 in the morning. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. And I have had before, when we were in another building, I used to, on the way in, I would call into one of those chicken shops in Shepherd's Bush and buy 3 or 4 portions of spare ribs. And then we'd heat them up in the microwave for the end of the programme. Me and Mandy Siegel, that was never good. Yep, there you go. Julian says, yeah, it was sandwiches and sesame snaps. Funny thing is, Julian, the sesame snaps I still bring in. They haven't had any this time round, but I have bought in the past. But sandwiches, and have you seen the price of sandwiches now? Seriously, it's almost cheaper to buy them smoked salmon. Sandwiches are so expensive. I bought some the other day. I was going down to my brother's, and if I'm going down there because his wife's working from home and she hasn't got enough time to start making something to eat, so I always take sandwiches down. So which means she only eats about once every 4 weeks, poor soul. And I just sort of buy a couple of either a hoisin duck wrap or something like that. But they're like £3.50. They're like £3.50, which, you know, is okay, but it's a lot of money. They do vegan well, how can they do vegan duck? How is this possible? Is it pretend duck? Oh, right, okay. With rice pancakes. Oh, right. I love it. He looks so excited when he tells you about the things that they make for vegans. But it does say a meaty diet is better than a vegan diet because it's to do with your bones. So you need to take supplements, I think, to make yourself big and strong. Big and strong. Steve, just wanted to say I love your Groovy Gang photo with Corey's mum's mask on. Well, it's not Corey's mum's mask. She made them. It's not hers. We've all got our own ones. I've got the black one. The picture was good yesterday. What a good look. Tom was getting a little bit more photogenic. Corey just sort of being there. And me at the back looking like some complete nerd, I'm afraid. Not one of my better pictures, but I don't know, who cares? I'm on the radio. Steve, Thomas is in Edinburgh. He says, just thinking back on yesterday's story about the NHS car parks, no doubt another U-turn, but who the hell came up with the idea of charging frontline staff again? Imagine putting these frontline workers on buses, either pre or post-shift. How much more irresponsible can we get? Well, you never know. They might overturn these things. Because I'm sure that Nick Ferrari yesterday was saying it wasn't true. They weren't going to start charging people. And then I read in the paper today, I think they are going to start charging people to work there, which is, I mean, the government, well, we know the government spends all its time going around in circles anyway, so they don't even call it a U-turn anymore. They just call it, we've changed our mind, which is much easier. Do you see the other day, Theresa May did a speech, but she didn't have to leave her house. She did it on sort of one of these virtual things. She got paid £56,000. £56,000 for just doing it. On what? What do you talk about, £56,000? I mean, it's always as bad as sort of Harry and Meghan. What are you going to do with £56,000? Can you imagine £56,000? I mean, yes, what would I do with the money? Somebody must have won the other day on the lottery 105 million, because it's not there now. And it was there on Friday, I think, on Euro Millions. 105 million. I didn't get it. I've checked, yeah. I've checked. All I got was £3.20, £4.80 and something else. I mean, it's hardly worth bothering. Split it 4 ways. No. You've just eaten your weight in chocolate. What are you on about? I know. He always jumps in on the old chocolate. The trouble is, Corey says, I'll put the sweets in the studio and then we can all share them. Well, if Luke walks in, that sharing's gone out the window completely. Do you know, I woke up this morning. Well, obviously I have to, otherwise I'd be dead. Yes, thank goodness I woke up. But most of the night, my foot had gone dead on the left-hand side. I mean, completely dead. Like, no feeling in it whatsoever. Really odd. I think that might be a trip back to the hospital again. But, well, I don't think it's special socks. Well, actually, you might be right, actually. I've thought about that. I did get sent in some diabetic socks, which don't grip your legs too much. So they're fairly loose, because my ones, you know, if you take them off, you get a ridge around your leg. You can get the same around your arms, Luke, when your muscles disappear. As if. Muscle wasting in your old age. So you're all right at the moment. You're okay. Kate Garraway was on LBC yesterday talking to James O'Brien, which was nice. We're a long way from getting Derek out of the woods. And in fact, when he does come out, they were saying in the paper today that he might have to be taught how to walk again. I mean, I know it seems a basic thing that we all do. I love the story of the bloke who, during lockdown, he built a boat in his house. He literally he got so carried away, he built this boat, then he suddenly realised he couldn't get the blooming thing out. So he's had to dismantle half the house to get the boat out. Imagine people who do things like that. The new dads with postnatal depression, and David Icke. His books have been banned because they're racist. So no surprise there at all. And the judge's decision not to jail the former Kasabian frontman, that's a group, by the way, for attacking his ex. He was given some community order, and abuse charities are going, I'm sorry, what message does this send out? The answer is it sends out the wrong message. And Lewis Hamilton was telling everybody the other day that his dog has gone vegan. And all the vets have come out to say, this is very bad. This is very bad. It could turn the dog very ill. But you know what people are like? They think they know best. I mean, dogs, if they're hungry, will eat just about anything, including their own legs. I've seen that happen before. But they say the vegan formula for Lewis Hamilton's dog could turn him sick, which is not good. And Morris men have been banned from blacking up for country dances. Well, we get Morris men dancing in Twickenham during the Morris dancing season outside the Barmy Arms. I've never seen anybody blacking up. I wasn't even perhaps it's a different thing in different parts of the country. I just thought they have a stick which they bang and then they sort of wave their handkerchiefs and they've got bells and stuff, but I've never seen anybody blacking up, which is very strange. But anyway, they've been banned from blacking up for country dances. So there you go. Just gone 19 minutes past 4. Are you well? Are you good? Yes, good. Well, that's quite nice, isn't it? Do you know the House of Commons spend nearly £4,000 a month on biscuits and snacks? £4,000. Mind you, there's enough of them. Do they get free biscuits, or do they have to pay for packets of biscuits? And that's quite a nice idea. Rod Liddell, not a fan of Harry and Meghan's. Mind you, their support is dwindling. Even in America, nobody seems to be that interested. Plus. Mass unemployment fears, despite Sunak's statement. And universities are very wary of offending China. Can't imagine why. Good Lord above. Plus thousands of urgent lung patients face long delays. And Pip Schofield tells of his road to coming out. He's written a book, and it's going to... but to be honest with you, I don't really sort of get... Unless he's going to name the people that he's had affairs with and flings, and tell us if he's got somebody at the moment, because that's all people are interested in. The fact he's gay is of no interest to anybody whatsoever. He must be bisexual, because he obviously had relations with his wife, who sounds delightful, and he's got the children to prove it. So he must be bisexual, mustn't he? But does he have a boyfriend at the moment? Is he likely to tell you? No. But then, of course, that always intrigues the press even more, doesn't it? They go, well, let's find out who he's going out with. I remember years and years ago, there were these rumours circulating about Philip's sexuality. Not that I thought it was anybody's business, but they like to make a big deal about it, don't they? Also, 1 killed, 4 hurt in that crane horror. They always look quite frightening to me. Mind you, I'm not surprised. The winds we had the other day, and you see these things moving about, and it's a little thin body of metal that goes up to practically the clouds, and then some poor bloke's got to climb up the inside. I hope to God nobody was actually sitting in the crane at the time, because you'd be looking at it thinking, oh, not sure about that. They have to climb up there. There's no lift. No lift that takes them up to the top floor. I mean, it just looks terribly dangerous to me. And as we have cranes all over London because they're building and pulling down and more building and renovating and doing stuff like that. It's not so good, is it? Not so good. Also, there's a banker who earned £185,000 a year who had an affair at work. And, cut a long story short, there was obviously talk of dismissal and everything else. And so she went to claim compensation for being dropped. And she's lost her case. She's lost her case. Richard Wilson, I don't believe it, is 84 today. 84. So many, many happy returns of the day to the lovely Richard Wilson. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Lewis Capaldi apparently keeps his ego in check by visiting McDonald's toilets. I don't even know what that means, actually. Oh, but the hairdressers in Twickenham. Remember I told you about, there's a couple of hairdressers. They're not masking up, which they're supposed to be doing, and I said you should avoid places like that. I went past it yesterday, the new one, and they've got the visors on. One's got a visor on and one's got a little piddly mask. You're supposed to be wearing the visors, really, but, you know, when it's not nitpick. Unfortunately, I think the damage is already done. 130 million it was, Steve, and it went to Spain. I'm so happy. So happy. Matthew says, you're talking of Madonna, how disappointing she never did the tour at the Palladium this year. Yes. And also, happy birthday to Tom Hanks. Also, if you mean a meat-based diet is better than protein, a small bag of nuts contains more than a whole roast joint, says Gianni. I could eat a roast right now, actually. I could absolutely... If somebody presented a roast dinner with gravy and little sprouts and some crispy roast potatoes, you'd be hearing a very quiet programme whilst Steve Allen went through the meal. It'd be lovely, actually. So we can't do that story. Oh, there's a woman here who makes cakes, and she's very good. She's very, very good. In fact, her bogus Heinz tin was so realistic that her daughter asked for a slice without the bean juice. She's a self-taught baker. If you see the pictures in the Daily Mirror today, you will be absolutely amazed. I mean, she's absolutely brilliant. Apart from the heart cake creations, other offerings are tasty treats, shaped like chicken nuggets, books, vacuums and flower tubs. She even got a Henry, but they're all cakes. And she showed the fact it's a cake by opening up the side of the tin of bean. I mean, she's really brilliant. I mean, this is the best publicity she can get, because I would want some of these. You can tuck into a Bronte Classic and a brew. It looks like a cup of coffee in Wuthering Heights. Sweet movie night and fast food with reels of film. All cakes. All edible cakes. I'm always very jealous of people like that who can actually make things that look like something else. There was one, actually. Jane Asher had a company that makes lots of lovely cakes, because I got sent one in some years ago shaped like a radio. It was a radio. I mean, it didn't obviously light up, but it was, to all intents and purposes, it looked like a radio. What else would you buy a radio presenter? I mean, there's pages and pages of court cases, which I can't do because we're in court at the moment. Eating more fruit, vegetables and whole grain dramatically lower the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. See, that's developing it. If you've already got it, it's not much blooming use to you at all, I'm afraid. And a letter by Prince Philip blasting Australia for feeling aggrieved at Britain for failing to protect them from the Japanese during the war is up for sale. They reckon it could fetch 150 quid. You remember Philip, I mean, he was prone for making gaffes all over the place. And this particular one was in 2002 when he asked an Aboriginal businessman, do you throw spears at each other? I mean, sometimes you sort of think to yourself, which world are they living in the royal family? And now we've seen with Harry and Andrew, not in the real world at all. Really not in the real world. There is a crime warlord's torture chamber, which they found. It's inside it's what they call one of those long things that looks like what do they call the blooming things? Torture shipping containers. I mean, because you can live in them. There's somebody who put 2 to 3 together and made a house out of it. And they look absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Also, there's a granny here razoring her hair for charity. This is Muriel Joy, 85. She had all her hair shaved off at the reopening of a salon in Darlington to raise cash for a local hospice. So good for her. Also, Ian Hyland. Do you know Ian Hyland's television reviews? He started giving everybody four stars. 4 stars. You know, which is sort of very, very good, actually. Very, very good. So he's obviously liking all the programme. And I've never heard, well, I think I have, but I wasn't sure if I had, Cats Protection. Have you heard of Cats Protection? So I'm sure I've heard of the Cats Protection League, but this is Cats Protection. And there's a lot of volunteers who are quitting the charity. I mean, when you see how much these charities turn over, you will be horrified. Cats Protection, what's their income? Their income every year is £73 million. OK, the wages bill is 27 million. The number of staff paid more than 60 grand a year is 17. Cats rehomed 41,000. The rehoming bill 26 million. Number of shops 131. Branches closed or merged 17. Cats put to sleep 3%. But there's a Natalie here has done an emotional Facebook post. She said, this kitten looks like she needs to be euthanised. Natalie told how she'd resigned as a volunteer at Cats Protection because the charity wanted the kitten called Penny put to sleep. And Natalie's a former foster carer for the charity in Telford. Says she took in little Penny after officials wanted her put down rather than have her operation for her chest problem. But that, I would have thought this was quite common. Actually, I don't know anything about this particular charity, but they only put down 3% of cats. I suppose it's the option, isn't it? If we give this cat this very expensive operation, how long will it survive for? That's probably what they will look at. But 73 million a year for a charity that probably most of you have never even heard of. I've heard of the Cats Protection League, but this is just Cats Protection. 73 million pounds. You're horrified at how much money some of these charities rake in. So who are the greatest television families? At number 10, you have to tell me what they're from. The Goodmans. Okay? No. They're from a thing called Friday Night Dinner. Okay? Which I've never seen. The Malones. The Malones. No? Come on. You've seen it. You've seen the programme a million times. I know you have. The Malones. Gogglebox. Okay? The Moffats. Gogglebox, exactly. The Shipmans. Now there you go, Gavin and Stacey, well done. The Griffins. You should know this one as well. Family Guy, well done, yes. The Flintstones. They're from the Flintstones. The Addams Family. The Keepy and the Croupy. The Royal Family. From the Royal Family. The Trotters. Only Fools and Horses, well done. And the top family, The Simpsons. The only programme that I know... The Simpsons... Ooh, wonder what programme that was like. It's the only programme I never got into. A friend of mine was absolutely gaga for The Simpsons, and I watched a couple of them. I couldn't care less. I have interviewed a few people from the Flintstones. I interviewed the lady, I think it was Jean Vanderput, who played the voice of Wilma. Oh, Fred! They were very good. I like the Flintstones, actually. Yabba dabba doo! It was the Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. They're the modern Stone Age family. Dun, dun, out of bedrock. And they had a pet dinosaur, I remember, called Dino. They were nothing if not original. Very good indeed. A BMW Mini is named the best retro reboot. What have you got? Have you got a BMW Mini? The best... Is that what you've got? Oh, right. Well, they say it's been named Britain's favourite redesigned retro car. My ex-producer, Chris, has got he's also got one of those cars. It's a Mini as well, which is nice, isn't it? So, poor old Julian never got me smoked salmon. I knew he'd moan. Honestly. Also, what's this? This is some war diaries, photos and secret maps of a Royal Engineer who cleared mines on D-Day, made 6,200 in auction the other day. So that's nice. Rather than having the things hanging around. See, I can't get rid of stuff like that. If that was in my family, I would move heaven and earth to keep something. I couldn't get rid of it. Couldn't get rid of it. Okay, let's have a check on the news, shall we? Down to the... We were just listening to a couple of little, Meet the Flintstones, because you quite like cartoons, because I grew up with them. They were fairly inoffensive, we thought at the time. But I remember... Do you remember when Mel Blanc died? And Mel Blanc used to voice loads of things, but the picture that they had was of a microphone and all the characters he voiced standing round it with their heads bowed. It was really good. It was really, really good. I did meet a girl who worked at Universal Studios. We went over there many, many, many years ago, and she was working on one of the things there. But she had the ideal cartoon voice, because she kind of spoke like that. And she had a little voice, and I remember thinking, is that your real voice? Of course it is. It was her real voice. But Mel Blanc used to voice loads and loads of these people. So when he died at a ripe old age, you had them all standing around the microphone. No, there was a better one than that, actually. It looked... I'm sure they were all facing us. But Speechless. He died in 1989. It's lovely. There you go. There's that one that went down. Yeah, down, no, other way. Sorry, other way. Stop. Yeah, that one there where it's got Speechless, a framed print. I've got a Seri cell. I've got one of these cells from a movie. There are thousands of these drawings that go towards making like a minute. And I've got one from Chicken Run, and I've got something else as well. Can't remember which one it is, actually. I thought Chicken Run was good, actually, yeah. And signed. Did you see the other day David Seaman, who somebody had said to him, somebody's selling on eBay a signed photo of you, but it's written in like childlike writing, but Seaman was spelt incorrectly. It was just S-C-M. It's a Seaman. So, anyway, it's been taken down now by the city. You get some stupid people, don't you? I mean, what is it? It just looked like it'd been written by a 3-year-old. That was always the clue. All these, you have to check very carefully nowadays. There's lots of fakes out there. So, Rishi's Happy Meal. So, the government pays half the bill for diners. Well, that's quite a good deal. 15% off VAT for days out. Help and jobs and houses. Now they say, can you just fix the weather? Can you give us some weather, please? Some nice weather. It's going to take you a little bit of a time. Also, footballer Marcus Rashford's girlfriend has got herself a first-class honours degree. Lucia Loy, 22, spent the last 3 years studying advertising and brand management at the Manchester Metropolitan University. Studying advertising and brand management. What in God's name is that? Anyway, yesterday she revealed she'd been awarded the highest grade available to a BA honours student, setting her up for a successful career in PR and advertising. Well, good luck there, dear. Manchester United and England star Marcus, also 22, and Lucia started dating after meeting at school. Well, that's quite sweet, isn't it? But I love the way you can get... It's like people go and get... They get broadcasting things, don't they? You can get sort of a BA with honours or something in broadcasting. But the trouble is you can't teach anybody to be a broadcaster. You can either broadcast or you can't. I mean, if the boys said to me, can you teach me how to be a broadcaster? I said, no, you just be yourself. You just be yourself. And then you can sort of just muddle through it. And then you sort of kind of get better, I suppose, as the years go by, or not in my case. When I think what I was doing at the very beginning of my career, I mean, I thought I was only going to be here 5 minutes. I thought I was going to join Radio 1. I thought I was going to be a top-line DJ. And then I've suddenly realised that actually on all these other stations, there's no longevity anymore. They keep people there and then they sort of go, it's not really working out. And now, more than ever, it hinges on your audience figures. No audience figures, no job. Thank you very much indeed. Love Island's Lucy Donlan. Oh, bless it. Honestly, you must buy a towel, Lucy. Your hair's very wet, dear. Dry it out, please. She's gone to peace over her new love, who is Luke Mabbott. And they both adore a jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, here's another one. She's 22 and he's 25. They were messaging each other during lockdown. And they say, and when the restrictions are lifted, the pair headed for a mini break in Lucy's native southwest England. Well, she owns southwest England or something. Fans put the pieces of the new romance together. They both posted snaps of the same view. Oh, God. What hope for these people? Answer, nothing. Nothing at all. They're just another two people who sort of go through, we're a relationship. I was watching Naked Attraction the other day, and to be honest, it was a fairly elderly lady, and the men were fairly elderly as well, so everything was drooping, as you can imagine. And she said she'd never seen so many willies in her entire life. And so she hooked up with this bloke. They seemed to get on really well together, but they then said, and coming up after the break, there's a celebrity on Naked Attraction. And I thought, well, I wonder who this can be. It's bound to be somebody from, like, Towie or something like that who's willing to get their kit off. No, it wasn't. It was a woman. Well, it's a woman now. And it was... I've now forgotten the name of this person. It was the one who appeared years and years ago on the Terry Wogan show, pretending to be an antique stealer. He was a little boy. And he bluffed antiques. His father was spending time entertaining the government in prison, I believe, and his name is whatever. He's been on a few things actually. He's a little bit temperamental, in fact, more than a little bit temperamental, and so they put him on Naked Attraction. So he's standing there stark naked. Well, she is standing there stark naked, but the bloke who was picking, what is his name? Somebody will tell me. Come on, somebody will tell me. You know who the person is because they've been a bit of a pain in everybody's side for a long time. They're very temperamental, but that's not unusual in this day and age. People always get temperamental over if things don't go as well. Claimed at one time that she'd had an affair with Russell Brand, which Russell Brand denied emphatically. So it's... Oh, I nearly had the name then. I'm going to need your help on this one. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What was the name of this one who appeared as a little boy, like a little Lord Fauntleroy? And he spoke like this. And this, I think, and he didn't know anything. He absolutely didn't know anything at all. And so he goes on Big Brother, and he'd started cross-dressing. I don't know if he was transing at the time. But anyway, he then decided, obviously, life has got so bad. Here we go, Lauren Harries. So he goes on to this programme. And she goes on to the onto this program and does it naked, start naked, and the bloke who was picking had decided that that this was going to be the first person to go. So that's how it works. They've got 5 people or whatever it is under tubes, and then they all there. I mean, actually, Lauren has been on so many programmes. Became a housemate on Celebrity Big Brother. She appeared on Celebrity Juice. She calls herself a singer, but nothing's happened there. And so she's sort of gone through everything. So we had Little Lady Fauntleroy, made by the actor Keith Allen, in which he interviewed the Harries family. But anyway. So she gets voted off, first one off, which, can happen to anybody. Which one would you like to get rid of? Her. And the reason that he got rid of her is because she looks so old. And so he said, no, she's too old for me. A perfectly reasonable thing. The idea is you have to reject somebody. You're not going to go because their boobs are saggy or this or that or the other. It's a case of, no, she looks too old for me. So she throws a strop on the programme. Well, I'm not talking to you, she says. She was a bit like sort of Lady Colin Campbell having one of her strops on the Jungle programme, of which she had many. And so Lauren has this thing and didn't talk to this bloke at all. And all he was doing was just sort of, just being fairly honest about it. You've got to give a reason for losing somebody. And he thought the reason was that she was too old. But when he appeared on After Dark when he was 13, he bluffed. When he was a little boy, they put him on there, had this sort of shock of sort of curly hair. Apparently then he ran a flower shop or something. And it's basically, it was going nowhere. But to actually appear on Naked Attraction, and because she looked old, I thought he was quite justified in saying, no, I'm getting rid of this person here because they're too old. It didn't suit. He was very young, very good looking, very well hung. It's one of those sort of things. But Lauren just decided not to talk to him and went off in a huff. And I thought, not learnt anything, have you, really? Steve, there was a spin-off series from the Flintstones called Pebbles and Bam Bam. Fred and Wilma's and Barney and Betty's respective children who got married when they apparently grew up. The Flintstones is the first thing, says Chris and Chelsea, I remember, in the 60s, along with Deputy Dog. You see, I grew up with Yogi Bear and Boo Boo. Was it Boo Boo? Yeah. I'm smarter than the average bear. Oh, boo-boo. I thought they... Danger Mouse came along a little bit later. Danger Mouse was sort of... was it Danger Mouse and Penfold or something? Was it voiced by David Jason? Yeah, I think it was voiced... And now it's... Yes, is it? Alexander Armstrong. He's everywhere, have you noticed? Every time I turn on the television, there was a thing the other day, and I think it was the Bradley Walsh programme, narrated by Alexander Armstrong, who works for one of our sister stations. Steve, can you imagine, says Anthony, if Mary Whitehouse was still around, what she'd be saying about Naked Attraction? Well, I don't think she... Did you never saw Mary Whitehouse, did you, on television? But you know who she is. She was the president of the Viewers, Listeners and Whatsits Association, and she was the moral bastion of the country. Well, she thought she was, until she appeared on the Mrs. Merton show. And Mrs. Merton's going, so Mary Whitehouse, she was going. She said, at the very end, she said, of your life, Mary, she said, would you like somewhere for there to be a statue? And Mary Whitehouse pondered on this question and went, you know, I think I would. And Mrs. Merton went, do you know, that would possibly be the first erection that you've not complained about. And there was a hush in the audience, and then they laughed. It was fabulous. Mary Whitehouse used to turn up everywhere. It was just, she was the moral, you had all these ladies practically armed with umbrellas, beating the living daylights out of people because they thought that television had gone well, she'd have hated... Can you imagine? Maureen Lipman walked out of Gogglebox the other day. She'd never seen Naked Attraction. And Love Island she'd have hated. Mind you, most people have heart attacks watching Love Island. It just seems to be people who haven't got any clothes. That's what they just sort of... They obviously realise that they have to... This is their only stab at what they laughingly call fame, whereas in fact it's all very, very tacky. And oh God, look at that crane! It's just literally collapsed, hasn't it? Over that house, unbelievable. One person died. One person too many, admittedly. Steve, Lauren Harry's Twitter account was very odd at one time. I think she was just odd per se, definitely. But you're quite right. Mary Whitehouse would have been hilarious. Steve, it was steamy and stormy in Minnesota, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. We knew it would be, actually. He says, I'm a storm spotter for the National Weather Service. So in between doing all these churches, he said, I woke up to hail and heavy rain. So I was out storm spotting some scary-looking clouds, but no tornadoes in the immediate Painesville area. There were several tornadoes, however, about an hour north of us, and sadly, one person died. Another hot day tomorrow. Is that your tomorrow or our today? Loved Yogi Bear, says Chris. There was the less well-remembered Foghorn Leghorn. Yes, Foghorn Leghorn, who was a cockerel, I think. Steve, happy birthday to my favourite actor, Tom Hanks. I liked him in Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio, says Miranda. And then somebody, Maisie, says, you've got 5 months to go on an online cooking course to make Christmas dinner, as there will still be self-distancing. I don't cook. I'm lucky, actually. I have people that cook for me. I can't cook. I'm sure if I put my mind to it, I could probably stick a roast in the oven. But Christmas dinner's just a bit more than a roast. A little bit more difficult for doing, you know, because you've got to make sure that it all arrives out at the same time. But I could do the roast potatoes. That would be my forte. I'd be very good at doing roast potatoes. I could eat roast potatoes. It's funny the things you can eat at odd times in the morning, isn't it? I don't know, you know, I can't remember what I had to eat yesterday, but it was very nice. Very, very nice. So Lewis Hamilton could make his dog unwell by feeding him a vegan diet. The president of the British Veterinary Association said a nutritionally balanced diet is essential. Meat contains vital vitamins and nutrients needed by dogs. Nobody, of course, you know, has managed to tell Lewis Hamilton that, because he's not going to take a blind bit of notice. But it could effectively, you could be killing with kindness. But it was such a good programme. Such a good... Well, we were talking actually about our favourite Methodist preacher, pastor, Jake, who's very well connected, we've discovered. We're terribly nosy, Jake, in this country, as you can well imagine. He's in Minnesota looking after a number of things. He's obviously got a holiday home by the lakes, because Thomas was saying he's actually swum in these sort of... Not in that particular one, but he has swum in those... And I said he wouldn't get me into the water for love nor money. Seriously, I'd have to be encased in, like, one of those diving suits so that nothing touched me. If anything brushed up against me, like a fish or something, that would be me done in. I would absolutely hate it. Hate it, hate it. What else we got? Oh, loads of people, well, they're obviously thinking the weather's going to improve because they're advertising burgers and all sorts of things now for your weekend barbecue. I don't know. I mean, I know that the Australians love their barbecues, love a good barbie, Steve, but we don't tend to do them very well in this country. It's only because I'm not bothered about eating out. You know why? We've got all these insects and wasps and bees and all sorts of horrible things. I don't like that. It sort of frightens me. I've been known to leave food. If a wasp settles on your sandwich or something like that, I've been known to leave it. Much easier. Nikki Sanderson from Hollyoaks has split from her boyfriend, and he's now joined the dating app Bumble, which we had to check on. Bumble is where the women have to contact you. Oh, you know about it. I thought you would. We didn't know about it, did we? No. Because, I mean, I don't know how many of these dating apps there are. I'm assuming there is Grindr, which is for gay men and women, or seems predominantly gay men. Tinder, which is heterosexuals. You can... Oh, right. Oh, on Tinder you can be... Oh, right, you can be bi and gay. Good Lord. And then you've got Bumble. So there must be loads of these things. Bumble is where women contact you. You can't contact them. They have to... Right. I didn't realise there were so many dating apps. Why are there so many single people about? If there's so many of these dating apps... I remember a friend of mine telling me, we were having a cup of coffee in Twickenham, he said, there's somebody who's very close to us. I said, where? And he said, they're within 50 feet. So immediately we start looking around, thinking, well, who is it? It's very embarrassing, isn't it? I could never do anything like that. Can you imagine? And somebody going, I know your voice. And you go, oh, my godfathers, I couldn't do it. You used to have Tinder. Yeah, I couldn't do it at all. I mean, it just doesn't... I think certain things appeal to certain people. It's like going up to somebody in a club and going, hey, babe, want a drink? And back comes this big butch bloke, I don't think so, mate, no. I've got a truck outside. I'm sure you have. I just can't do things like that. But on the other hand, it doesn't bother me either. Some people worry about that, don't they? They worry about being single, and they get to sort of that time of their life. They're mainly in Towie, where they can't find anybody at all. You know why? Because we've seen them on the television, and to be honest with you, all their failings are laid out in front of you. But I know some people in this building who are very active on dating sites. But I don't think you can date somebody who's been around the block a few times. Where did I meet people? Well, I used to put a small advert in Exchange and Mart, and, actor has large chest for sale, things like that, and then I'd wait and see what sort of turned up on the doorstep. No, I did. Yeah, you meet people through work, don't you? Isn't that how it... I mean, it's never walking down the street. You never walk down the street and go, sorry? Joined a quite, yeah. Well, actually, I used to say to somebody years ago, if you wanted to meet people, get a job as a barman or a bar person, because you'll meet loads of people. Because bars in London, admittedly, maybe London not the best place, but out of town, where it's the same clientele, you'll meet people. And so, I used to meet people in sort of clubs. But to be honest with you, I was never that bothered. I'd rather go home for some fish and chips, and a small glass of shandy. I was never that bothered about all this, sort of, how do you like your eggs in the morning, unfertilised. And I used to think to myself, oh, dear. It's very dodgy, the dating game, isn't it? It's very worrying. Because do you trust people? I remember Dale and I did this one night. We discovered that people in London told lies. Because people, if you go out to a bar or wherever... and you see somebody you like, they feel like they have to impress you with, they've got this car, they've got that car, they earn this much money, this old designer clothes and everything else. And when it comes down to it, we discovered that the people in Manchester were the most open and the most honest about things. And in fact, we did meet a couple of people who came down from Manchester to London and ended up going back to Manchester because they couldn't cope with the people in London telling lies. Because nobody wanted to admit, things like, I'm in security. Oh, right, really? Is that quite high-powered? Yeah. And you go, no, you just work on the door of a club, don't you? Or something like that. That's all it was. And people just tell lies. Because they work on the assumption you're never going to find out. It's like somebody saying, oh, I've got a really healthy bank account. And you go, well, you don't dress like you've got a healthy bank account. People feel the need to sort of bring themselves up to somebody else. I mean, all I get is people intimidated by me. Because they go, oh, yeah, whatever. But it's just, I say, given the choice now, because who is it who's saying, oh, Susanna Reid is saying she doesn't enjoy going to clubs. If somebody said you want to come to a party, she's not keen on going to a party. I wouldn't want to go to a party. I haven't done the company Christmas party for years, mainly because I can't cope with loud music and trying to shout your way over everything. I'd rather sort of go out for dinner or for a lunch with about 6 people. 6 to 8 people would be fine for me. And if it doesn't matter if it's family or it doesn't matter, when we go out with the godchildren, there'll be 6 of us. Sometimes 8. sometimes 8, and that suits me fine. That's actually quite nice. But the idea of going to a party where there's loads of people and it's sort of semi-dark, it really doesn't appeal to me. I've obviously got sort of old before my time. You've got to that stage where you sort of think anything like that is just like, oh no. And elderly people. You see, the trouble is it's a modern day thing, isn't it? You know, standing in a bar, propping the bar up, hoping to bump it. It's like going out for dinner by yourself. I mean, you can't do that. People look on you and they sort of go, table 4, and you go, just one. And they sort of go, oh, have you got any friends? You go, I'm meeting somebody later. I would never, ever go in a restaurant by myself. You do meals for one? Thomas goes, meals. Do you? Oh, no. Do you not fear... I mean, that's like... What was that film? Was it Home Alone? Where the dad goes... Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Santa Claus, the movie. And on Christmas, all these sort of places open 24 hours, like a motorway service station. They're full of single dads and the kids, because mum's gone off and she's doing something else, and they sort of sit there, and they sort of have their Christmas lunch, and it all looks fairly miserable. But I'm quite happy, but I couldn't sit by myself in a place. I mean, if I did, I'd have to take a book in. That's where phones come in, isn't it? Because you can just sit there and look at your phone and pretend that you're not really Billy No Mates. So I would never do it. I wouldn't even go into a bar by myself. If people used to say to me years ago, should we meet you in so-and-so? I should think, oh, no. So I would wait outside. You like food so much that you like being alone with food. Does it talk to you, food? Eat me, eat me, eat me. It sings to you, really. What does it sing? Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. No, I couldn't. Oh, I love songs too. I mean, I couldn't eat a whole one. But I wouldn't want to sit in a bar by myself. I mean, people did years ago. They would nurse a pint for hours. And it's... What? No, I mean, it just looks tragic. It's like if you're sitting in a bar and you're sitting at a table, somebody comes over and goes, is anybody sitting here? Well, of course, my immediate reaction is, yes, they're very small. And if you sit down, you're going to kill them. And, you know, and so people... And all of a sudden, you've got 3 people at your table who you don't really want to be... So you finish your drink a bit quicker than you would normally. I'm never that emboldened that I'm going to get sort of a little bit blathered and do it. But it's funny, isn't it? Everybody's completely... Some people are absolutely chock-a-block with confidence. I'm not one of them. I'm not really. I'm really quite a shy, retiring little person, you know. I am. I'm not sort of, you know, up front. I'm not that sort of person. I'm trying to think, actually, which presenters at LBC are sort of up front, or sort of, you know, presenters full stop. I tend to find music presenters are a bit more up front than we are. That's what I tend to find. But, I can't think of anybody in our lineup. Yes, he probably would be. Would he be, what, very confident, or... Right. Matt Fry, yeah. We've got him next week, haven't we? Haven't we? Oh, is it? Oh, right. Oh. Things change on a daily basis here. I don't know where... Oh, is it... So who's actually being him? Who... Oh, lovely. So anyway, so I can't think of anybody who's that up front then, apart from the ones that we've mentioned, which we didn't share with you. So that's always quite interesting, because somebody will write into them and go, Steve Allen said you're very up front. You know. But, oh, nice. Really? Yeah, you tell them this weekend, OK? And then try and practice eating liquidised food over the weekend, OK? That'll be the way forward for you. And also surrounding yourself with chrome. You know, that'll be a good one. Bet you've not eaten hospital food for quite a while, have you? Oh, look, news at 5. Thank goodness, gets us out of Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 9th of July. Welcome to nearly Christmas. Nearly Christmas. I'm only saying that now because most of the garden centres will be getting ready for Christmas in August. They have to start planning. In fact, they've already planned, I think. And of course, as we were saying, oh, by the way, good news. Gyms could be open in a few days. That's what they've said. And I think not before time, to be honest with you. Not before time, because, I mean, if it goes much longer, you'll have gyms closing. And gyms are fairly large places. Admittedly, you can go out into a local park and you can do the running around. You can run up and down stairs at work or at home or things like that. But you need that inspiration of going to a gymnasium. Oh, they don't call them gymnasium. They call them gyms, don't they? A gymnasium sounds like it's bars all over the place, which sounds complete. But it's just the shortened version of gym. But then we've got a few round our way. We've got David Lloyd. We've got a fairly big one which is open 24 hours. Well, it was. I mean, nothing's open at the moment. So they'll be delighted. Rod Liddell's column today talks about... do you see that video of Harry and Meghan? They were talking about the Commonwealth. Harry thought it meant the same thing as the Empire. But then, writes Rod Liddell, he's never been the sharpest tool in the box. Anyway, he looked like he was being held captive by his missus. Very uncomfortable looking. And he said, isn't there something kind of tiresome about being lectured to about equality by a woman who lives in a house in Beverly Hills with 12 bathrooms? Yes. It's not even their house. They've been lent it. Not even their house, and they're sort of printing pictures and doing all sorts of things about it. And still they don't have a job. Still they don't have a job. Maybe they'll find one. Who knows? But they have to do it for them. The trouble is, because they're both not in the real world. Well, she's certainly not, and he definitely isn't. What do they do for the rest of their life? This has to be something that's going to support them. I don't think it's ever going to support them. It's only not doing very well, and they've been there for a few months, haven't they? We've got a poem for you today. We love a poem, and every day at about 5:05, unless we forget, and we are prone to forgetting, we find one. And this is one which Corey's found this morning, from 1931, from somebody called Judith Viorst, and it's not a huge. I don't know where he got. I think he has a little book of poetry that you probably read at school. This one's called "Mother Doesn't Want a Dog." Mother doesn't want a dog. Mother says they smell, and never sit when you say sit, or even when you yell. And when you come home late at night and there is ice and snow, you have to go back out because the dumb dog has to go. Mother doesn't want a dog. Mother says they shed, and always let the strangers in and bark at friends instead, and do disgraceful things on rugs and track mud on the floor, and flop upon your bed at night and snore their doggy snore. Mother doesn't want a dog. She's making a mistake, because more than a dog, I think, she'll not want this snake. There you go. Mother Doesn't Want a Dog by Judith Viorst from 1931. It's quite sort of topical, isn't it, really, for 1931? I don't know. I wasn't around in 1931. I wish I was, actually. Also, there's a bit of a riddle in the papers. The Duchess of Sussex has mysteriously been given the title of Doctor. She's banned from using HRH. And they submitted applications to close down their Sussex Royal Foundation, but royal insiders say Meghan had not become a doctor and believed it was a filing error by company's house staff. Of course she's not a doctor. Ridiculous, honestly. Mind you, can buy these things now, can't you, on the internet? I remember getting myself years and years ago. I thought it was only a joke. I was ordained as a minister in some... We just did it online for a bit of fun, and it turned out that I was able to do funerals, but I couldn't do weddings. And I remember thinking, it's quite tough being a minister now, as you know from Jake in Minnesota, because you don't just look after one church now. You have to look after quite a few of them. We've been doing this for ages over in this country, where you'll find a lot of little churches out in the countryside. They can't afford to have a full-time vicar because sometimes the congregations are very small. And when I say small, I mean it could be 5 people. Well, you're not going to run a church on 5 people, are you? So they have to marry up with doing probably 4 or 5 churches. And I think you'll find that Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor, he does a few churches. But it was the time, a short time ago, where they were sort of closing the churches, so he had no income. And then luckily things changed. And then we heard the other day from Wayne, our trolley dolly, that he's out of furloughing and he could be back flying the skies. I'm hoping that's going to be the same for lots of other people. I mean, what a relief for all those poor people at British Airways. And it wasn't just, a couple of hundred. It was more like 12,000. 12,000 people who'd be having to look for a job. But if you've been a trolley dolly and you love your work and you like, looking... It's like being sort of somebody who works in a cafe. You're just up in the sky, which, of course, wouldn't appeal to me in the slightest. I'd be clinging on to things left, right and centre. I'm not a terrible flyer, but it's just I don't think I could really be serving food and drinks, And there's always, just when they get the trolley into the middle of the aisle, and Wayne will tell you this exactly the same, and everybody else who listens to this programme, there'll be somebody who wants to go into the blooming toilet. So you have to sort of move the thing in, and then sometimes you have to take the trolley back again. It's so annoying. You feel like saying to them, go and sit down. We'll let you know when the toilet's free. Melanie C is living up to her initials by teaming up with an MC for an unlikely move into grime music. We like Melanie C. She's very nice indeed. She's about the only one who sings, actually, isn't she? I mean, I think they all sing, but, to various degrees. Another picture of dreary old Maya Jama. Here she is. She's sort of an ex-DJ DJ. But it's obviously they've said to her, listen, the only way you're going to get any publicity, love, which is a bit of a shame, is by sort of getting your boobs out as often as possible. So that's what it is. That's what it is. But during the series that she's doing with Peter Crouch, she's been targeted by Twitter bores who moaned her outfits are too revealing. Well, it's the only way she can get publicity. She can't get it through presenting, so she has to get it through sort of, booby pictures. That's the only way. That's how it works. Goodness sake, it's been like that since time immemorial, ladies and gentlemen. Also, a psycho seagull left a man's mouth bleeding after pecking at him in an attempt to steal his sandwich. You can't do anything about seagulls. They're protected, I believe. Shoppers queued in the pouring rain yesterday. What for? They wanted to buy trainers that cost up to £1,800. I mean, you'd have to be pretty daft to want a pair of trainers. The Air Jordan 1 OG Dior shoes were only on sale in the UK at the fashion house's flagship New Bond Street store and nearby Selfridges. They cost £1,800 for the high-top version and £1,500 for the low. Some shoppers have quickly turned to resale sites to sell the trainers, listing them for between 15 and 30,000 quid. Yeah, they won't get that for them. That's just for stupid people. It was revealed last week that 5 million people had registered for the chance to buy them. And so far, 13,000 pairs have been made, with 8,000 sold yesterday. The remaining 5,000 pairs being offered to Dior's top clients and VIPs. Do you know, if that's the way they operate, I wouldn't want to buy them. Thank you very much indeed. Stick 'em. Stick 'em. Apparently, they've been sort of created by basketball superstar Michael Jordan. It's a pair of trainers, all right? Just get over yourselves. These people, honestly, do people seriously go out there and look at your trainers and go, oh, they're really expensive, they're £1,800. Next thing you hear of people being mugged for a pair of trainers for 1,800 quid. A bit pointless, isn't it, unless you know the shoe size? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But there you go. What can you do about it? The people who buy trainers are not the sort of people... I don't think any of my team would have a pair of trainers like that. They couldn't afford them. They really couldn't afford them. I mean, 1,800 quid for a pair of trainers. I wouldn't spend that. I think that's tenner. Exactly. They've got an advert in one of the papers today selling men's shoes, brown and different styles. 2 pairs. Well, actually, it's 1 pair, $39.95, with a second pair free. 2 pairs of shoes for $39.95. It's in an advert in one of the papers. I thought that was really good. 40 quid, 20 quid a pair of shoes. Oh, bad news. I'm so sorry to bring you bad news. I don't like to bring you bad news, but I'm delighted in this particular case. It's been a difficult 4 years for poor old dreary Katie Price. A cheating husband, of course she cheated as well. Endless animals and a stint in the Priory, all caught on camera. For Katie Price, my crackpot life. Anyway, but they've canned it. The series. It's been on several channels for more than a decade, starting out as Katie in 2009, but now, because ratings are nobody's interested. They've decided not to bring it back. Fantastic. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just all done for publicity. That's why you're getting the usual guff at the moment. She's found a new boyfriend, been going out with him for about, 3 seconds, and he was on Love Island, but he doesn't want to be famous. Makes you wonder what else he's got to offer, because it don't look very much at the moment. And, she's going out with him and they say she could get engaged. This is the one, she said. Nothing's going to put it... Well, I've heard this every single time. It's just a load of old claptrap from poor old Katie Price. But the split was amicable with Quest Red. Of course it was. There was no audience for it. Nobody's interested in a vacuous, useless life. Goodness sake. The former glamour model who got a 3-year driving ban last month and was also declared bankrupt is the queen of bouncing back. No, she's not. They say she's going to front a new BBC documentary about her. No, it's not. It's about Harvey. It's not about her. I mean, seriously, I mean, she hasn't got nothing else to fall back on. There isn't anything else. She can only find another desperately sad, lonely boyfriend, and that's it. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. What's the biggest major breaking news stories that happened when you were on air? Grenfell. Grenfell we had... God, we've had loads of things. I mean, New Zealand attacking Christchurch. We get loads of things like that because different time spans across the world. But we've had lots of things like that. Lots of things. Borough Market attack. We got that one as well. But, to be honest with you, you don't sort of look on it as a sort of a big... we don't get excited over it. We're doing it. I did 9/11. I was the first one to do 9/11. First one to do 9/11, and it happened coming up to the end of my programme. That was the thing. And as I was going home in the car, I'm then hearing the pickup. And first of all, one plane had gone in. And then as we're going home, our reporter over in America said, there's another plane coming round. And it was then that we realised that it was a terrorist attack. The first one could have been put down to sort of pilot malfunctions and all the rest of it. And then it unfolded. When you got in, all you saw on the television was the plane going in. But of course, you see it in slow motion, whereas in fact it would have gone in at such a speed. So yes. All of those things. But the only thing it does, it makes sure that all the people who work on the station, people running about all over the place, pulling in favours, calling up different people, waking them up, just to make sure that you get the news first. Patricia Sloper, happy 77th birthday today. She's an original spiker. She's been shielding for 3 months, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. I know a mention from you would make her day. Patricia, have a lovely day. Lovely, lovely day. We had lovely Annie celebrated her 88th birthday yesterday. 88. She told me she was 88. I never like to say things like that at all. And Steve, I concur. Not bothered about clubbing. Fed up with all the lies and all the drama. Anna, an original spiker, says, my tote bag has arrived and Teddy approves. Actually, somebody wrote to me earlier on and said, fantastic to see the tote bag. It's even bigger than I thought it was and printed on both sides. Not one of these cheap things, only printed on the one side. And it's got a picture of me again. Well, I think it's me. We're not too sure, actually. Let's have a check on the road and the rail at the LBC. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. It's the 9th of July. It's the biggest spike in radio. Thank you very much indeed for still making it there. Still pulling those audience figures. Every time round, up they go again. And we all have a big smile on our face. Thomas has got a big smile on his face. It's either that or wind. And Corey would like to have a big smile on his face, but we can't see it because he's got too much hair, which is lovely. Steve, 39 quid for a pair of shoes. Cracking up here. As you know, I like Katie Price. Well, you bet the only one who does. You bet the only one who does. I mean, they've even dropped her from a dreary television programme. It's that bad. Also, her mucky mansion is that. She needs to sell it. She's got no money. Steve, I can beat your texture about the shoes. A pair of top quality wellies and ditto 2 pairs of top shoes. 42 quid. House of Fraser sale. That's the ones to go, isn't it? That's the sort of ones. And one here that says, a so-called friend of mine found out that I cross-dress. Threatened me that he'll tell people unless I give him money. What should I do? Go to the police. Go to the police. Simple as that. I mean, to be honest with you, cross-dressing now, it's no big deal. It's no big... Put it this way, it's like sort of saying, oh, you know, Philip Schofield comes out as gay. Well, I mean, that sort of fell flat on its face. Who cares? It's got nothing to do with anybody, unless, of course, you're the boyfriend he's going out with at the moment. In which case you can write to me in total confidence. But no, you go to the... If somebody threatens that they'll tell people... And also, they have to prove it. They have to prove it. You just go, actually, really, it's them who's cross-dressing. It's no big shame now. Goodness sake, honestly, we've moved on an awful lot. Steve, the best raconteur presenter, gives me the best news. Gyms to open. Hooray! Yes. Did you know that the gymnasium is derived from the Greek... Because Greek men worked out naked, says Simon. Oh, dear. No, thank you. Well, in Germany, they're gymnasiums. And so it's all just a, thing. Howard says, I've just paid £2,000 for a pair of trainers with neon lights attached, and I'm straight. Yeah, right, of course you are. Of course you are. As long as you believe it. Is that what it says on your passport? I've got shoes with lights on. Actually, you can buy little kiddie shoes for about 20 quid, which have got lights on as they walk along. I've seen them before. 2,000? Good God, honestly. Steve, you are the king of radio. They say that fashion designers, Steve, are touchy and eccentric. Well, that's me. Are you allowed to be... fashion designers are touchy and eccentric. I'm trying to think. Does that mean that they have an ego? Does that mean you have an ego? In which case, a delicate ego. But everybody's got an ego. We've all got egos here. Corey's got an ego. Sometimes we suppress it. And, look at him. Goodness sake, honestly. But they wouldn't want to be anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen. They listen, they worship at the altar of Steve. Not necessarily me. It could be anybody called Steve. Thomas, he's sort of... Everybody's got egos. You have to have an ego to do the job. That's why it winds a couple of people up. It's fantastic to do because you can really annoy people. It's fantastic. I love it. Seriously, the more misery somebody has in their life... aside, the sort of person who goes, oh, I never listen to your programme. You think, well, what are you writing for? Because you're stupid. That's why. Lewis Hamilton putting his dog on a vegan diet. Typical of a man, says John, who likes to win a lot. You get that one? You're barred. You'll never listen to this station again. Yeah, but apparently all the vets have said exactly the same. Even the president of the Veterinary Association. It's bad for a dog to be on a vegan diet. You know, but there again, let's not tell him. Let's just wait to see if he manages to find out. Steve, thanks for the pip and nut maple peanut butter. Delicious. They, Darren and Gina in Staines. P.S. got the bag. Yes. I think there are still a few that are going out, because when you're sending out 6,800 bags, it, as I say, it's my Auntie Enid volunteered to have a go at it. But to be honest with you, I mean, it's long since, because she can't stick an envelope down. Really, she's not very good at things like that, but it doesn't matter. Somebody says, I wish you on air all of the time. Yeah, so that wouldn't kind of work. I mean, I am the only presenter on LBC on 7 days a week. I think the only person who came near, I think Ian Dale must have done 6 at one point. I'm pretty certain he has, but I'm 7 days a week and have been for quite some time. There's always got to be a reason, hasn't there? Always got to be a reason. Also, somebody else saying that they bought a very expensive pair of shoes. Why would people want very expensive shoes? I mean, I will never spend any... Well, I did do once, but that was just a mistake. As far as I'm concerned, pair of shoes, £100 tops. I wouldn't want to... I mean, I have spent a lot more than that, but it's only because they didn't have a blooming price on there, which was difficult. Steve, hi, hope you're good, says Victoria. I wanted to clarify on the eating out on your own theory. I worked away from home in Brussels and used to go out on my own because I had no one to eat with. No one raised an eyebrow. Always took a book with me. I know, but that's even sadder. I used to take a newspaper, but of course you can't, you know, once the food arrives, you've got to start eating it. And then it's oh no, it's very difficult eating by yourself. What do you mean you're working in Brussels and there was nobody that you worked with who would go out for something to eat with you? Good God, when I went to Vienna to start, I couldn't get rid of them. Come out for dinner, Steve. Come out for dinner. We'll take you out for dinner. No, please leave me alone. I'd rather not bother about that. Somebody else was telling me that the bags have arrived, which is good news. We're still waiting for ours. We've got 6. We've got 6 arriving, which is lovely. Jonathan Shallett, as you know, has got one and put it up on the internet, and then Global retweeted it as well. Seriously, he's transformed his body. Wish Corey had transformed his body, but you can't have everything. No, seriously, even if there was a gymnasium open here, he wouldn't go to it, would you? You wouldn't go to it. Did you used to go to the gym? Yeah, it's because you were working there. You were serving the ice cream. Yeah, famous machine, favourite machine, the vending machine. We used to go to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club there, and we had a trainer, and we only did it because we were doing it for a charity thing. But at the end of it, they used to do frozen yoghurt, and somebody said there was no fat in it, so we'd sit down and scoff these frozen yoghurts. It used to come in like a scoop thing, as if it was ice cream. Delicious, absolutely delicious. But I feel too embarrassed going to a gym now. Other people look at my body with envy. You know, people are like, oh, look at him over there, thinking he's God's gift to everything. Well, yeah, I am. It's as simple as that. I can't help it. It's something I'm learning to live with. Another one here. So, anybody else try the peanut butter stuff? I had some the other day, actually. It was really nice. But mustn't have too much. Now the boys have got to go out and get biscuits to put the smoked salmon on. It's all a bit of excitement, actually, for Corey. He's very much looking... It's sorted out his weekend, actually. Sorted out. You need a bottle of Prosecco, and then you can have the smoked salmon. You don't need cream cheese with it. I mean, I suppose you could put anything with it, but I mean, I wouldn't. I'd just have it with a little bit of that dill mustard, which would be enough. I mean, you could go out and get some more mustard to put with it. There's also... You go to Waitrose, there is a bewildering array of mustards. I've never seen so many. I bought one the other day. It's called a yellow mustard, and it's quite tangy. It's quite... I have it with everything. Yeah, seriously, I mean, I've gone crackers for money. It was either that or double cream, and I couldn't find the double cream at the particular time. Steve, will the producers receive a special overtime bonus for doing the live show? Absolutely not. Absolutely not a cat in hell's chance of that happening. No, they're doing it for the love of me. That's what they're doing. And also, Corey's doing it so his mother can see him, because she never sees him. She's got no idea what he looks like. It's only when she sees a picture of him on the internet that she then goes, that's my son. They're my masks. That's all we do nowadays. Steve, Lewis Hamilton should realise that canine lives matter and their omnivorous voices need to be heard. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, I bought a pair of tortoiseshell shoes. Took me 8 hours to walk up the garden path. Right, you're definitely barred. And my tote bag came, says Karen in Worthing. It's so fab. And when my brother saw it, he was very upset I didn't order one for him. Yes, and they're not available anymore. They have gone. Steve, I couldn't spend that sort of money on a pair of trainers. Change the subject. My missus just didn't spend 7,500 on a French bulldog. Oh dear! If they've got flat faces, dogs, you should avoid them because they might have health problems. They said in the paper the other day. Wow. Steve, Victoria says I was 20 years old and all the other guys were married. Did have a few lunches. We could still go out with people. It's good. Steve, pouring outside where I am in Edgware, queuing in the rain again at the supermarket and the bank, says Grace. I haven't seen a queue at Waitrose for weeks. I literally go back and I go straight into Waitrose, never a queue. I go in there, I've got my mask on, I socially distance and I go and pay. Steve, best families, what about the Waltons? They didn't feature on the list, I'm afraid. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I used to love them. Night, John Boy. Night, Ellen. Night, Grandma. Night, Grandpa. They were great. I saw the set. When I went to the studio in America, they showed us the Waltons set on Walton's Mountain, which turned out not to have been on a mountain at all. It was in a backlot in the car park. But it was lovely. But we saw all the cowboy sets, which were great fun. Because on one side, they had tall doors, which made the cowboys look bigger, and then little doors for the women, and they would make people stand in trenches if they thought they were too big, if they were trying to have a conversation. I wanted to see Little House on the Prairie. Somebody said that's where Charles Ingle came from, Little House on the Prairie. He also did Highway to Heaven, and he was the one who, Michael Landon, when he died, the family fought over his will. He left so many millions to the children, they didn't think he'd left them enough. How awful. I could never imagine doing anything like that. Imagine fighting over your parents' money. Awful. Steve, you have to try Marks & Spencer's cream cheese and Marmite. It's delicious, says Linda. I'm not a cream cheese fan, I'm afraid. Marmite, I am. Marmite, a big fan, but not cream cheese. And Joe in Norfolk says, I spent last week in hospital. I couldn't sleep because of the noises, so look forward to your programme. Home now and recovering. Wonderful care at the hospital. Aren't they brilliant? I like that. Steve. I bought a pair of camel skin shoes. Every time I wore them, I got the hump. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You're barred. Coming up to the new... Fishing for compliments they are this morning, I'll tell you. Corey, he said, Luke liked my jumper. Of course, I hadn't even noticed. I'm not aware that you're supposed to sort of notice what the staff are wearing nowadays, because he never mentioned my shoes, so why should I mention his jumper? And so then, I've just said to him a minute ago, and so cold, so at least you've got a jumper on. He said, yeah, the jumper that you liked. I thought, no, I didn't. I just sort of mentioned it, just being polite. My friend Ian, over in the US of A, says, in the States, all bars, diners, and most restaurants have a bar you can sit up at. If you're dining alone, I do it all the time. It's how I meet people. It says, I can imagine. It's a bit like Cheers then, isn't it? Where you can sit round the bar. See, I'd quite like a bar like that, where people sort of sit round and you're sort of in the middle serving the drinks. I quite fancy that idea, but we don't do it here. I don't really want to sit down as well and somebody sits down and starts talking to you. Told you I had that once on an aeroplane. And I was sitting in, let's just call it, you turn left. And I was sort of sitting there and I got this American sitting next to me. And it turns out he was a pilot. And he was coming to England to buy aeroplane parts. That's what he did. He restored old planes. And I thought, God, I've got 8 hours of this boring man. And so I went, riveting, thank you. And I went to sleep. In fact, I think I was asleep before we'd even taken off. I thought, 8 hours of listening to somebody talking about aeroplane parts when, I don't know anything about aeroplanes. Michael Landon was little Joe in Bonanza. I love Bonanza. Dun 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 dun. And that thing in the middle, it burnt. It was the map, wasn't it, of Texas, and it burnt through. I loved that. I thought that was great. Apparently, Samuel Windsor does leather shoes with leather soles for less than 30 quid. It's very good. Jay says, in the USA, members of the Walton fan club often meet up. Yes, they do. I've seen a programme on the television about it, only about 6 months to a year ago. And they go down there and, hello, because you don't know what people look like now, so they have to put a picture up. Perdita says another random lockdown learning from a family quiz the other day. Apparently the policeman featured on a Monopoly board on the Go to Jail Square is called... They won't know this. They will have no idea. No, called Bob. No, he's called Officer Edgar Mallory. It's interesting. I don't know why, I'm just telling you. That was a question from Honeysuckle. Thanks, sis, says Perdita. My friend cannot believe that you write into this programme, Perdita. My friend Ian's very enamoured. But mind you, strange enough, my Corey here, that sounds a bit peculiar, doesn't it? He's enamoured with Ian, my friend. So it's all just like, you know, it's like a love fest. Everybody's loving everybody else. Ian, your friend, says all bars are like Cheers here, and I only go to places where they know my name. Honestly, it's hilarious. So there you go. So the Go to Jail Square is called Officer Edgar Mallory. How would you know this? Where does this come from? Steve, can we hear your half-year roundup of 2020? No, because it's not very good. Not very good. Matthew says, talking of rain, tipping it down in Hampton. Bit bizarre, but I like it and prefer autumn to summer. Yes, I do. Pat in Leeds. Morning, Pat. Receiving my tote bag yesterday. Thrilled. It was my birthday on Tuesday, so feel it's my birthday treat. Enjoying the show. Thank you. And I hope you're well as well. All the way up there in Leeds. And Debbie says, Steve, my bag has arrived. Thank you. Quick question. I'm shaving my head for Macmillan in September. Any chance of a plug to raise money? Yes, if you send me the details. Send me the detail. If you're doing it in September, send me an email. steve@lbc.co.uk. Married with Children was the best and most realistic TV family, says Kevin the Milkman. Should have been given a prime slot over here. I don't know anything about Married with Children. And Ian says, oh, look at this. Hi, Corey. He says, do I know Corey? Was he there when I was there? No. Corey came sort of in the post. It was like an early Christmas present for somebody, and it didn't get delivered, so we got stuck with him. And then he sort of turned up. You can see what he looks like, actually, on our pictures yesterday of the Groovy Gang all wearing their face masks. It's one of his better pictures, and because you don't see most of his face. No, I mean that in a caring way. Love it. What would the review of 2020 be? What would be the thing? It would be, this has been a hell of a year. This has been a hell of a year for so many people. This has been a year that we're never going to forget for a long time. And it's not even over. We haven't even got... Yeah, I've only just got halfway through, and already for many people it's been a total disaster. People who've lost loved ones, people who've lost their jobs, people who've lost their businesses, people who've lost all sorts of things. It's a losing year. I certainly don't want to go through it ever again. But mind you, over in China, they think they've now got bubonic plague, if you please. What else? What else can we have? Catherine says, I got my tote bag yesterday. So happy, looks fantastic. I'm looking forward to the show in August. Yes? Well, I'm hoping that the boys will definitely be there for the show in August. I think come hell or high water, they will do it. Mainly because we haven't done anything like it before. And how are we going to sort of arrange the seating? I've got no idea. It's going to be a bit strange, actually, doing something sitting down. I've never done anything like that. And will we have microphone? Well, obviously we'll have microphones. You won't hear us otherwise, will you? But it'll be good. It'll be good. Another one says, so somebody talking about Bundy, the Bundys from the... Do you know I saw a programme on the television the other day? It's an American one, but the father is huge. I mean, absolutely enormous. He looks like he's about 30 stone, and it's one of those sort of realistic American sitcoms, which I'm not always in favour of, but quite nice. Quite nice. I like things like that. Some of them I don't I don't get into at all. I can't understand them. Steve, I remember listening to the radio as news of the London bus bombing broke. I remember how the presenter, as the reality of the situation took over, did a sterling job in covering the sad events. What's your favourite feel-good story that broke while you were on air? Favourite feel-good... Harry's left the royal family. That was a fairly popular one. I can't think of anything. Funny thing is, you don't remember the good ones. You only remember the bad stories. I can't remember. Do you know, I can't think of anything that would be sort of classed as my favourite feel-good story. Oh, that time I won the lottery that I didn't tell anybody about. £2.32. And I don't think I've ever had those. There might be. There might be something, but to be honest with you, I can't remember anything at this precise moment. Somebody else will write in and go, that was so-and-so, so-and-so. My favourite Cartwright son, says Chris, was Hoss, played by Dan Blocker, who sadly died very young. Incidentally, the ranch Ponderosa was set on in Nevada, as opposed to Texas. Oh, well, it's like the Dallas programme. My friend Ian is obsessed with Dallas. I think he's actually been, I'm pretty certain, I think he's been to see the house, because the house... they just used for the exterior shots. All the interior shots were and it was just very, you know, for somebody as rich as the Ewings, you know, Jock Ewing. I love the way that the wife in it was having loads of conversations, whereas we knew he died. But she's still talking, oh, hi, Jock, when will you be home? And this pokey little house that all the Ewings were living in. Oh, JR, I'm going to have another drink. You know, and the interior shots were all done in a studio, but we were obsessed with it. We were obsessed. 84850. Steve, why were they open pubs before gyms? I can't see a load of bodybuilders jamming up the NHS on a Saturday night. It's all about the money, says Nicola. Listen, it's not going to a pub now is not the same experience it used to be. And gyms, it's a case, if you remember, nobody goes to the bars in pubs. You're not allowed to. You have to take your table. You sit at your table. They will bring the drinks to you. In gyms, they thought that people, because it was all inside. What was the other? Oh, did you see the other one? Which I think Thomas replied to. And it was in Japan. They don't want you screaming on the roller coasters. I mean, well, then close the roller coasters down. Scream what? Is that what he said? I'm not repeating that. Definitely not. But that's the whole idea. You scream on a roller coaster. You put your arms up in the air like you just don't care, and you like that. But they're saying don't because you're breathing. Well, of course you're breathing, unless of course the thing collapses. I love roller coasters. I can get not quite excited about them. I don't like water roller coasters. You know, when you go through water and everybody gets drenched. I don't like those things at all. But I love the idea of going on a roller coaster. But they don't want you screaming. Yeah, Ian says, we are going to the Dallas house when you visit. I live 20 minutes from it. 20 minutes. They do tours and all sorts, he says. Corey would be so jealous. So jealous. What's the matter now? You're jealous, aren't you? Yeah. Well, he's seen a picture of you. He's decided not to mention you again. And somebody says, you remember Wait Till Your Father Gets Home? I remember a theme tune, Wait Till Your Father Gets, Until Your Father Gets, Until Your Father Gets Home, with Harry Boyle. I don't remember that one. The trouble is I can't remember the characters' names. I like Bless This House. Please don't write in. This is not local radio, okay? And, you know, write in with your favourite sitcom. Everybody's got favourite sitcoms, haven't they? Everybody's got sort of something that they think, oh, that's quite a nice thing to do. How to care for your face mask is one of the stories in one of the papers today, which is very good. And Kate back at work. And also Rishi, £10 off meal deals. How's that going to work? Do they sort of go, it's normally 35 quid, and to you today £17.50 or something? Is that how it's going to work? Michelle Keegan and Mark Wright have won the right to build their dream home. They want to replace their £1.3 million farmhouse with a 5-bed mansion. Don't be silly. A mansion is not 5 bedrooms. It's also 1.3 million. So you paid 1.3 million to knock it down and build something else. You're never going to get your money back on that one, are you? As the housing market bottoms out at the moment, it's falling off a little bit. But it's not a mansion with 5 bedrooms. A mansion would have about 12 bedrooms. Okay, much, much, much easier. So this half-price meal deal plus £1,000 bonus as part of the mini budget if firms bring back a furloughed worker until the end of January 21. It's not really enough, is it, really? Not really enough. And who's this one here? A quarter of adults living, and I've got a couple of friends actually, living with long-term health conditions are afraid to leave the house as lockdown is eased. I forgot to mention, actually, well, perhaps I did mention it. My driver this morning didn't even have a mask on. Didn't even have a mask on, really. So Morris men have been banned from blacking up for country dances. I've never seen that. I've seen country dancing with Morris men. Bosses have now outlawed it over fears the English folk dancing practice could be deemed racist. So the joint Morris organisation, which governs the pastime, says anyone caught blacking up now will be kicked out. But people have actually proactively taken the decision to stop using full-face black makeup to avoid causing offence. Members who continue to use the full-face black or other skin tone makeup will not be invited to any joint Morris organisation events. But I don't remember ever seeing that. I don't remember ever seeing anything like that at all. The domestic violence charities, after this bloke, I don't know, his name's Tom, is it Meehan from Kasabian? I don't know how you pronounce his name, I'm just assuming it's something like that. But domestic violence charities have criticised a judge's decision not to jail Tom Meehan for attacking his ex. I mean, what message... So all he got was an 18-month community order and told to carry out 200 hours of unpaid work. Nick Norman, boss of Women's Aid... Nicky Norman says it was not appropriate sentencing. Robust sentencing is important for ensuring abusers are brought to justice and for improving survivors' confidence in the criminal justice system, which far too often, they tell us, fails to protect them. They said, one of the early reports about Kasabi, they said, he's actually left for personal reasons. Yeah, he was appearing in court. Dominic Cummings, I'll tell you about in a moment. He's going to tour some of Britain's most highly classified national security sites ahead of plans to shake up the military. 14 minutes to 6. Let's go. Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to, you get a little bit nearer the weekend. The weekend means rain, which is terrible. Steve, good news, the tote bag has arrived. Do me a favour and say hello to my fiancée, Dawn. She's been working away in Manchester the last couple of days, and I can't wait to see her later, says Andy. She'll be driving now from Lancaster. I don't think I've ever been to Lancaster. I don't know why I would, actually. There's loads of places I've not been to. But people write in, and I think, that'd be quite nice. A few years ago, Colchester hosted the National Morris Men gathering called The Ring. They came from all over the UK. I think the black-faced Morris Men originally came from the coal pits. I've never heard of it before. It doesn't seem to feature down here in South, or I might have perhaps not seen... I mean, there's somebody dressed up, I think, but I can't remember what they were doing. Somebody's got a stick with... They've all got bells on, haven't they? And it's somebody playing a little squeeze box. I think it's quite sweet, but I couldn't comment on it any further because I don't know the history of it at all. David in Sunderland says, have you got many DVDs? Yes. I've got loads of DVDs. Why not? Not above on it. So they make them for. They make them to sell. No point in sort of buying something that they're not selling anymore. Also received my bag yesterday, says Aidan Hull. Brought it with me in my truck today. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, you said everything will be back to normal after June. No, I didn't. Never said that in my life. Why would I? Why would I say that? We've got no idea. It's one of those situations that we don't know. We don't even know if it's going to be finished by Christmas. All the experts are saying we're going back into it again. This will be round 2. Where they're going to start locking things up. So just when everybody goes, oh, great, we can open up, they're going to go, no, lockdown again. Lockdown. It's the only way you're going to stop it. As they said yesterday on the programme, and all the experts have said, it's a case of, we need to have people wearing masks. It needs to be treated as if you're a drink driver. And you know how bad that is. Not very good at all. How to get your dog pub ready. Pub ready. Poor old dogs, honestly. Poor old dogs. The vegan formula. They have it very rough, don't they, dogs? Thank you. Right, we're all barred now. Nobody left at all. So, Lewis Hamilton, he has a bulldog called Roscoe, but he's been warned he could make his dog ill after turning him vegan. He said the pet was healthier and happier. Well, I mean, dogs will eat anything. But vets say depriving dogs of meat could be bad for them. Daniela Dos Santos of the British Veterinary Association says meat contains vital vitamins and nutrients needed by dogs. A balanced diet is essential. So you might have to go back, mightn't he? You might have to go back. Oh, vegan pies and cakes. Look lovely. These are very nice. And it's by a lady called Lucy Bainbridge. She makes all this... I love a pie. Honestly, I mean, the trouble is it would just get me into a dreadful situation of eating. My favourite type of pie, they used to make at Laverstock Farms chicken curry pie. And I tell you, they weren't cheap. They're about 14 quid a pie, but it's a big size, deep, and full of chicken curry. I mean, full. I've never eaten so much chicken in my entire life. Chicken curry in a pie. They also do beef steak and ale, and you like steak? Oh, steak and kidney. Not everybody likes kidney, though, do they? My mother used to have mean steak and kidney pie. Lovely. I also like fish pie. I like a fish pie. They're actually quite nice as well. You can just have those with sort of peas or sweet corn or something. Where's your mask? Why are you wearing a different mask? You're just putting a different... Left it at home? Does your mother know you left it at home? Good Lord, honestly, poor mother of Corey. Poor mother of Corey. Steve, received my tote bag yesterday. I presume the Prosecco will be sent separately. Oh, did you not get it? Oh, dear. I thought everybody got that inevitable bottle of Prosecco that comes with anything that's got the name Steve Allen on it. Funny. Christine McGuinness, that's the attention-seeking. Poor Christine, honestly. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? We've seen your appearances in the Housewives of Cheshire. What a horrible bunch of people. And she and hubby Paddy found lockdown life a challenge. Yes, we find everything you do a challenge, actually. But the only reason she's got a double-page spread in the thing, she's got a clothing range. I love it, the way that they actually sort of say, oh, of course, I've got my own clothing range. Like they designed it or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. Steve, my tote bag arrived today, but it's raining today in Bishop Stortford, so it's not going out, says Josie. Thank goodness for that. Please don't take it out. Not in the rain. And Matt says, I'm having a short break from my NHS job, staying at an immaculate B&B in the beautiful Dartmoor village of Belstone. The accommodation has good social distancing in place. Our great B&Bs need our support this year, as they don't have their Aussies and Americans. Well, what did I go past the other day? Oh, I tell you what. So in London, we're driving out of London yesterday, me and my driver, and we go past the Ritz. All the shutters are up. All the shutters are up on all the shops on the Ritz thing. They were all down up until day before yesterday. Now that all the shutters are up, can't be long before the hotels start opening, getting ready to welcome somebody. I don't know who they're going to welcome, because that's what they need. They need to start getting filled up again, don't they? But yeah, all the shutters on the Ritz were up, which was lovely. I was very happy, actually. I went, oh, look at that! It's always like welcoming back an old friend. You know, something that you haven't seen for quite a while. It's interesting. I've yet to have Kentucky Fried Chicken or fish and chips. Perhaps I need to start sorting that out again as well. Right, there are pages and pages of a court case at the moment, which I can't go into because it's still running. Certainly providing the newspapers with enough stuff. Plus, you know that the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, is going to be in with Nick Ferrari this morning, so that'll be good. Plus, firms to get £1,000 for each furloughed worker they keep when the scheme ends. Also, gyms they say gyms getting the green light within days. The Prime Minister's expected to unveil details of the latest unlocking of the economy as coronavirus cases continue to decline. Trouble is, I always worry, go down, they go up again. They could be allowed to operate by mid-July. Other sectors being considered: swimming pools, beauty salons, nail bars, bowling alleys and casinos. So other sectors like theatres and nightclubs look set to remain closed. But they've put some money there, so that might help. But I mean, I don't know why they don't open beauty salons or the nail bars, because they have people wearing masks in there. So if you wear your mask, you're already putting your hand onto a table. Why can't they? Why does that not work? Sad story as well of baby macaques snatched from their mothers, chained and forced to harvest up to 1,000 coconuts a day, all to feed our addiction for this oh-so-trendy delicacy. It's called coconut milk. And Jane Fry's done a fantastic thing here. They look at these poor macaques who are trained. They've got bells on and they climb up the tree and they rip the coconuts down. About 1,000 a day. 1,000 a day, they do. Plus, the woman crushed to death as this tower topples over and smashes into flats and houses. I'm always worried about things like scaffolding on buildings. They seem to cover an entire building really high buildings with scaffolding, and you say it collapses. That'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. Steve says, Nick, Corey has the attached photo for this message. Hey, Steve, received my tote bag yesterday. Very pleased with it. I now have something to store my expanding Steve Allen collection in, says Nick. So here we go. Ta-da. Ta-da. Oh, yes, there you go. God blimey. Do you know, I found one of those the other day. I found the Steve Allen Bitches Back Tour programme. It was quite a big programme. It's sort of like that by that. And I have a few of them at home. Forgotten about that. Oh, gosh. The Steve Allen Bitches. We had mugs as well. Now, I know people listening must have them because we shifted about 1,000 mugs. There was badges, everything. We had loads of badges, which we sold as well. I've still got the case that all the badges came in. I should bring some in, actually, for you. It's sort of Steve Allen memorabilia, which is quite nice. Of course, the one I'm waiting for is the Steve Allen gold bar. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Kind of everything, can you? So, a lot of people telling me about the bags have arrived. I know that they're a little bit slow, but do not worry. Do not worry. They will actually get to you. Steve Bag arrived yesterday, says Rachel, one of my original spikers. She says, I will be sporting with pride once I'm allowed out. We're still locked down here in Leicester. Thursday, 9th of July, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. I love the idea of celebrating his 80th birthday this week. Ringo Starr recalls being mistaken for a footballer by Princess Anne at a reception. Do you still play? She asked. What do you do to keep in training? Ringo replied, being a Beatle helps. Bad information there. Bad information, as you can imagine. Steve, 18 for £2 in your favourite supermarket. Gold bars. Or does your staff discount work in Acton Lane, McVitie's? Ooh, I don't know. Discount. I must check actually on my discount. I do get discount in different places for some reason. Only because, that's why I order so much stuff online. Because, sometimes you can really save quite a fortune. Saves you sort of driving around everywhere. Today I've got to go and get all my change. Because what I do every time I go home, I take the change out of my pocket, throw it into a jug. Big plastic jug. And it's full up to the top now of all the money. So I can either go to a Coinstar machine or I can go to my bank and it's free. But it goes into your account as opposed to sort of giving me the money. Which I'd quite like, actually. You don't want to miss this. The landlord's web post. And he's critically ill. He posted, you don't want to miss this, then his pub goes up in flames. Bit of a worry, isn't it? A little bit of a worry. Also, eating your fruit and veg dramatically cuts the risk of developing diabetes. Even a small increase in intake can make a significant difference. A study by Cambridge University found boosting consumption of fruit and veg by one small daily portion cuts the risk of type 2 diabetes by 25%. Unfortunately, if you have diabetes, not much blooming use to you. But I just merely pointed out, so if you know that you can sort of eat more fruit and veg, that will help you not develop diabetes. Happy birthday to Jim Kerr today. Do you know who Jim Kerr is? Jim Kerr is the lead singer with Simple Minds, the Glasgow band. Don't you forget about me, which is good. He was also the first, he had both of his marriages failed. The first one was to Chrissie Hynde, the Pretenders singer, and the second one to Patsy Kensit. He started his band with a £100 loan from his brickies labourer's father. And also Richard Wilson, the actor from Renfrewshire, best known for playing Victor Meldrew in the sitcom One Foot in the Grave. He's a former hospital lab technician, studied at RADA, and was told by a tutor upon arrival, we better see to that accent of yours. He once said, I'm saddled with this catchphrase, but when I direct actors, I find myself saying, I don't believe it. Also born on this day in 1901, Barbara Cartland, the romantic novelist from Birmingham, claimed to have sold more than 1 billion books. She didn't, of course, but never let it spoil a very good story. She was step-grandmother to Princess Diana. She said she declined 49 proposals before marrying Alexander McCorquodale, I think, in 1927. 3 years after their split in 1933, she wed his cousin Hugh. Of Diana, Dame Barbara said, the only books Diana ever read were mine, and they weren't awfully good for her. Everything was the same in Barbara Cartland's books. It was old-fashioned love. It was boy meets girl. Girl goes out coquettishly with boy, and they never kissed till the last page. She'd be horrified at some of the books nowadays. Blimey, they're actually at it by page 2. Ridiculous. Also in 1762, remember it as if it was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, Catherine the Great was proclaimed Empress of Russia. And in 2001, a mockumentary called The Office, written, of course, by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant, first aired on BBC Two. Was it really that long ago? 2001. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. O.J. Simpson, on this day, July the 9th, 1994, O.J. Simpson's a stand trial accused of murdering his ex-wife and her boyfriend. Judge Kathleen Kennedy Powell ruled that after 6 days of a preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, there is ample evidence for me to believe this defendant is guilty. He was acquitted, of course, at the end of a sensational trial the following year. And the betrothal of Princess Elizabeth with Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, RN, will be formally announced on Thursday. This is back in 1947. I think he came into the marriage with not a penny piece. I don't think he had any money at all. It was obviously a good life. Not that they seem to worry about money. I mean, the Queen doesn't carry money, does she? If they want something, it's just sent on to Buckingham Palace, and then presumably, some minion will then phone up with a credit card or something. I've got no idea how it works. Really, not a clue. But all I know is she doesn't need to worry when she's going around shops anymore. Angela Merkel, get ready for a no-deal Brexit. The stars coming together for Ringo's 80th birthday. Merkel saying slim chance of a Brexit deal. Forgotten that's around the corner, haven't you? I thought you might have done. Most people seem to have forgotten about it. And anger erupted yesterday at plans to reintroduce parking charges for NHS staff driving to work. Hospital parking for doctors and nurses in England was scrapped on March the 25th as the COVID-19 pandemic struck. But in a move that has sparked fury, the Department of Health and Social Care said the freebie for frontline workers cannot continue indefinitely. Critics says it will cost some staff as much as £1,300 a year in a decision branded as clamp for carers. The British Medical Association Council chair said to reinforce the charges is a rebuff to the immense efforts of staff across the country and the sacrifices they've made to keep others safe. Absolutely, because I think on the NCP, they've said free parking for all key frontline and healthcare workers until further notice. Now they've all suddenly started going, well, I think now, we didn't say it was going to run forever, but we've made an effort, and now they're going to start charging again. So back where we started. I don't know. Terrible, isn't it, really? Virginia Blackburn talking about a big 3 cheers for this trio. This is the Lighthouse Kitchen and Carvery in Burnham-on-Sea. Somerset, the Fox and Hounds in Batley, West Yorkshire, and the Village Home Pub in Alverstoke, Hampshire. All 3 voluntarily shut their doors just days after opening them when they discovered a customer had the ghastly virus. In other words, they were totally responsible and proof we as a population can be trusted to do the right thing. And as soon as those doors open again, let's hope that they trade as never before. And Virginia says we'll all drink to that. Lovely. Steve, thank you for my lovely tote bag. I took mine to Aldi, bought myself a cheap bottle of Prosecco, being the pauper I am, and then proudly, says Richard, walked back home with my tote bag. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like. The song, Steve, Don't You Forget About Me, was originally written for Billy Idol, but he turned it down, saying it wasn't catchy enough, and it was then offered to Simple Minds, says Declan. Really? He's still around, isn't he, Billy Idol? I think I can't remember, I just remember he sort of had a sneer to him, but I wasn't sure if it was an act. Probably was, actually. Steve, my tote bag arrived yesterday, says Drew from Brighton. It's larger than I expected. I'll be using to carry my music to our SGI National Buddhist Choir. When we're about to rehearse again, we're called the Glorious Life Chorus. I don't think, yes, I mean, you can't rehearse, can you? I've just forgotten, I've just remembered about that. Choirs can't do it, so I'm assuming Thomas is not able to go and sing his little heart out in the choir, so that you have no choir practice at all. Corey's not in a choir. There's a reason he can't sing. Mind you, it's not stopped Thomas joining a choir, has it, really? I think Thomas joined to meet people, and that worked quite well. But you haven't had any rehearsals for ages, have you? So... Oh, they're doing a video one. No, I don't think the video idea. I know lots of people do it for interviews and stuff like that. It doesn't work for me doing anything on a TV screen. Although we will be doing it for my show, for my virtual show. I don't know. What do you think? Sparkly jacket, ladies and gentlemen, or not sparkly jacket? Sparkly jacket could mess the lights. Do you think so? Oh, I might wear sparkling jacket. I did have one, actually, which I wore when we did one of the very first shows. I think it was out at the Queen's Theatre, and it was a jacket. It wasn't, it was just a black jacket, but covered in mirrors. Covered in mirrors. It was, you know, it was lovely. Unfortunately, I got on stage and stood under the lights, and I was like a giant disco ball. People were being blinded in the audience, because every time I moved, it picked up another piece of light. Wasn't my best decision, actually, but it was very nice, actually. And another one here, which says, Barbara Cartland's portrayal of a relationship consummated would go as follows. And that evening, they became one. She dictated all her books. She never wrote anything. Her secretary, she would sit down on this with her dog, and it was a lovely moonlit day. She saw him. Her heart missed a beat. And it was all a little bit like that. It was all a little bit sort of old-fashioned English. It was like a Merchant Ivory film that came to life, which was quite nice. Steve, thank you for the lovely tote bag. Somebody else saying, also much bigger than I expected. Matthew says, popped into M&S, bought a chicken chow mein, highly recommended. Oh, dear. Steve. A lot of people talk about gold bars, actually, and everything else. I don't know. Is there a sweet or something called gold bars? There might be. Actually, I seem to remember. Wait a minute, gold bars. That sort of rings a bell with me. But gold bars. It was a bar of chocolate, wasn't it, or something? I've seen. I don't know why. I'm sure I've seen sweets with gold bar written on them, or something like that. Trouble is, you can't remember after a while, can you? So just have a quick check, just to find out. Gold bars, there you go. Oh, no, I think these really are gold bars. I haven't got any of those gold bars, but people years ago used to have a little bar of gold you'd wear around your neck. Gold bar. Oh, they do a gold bar. It's a chocolate. It looks quite nice, actually. Doesn't it? Is it nice? Oh, should have got... I didn't find any of those, actually. Just found Fruit Loops, which is a breakfast cereal, which I'm not allowed to have because it's just sugar. Thank you very much indeed. Nice little slurp of tea. We've just woken up, coming up to 6:15. Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. I trust you well. It's rain. Rain. Jen in East England says after weeks of rain everywhere else, we have rain here to water our parched Dust Bowl garden. I'm thinking about now, actually, surely the reservoirs must have filled up with the amount of rain that's been tipping down. Jane says Steve should wear shorts for the show. Oh, God, no, absolutely not a cat in Hades chance of that happening at all, because my legs were so burnt with the little burning incident, which we're all well aware of, thank you very much indeed, that there's no way it's ever going to happen. It's never. You're never going to see me anytime soon walking around in a pair of shorts on. Definitely not. I'm burnt to pieces. It's awful. Morning, everybody. I trust you well. Cold. I don't know how cold it is outside. I don't know if it's raining yet, but it's one of those sort of days, isn't it, where you go, oh no, it's miserable out there, and miserable makes people sort of feel a bit yuck at the same time. So Stuart Manning, where's he off to at the moment? He's off to somewhere, actually. I've not heard from him for ages and ages and ages, but he tells me he does still listen all the time, so that's good news, isn't it? And he says, you've kept me smiling through this horrible time. It is horrible, isn't it? It is horrible. I'm hoping that when, in the months to come, we can look back and go, my goodness me. Angela says, I was so excited to receive a little blue packet in the post yesterday, convinced it was my bag. I saved the opening of the said parcel till later in the day. I opened it with great anticipation, and it was not the bag, but sheets of white tissue paper I bought. I felt very defeated. The excited anticipation continues. Fancy opening a packet to discover that it's just tissue paper. People send off for tissue paper, don't they? You can use it for so many things. If you're lucky enough to stay at Windsor Castle, if you're invited by the Queen, when you leave, somebody will come in and wrap all your clothes in they must get through loads of tissue paper. It's like when you used to go to the butcher's years ago. They had a big pile of paper to wrap your meat in. And that was quite good. Sorry about that, actually, that you only got sheets of white tissue paper. But listen, the expectation is still there. And how come you can't have food with sugar in it, yet you drink Prosecco? Sugar-free, Catherine. Sugar-free Prosecco. It's been around for a little while, actually. We know about this. I bought some gold bars at Tesco this week. They're half price at 72p for a pack. And Graham says, my old mum liked romantic books. 2 years after the death of my dad, she died of a broken heart. They say that, don't they? They say that people can, but at least you know that they're going to be together. So that's the good news. Are your legs like Ernie Wise's? Nothing like Ernie Wise's. And Steve, the Northampton Male Voice Choir have been practising via Zoom weekly. Sounding great when I saw them on Facebook last night, says Linda, in a place called Wellingborough, which sounds quite nice. See, that's the trouble. We haven't had Gareth Malone on the television for ages, have we? I'm looking forward to Gareth Malone popping up on my television. He's grown a beard now, whereas before he used to look so young. So young. Safer streets, well, so they say. Why? 550 knives have been ditched in a police amnesty. I don't know where this is from, actually, but it's run by GMP. And so they've been given 554 blades were taken off the streets. Greater Manchester, they launched it. I mean, but they just go and buy other ones. Because if you've given your knife in and then somebody else keeps theirs, you've got to have a knife available. It's ridiculous. I don't think that makes the streets safer at all. I was watching one of these Dom Littlewood programmes yesterday, which was looking at people who commit crimes and think they're going to get away from it. And this was a man who, I mean, luckily, thank the Lord for CCTV, he's a train spotter, if you please, in his late 70s. And he was on a bridge on a station, and he was taking pictures of trains. This was a particular train he was after. And of course, I mean, anybody who doesn't look after trains, pictures and things like that, you don't have anything to do with these people because they're called anoraks. They sit at the end of platforms. They used to at Waterloo Station. Now, of course, you need to buy a ticket to actually get on the platform in the first place. So you tend not to see the train spotters. But he was taking them, and he's standing on a bridge over this station, a few people walking backwards and forwards, and somebody walks past him and clocks him. And then carries on walking, because there's a woman also coming onto the bridge. And he's a mugger. And he waits and he goes back. And this old man is just taking pictures. He doesn't know this other man's girlfriend or whatever it happened to be. Anyway, the next thing, he lays into an attack and punches him. He knocks his teeth out. Really dreadful. And steals his £2,000 camera. As far as I'm concerned, you're taking your life in your hands, walking around, with a £2,000 camera. But he wants to take really good pictures. Anyway, they then were able to actually find this person. There's a woman who comes over the bridge. This other bloke has disappeared by this time. And the old man is trying to pull himself together. There's blood everywhere. And so she calls the police. British Transport Police turn up. And they then launch a manhunt for the person who perpetrated the crime. And, of course, I'm willing them to find him as quick as possible. Luckily, they do. They managed to get... He only lived one stop down the line on the train. They found him. They went round the house. He denied all knowledge of anything at all, doesn't know anything like that. They didn't find the camera. Why? Because he'd already pawned it to a local pawn shop, which they found. But the reason that they got him is because when he'd punched this old man, some of this old man's blood had gone onto his clothing, so they were able to match up the DNA. And they sent him to prison for 7 years. I was clapping and cheering and whooping by the end. Because this poor old man, it really, he said, I'm an old man. I didn't stand a cat in hell's chance. Apparently, last night on MasterChef, Dom Littlewood burnt a plastic food timer. Did he put it in the oven or something? Seriously, I don't know. People do the oddest things, don't they? Steve, still waiting for my tote bag, waiting in anticipation. Other listeners have theirs, and they're very impressed, says Anne in Wallingham. Listen, there's 6,600 they're sending out. So they're sort of doing them in batches. But don't worry. It will get there. So I've not seen MasterChef. I've decided I can live without cooking. But there's two things I can do without at the moment. I can do without cookery programmes. I can do without antique programmes. I've had antiques up to here. I like watching them occasionally, but they use them as sort of, it's like a cheap filler. And so I'm not particularly interested in things like that. And the cookery programmes, who cares? Go out. That's what, put it this way, if you teach everybody to cook, they won't be going out to restaurants, will they, really? Talking to Princess Anne, I wanted to take over from the Queen, Steve. Never going to happen, Lorraine. Never going to happen. And please do a shout-out for 4 Queen Marys and Springfield hospitals, whose staff saved my life. I used to go to Roehampton Hospital. I used to go to the diabetes section they had there, where the 2 women who used to take your blood samples were so good at it, they'd carry on chatting while they were taking the blood. Never felt a thing. I hate having blood taken. It's the only thing I really don't like, I'm afraid. And I was going to get better. And then they transferred everything a little bit locally, which was quite nice. Quite nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Phil Vickery says, there's me thinking you cared about me. I love it. I love it. This is the Phil Vickery. It was only the other day who actually said that the Eddie Stobart lorries, what are they? That's right. Everybody wears a tie. Well, I've seen loads of Eddie Stobart lorries. So the one thing they're not having is ties. And that's why Phil says, really, it may have been when Eddie first started out, but they definitely did years ago. And then he said, I'll get my coat. Get your coat. I like that line. I like it. Anyway, I hope you're all well this morning. Hope you're looking forward to a day on LBC. Goodness only knows what today is going to bring. I mean, he's certainly got the lineup to end all lineups on the breakfast show this morning. So hopefully we'll get the answers that we're all waiting for. Also, my hell after a mesh implant. This is Yvette Greenway, who's the wife of Michael Mansfield, QC, who's like mega famous. I don't think it gets any more mega famous. And Yvette was one of the thousands of women fitted with a pelvic mesh. And she tells of her quest for justice and an end to the pain. I mean, sadly, her experience is far from unique. And there's a big feature on it. If you know what I'm talking about, you will understand this. And it's in the Daily Express today. And anybody who knows what I'm talking about, you'd be advised to read it. Plus, they found a lost saucy portrait of Lady Emma Hamilton. Didn't know there was a saucy portrait. It was nothing to have a portrait with sort of a bosom hanging out, as it were. And they found this one. It's Nelson's lover in a classic pose as the mythological Cretan princess Ariadne, her right breast exposed under a loose gown. Honestly. The oil painting is thought to have been completed in 1802, 3 years before Nelson's death at Trafalgar. They fell in love in Italy in 1798, after he came back a hero from Battle of the Nile. Emma's husband, Sir William, is said to have encouraged the relationship. The three travelled around in a ménage à trois, even in those days. Admiral Lord Nelson, who'd have thought? And Emma was a model and an actress. She became a huge celebrity. An antiques dealer in Lymington, which is very nice, bought the painting from an elderly woman who'd owned it for years. And it's on sale now for £85,000. £85,000. They keep finding these pictures, don't they? Perhaps that's the only reason I'm fascinated by the antique programme. They'll find a picture and they get, or a little vase, generally Chinese, because Chinese vases are much sought after, people wanting to buy back their history. Oh, look, lovely picture of Michael Fabricant wearing can only be described as a dead something on his head. And while many of us, including the Prime Minister, have finally enjoyed a long-awaited haircut, Tory veteran Michael Fabricant, observers mischievously note that his extraordinarily blonde barnet, the origins remain debated, showed no visible signs of having a much-needed trim when he appeared via video at Prime Minister's Question Time. Regular readers of Hickey's column will recall Mr Fabricant pictured, and he is, takes exception to the impertinent rumours of wig-wearing. Well, what is it, dear? What is it? It's surely nobody's got hair like that. No, it's just very... But you should have had it cut. Looks ridiculous. Quite ridiculous. Coming up to the news, and still to come, the badge of honour for Star Wars collectors. People who collect Star Wars memorabilia. You've got all sorts of things here coming up, and people pay good money. I still want to be able to afford one of those stormtroopers. We've got the place in Twickenham on the Green where they sell them. He's got a shop, and they make them, and they've got droids, and they've got everything, full-size figures, but they're about £4,000 or £5,000. It's a lot of money, but some of them are in gold. Imagine how cool that would be, actually. God, I'd be really popular on the block, I tell you, if I had a gold Star Wars person. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I didn't see Repair Shop yesterday, but a 97-year-old woman and her grandfather's accordion. See, I love things like that. I think that's actually quite a good programme. I hate it when they concentrate on just one of the people there. You know, and then it takes away from the programme. Why these people can't just go, listen, let's concentrate on the programme, shall we? Not on people's personalities. I'm not interested in that side of it. People should have the courage of their convictions and just get on with it. Say, listen, I'm not interested. Because the next thing they start using, like Gino D'Acampo, who's going to be doing Family Fortunes. It's going to be terrible. He's so undisciplined. You couldn't possibly trust him to do a programme at all like that. And I predict bad things. Bad things. LBC News Time, 6:30. Your headlines this morning. Morning, everybody. Ray says, Steve, the 1941 film That Hamilton Woman tells the story of Lady Emma Hamilton and Nelson. Oh, this was the one which had Vivian Leigh and Laurence Olivier in. But I don't think, because her husband was Sir William, and he was if I remember correctly, the ambassador to Naples. But I don't think that the film dealt with the naughty side of it. I don't think that they ever sort of pointed out the infidelity and how they all travelled around together. Sort of, for sort of an early threesome, for goodness sake. But I haven't seen it. Mainly because I wasn't that interested, actually. Tried not to be that interested. Steve, I cut my own hair. Great job. I'll never go to the hairdressers again. Well, there you go. I'm sure they're going to be very, very disappointed. And somebody who's also disappointed says, I'm feeling really jealous, actually. Everybody's getting their tote bag, says Diane. And is it too late to order one? They sold out. We sold out an extra nearly 1,000 over and above what we had. So not to be repeated, the tote bags. We did 6,680 of them. And they're very nice, actually. They're very nice. Very, very nice. You can get a nice picture of us if you so desire, and that's for the pictures of us with our face masks on, which are very nice. We like that. And Steve, will you mention our cap? We're raising money for Samaritans. To date, 100,000, but only 8,000 in the UK. Oh, Stephen, send me details. And Phil says our tote bag arrived, but no tissue paper. So there you go. And Sarah said, I got home yesterday to find you stuffed in my letterbox. Nice tote bag. Thank you. We like the tote bag. So badge of honour of Star Wars collectors. And these are fans set to go wild over an iconic piece of memorabilia from The Empire Strikes Back. Okay, you might not have heard of this. You'll have to dig deep for the military badge worn by Darth Vader's efficient officer, General Veers, as they think it could go under the hammer for about £6,000. Now, if they say £6,000, the chances are it'll go way higher. It was worn in the 1980 movie by the British actor Julian Glover, who's selling off 250 signed photographs, costumes and props collected over the course of his Hollywood career. Wow. Toys are one thing, but to have an actual piece of costume in your hands is spellbinding. When I first unwrapped it, I got a little tingle, says Andrew Stowe from the Auctioneers. He said, it's phenomenal. Star Wars fans will go wild for it. Julian, who is unbelievably 85, is also selling a script and a copy of The Holy Grail from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, in which he played the villain, Walter Donovan. In a video posted to the auction house, Julian, who also appeared in the TV blockbuster Game of Thrones and the Bond film For Your Eyes Only, admitted he'd been terribly lucky to appear in such iconic productions. The auction takes place July the 24th. He says, but during the films I collected quite a lot of things and now feel it's time to let them go and other people get as much pleasure out of them. Wow. So he's got a script as well. All of this, I mean, anything to do with film memorabilia sells for big money. Sells for big money. People have written to us before. We've been checking out some of the auction houses, and you can't believe how much the prices go for. Seriously, it's an awful lot. It really is. But then you're looking for the future. You never buy thinking you can turn something round immediately, although some people, I think, try and do that. Another one here. Mr. Neil, he says, I was tweeting this morning about the driver and how dreadful he was. He says, hold on, the moment when your life flashes before your eyes, stay safe. I mean, seriously, we shot over outside Twickenham Station. There's a ramp. Well, we didn't slow down at all for that one. We shot over that. I should imagine it probably, really made a mess of his suspension, but it was all a bit of a pain. In fact, the whole thing was a bit of a pain from start to finish. Bold and imaginative, Rishi has the right recipe for renewal, say the papers this morning. And Phil's memoir, Philip Schofield, is called Life's What You Make It, out in October the 15th. It's not a great time, actually, to bring out a book, because he's not going to get any interviews with anybody, because nobody's inviting anybody in to do interviews. People are socially distancing. He did in 2017... He already started writing a few chapters, because now we've got the gay thing coming in there, so presumably that's what it's all going to hinge on. But all anybody wants to know is, who's his boyfriend? Does he work with him? Have they been seeing each other for a long time? You know, that's what people want to know. You know, if you're going to write a book about your life and say this and that, you can't leave out the obvious things. That's being a bit sort of overcautious. You have to tell people things. Otherwise, there's no point. No point at all. Steve. Oh, that's right. Louise in Nottingham says you've got to watch the repair shop yesterday. As a concept, I think they're very clever, these people. Really very, very clever. Very clever. I can't do anything like that, but I love watching other people doing it, which was very nice. So sister inherits £1 million after the cat uncovers the will. They didn't think that there was a will in this particular case. The lady is called Venetia Murray. And thanks to an office pet which knocked over a pile of papers a solicitor had set aside to be shredded, the Moggy uncovered a 19-year-old document which proved Venetia's brother, Dean Brunt, had made a will before he died in an accident in 2007. Dean, thought to have learning difficulties, was not believed to have left any instructions about what happened to the estate. So he, Venetia, and another brother called Dale all owned a third of Ettridge Farm, a property they inherited from their grandfather. After Dean's death, his share of the property passed to his mother, Marlene, who in turn gave it to Dale. That meant Dale ended up owning 2/3 of the farm, which is worth £6 million, and Venetia a third. In 2018, stay with me, legal advisor Howard Day came across a will that Dean had made in 1999, stating that his share of the property was to be split equally between his siblings. Dale and Marlene claimed it was a fake. Mr. Day died last year before the issue was settled, but the High Court heard that last February a second will setting out the same terms was accidentally uncovered by a lawyer's cat. So the lawyer had stacked up all these things for shredding. The barrister says the cat knocked over the papers. When Miss Sillett picked them up, she realised that what she believed was a duplicate was in fact an original will. So Venetia now gets half of Dean's £2 million share of the farm. So good. They said the judge said she was an impressive witness who had been genuinely shocked to learn she'd not inherited what she was entitled to. And that's where we do it really well, actually. The courts do things well. I mean, I'm hoping Priti Patel is... it's not just a lot of hot air. And she said that she's now at war with shoplifters. These people go in there and they just literally are light-fingered. And it's not just individuals or alcoholics or people with drug problems. It's families. Many of you listening, I must have seen people shoplifting. You can just tell. I saw somebody I told you a while ago, just picked up a bottle of booze, was going out the front door, and I just looked at him and said, put it back. You know, and he went and put it back. I mean, he probably came back and shoplifted it later, but I felt it was, a little bit of a good deed that I'd done. But you don't get any thanks. And staff don't bother doing anything. But people thieve all the time. It's dreadful. It really is. And Brett says, in my apartment building, there's a guy who doesn't wear a face mask. He wears a Darth Vader mask. Bit OTT, but he is a bit odd. Listen, as long as it works. Dave says, I've got 2 tote bags on the way. I missed out on the tea towels. Could you slip a tea towel in with the tote bags? That would be so nice, wouldn't it, really? Reopening the restaurants today for table service. Wishing all our wonderful staff the very best of luck, says Kevin the restaurateur. How many covers are you short? You know, sometimes you've got 60 and people say, well, we're now down to 30 or 40 people that we can do because you've got to socially distance, haven't you? So, I mean, I've seen a few restaurants open. I haven't actually been in any at the moment. We were only hoping, actually, that Little Italy is opening up in Soho, and I'm still waiting for Joe Allen's. Still waiting for Joe Allen's. It's one of those things, isn't it? I'm just hoping, actually, that they will open up before Christmas. I'm not sure I can cope much longer. I'm doing my best. And another one here. It's Richard, who says, have you mentioned Phil Vickery's cookbook? It's for diabetics. Yes, I mentioned it because I got sent a copy because I'm a diabetic. And we went through a lot of the recipes. Thank you for reminding me, Richard. And it's nice of you to mention it as well. So Richard's plugging the Phil Vickery book, because you don't get many diabetic cookbooks, not in sort of the modern genre. You get a few from sort of a while ago, and you can get something from your doctors. But for Phil Vickery to bring out one is amazing. Richard, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Whew, honestly, where would it be, Richard, without you being able to help us out with these things? I've seen your picture, Steve. You're the spitting image of Paddy from Emmerdale. Go and get your eyes tested. Steve, I'm a phlebotomist. None of my patients ever feel any pain. A few faint, but that's fear of seeing their own blood, says John. I'll check your ABH1Cs any time. I hate having that done. I really hate it. I must be the only person who hates having blood tests. Although there must be other people. They always they sort of strap your arm up and they look for the vein. Well, I'm looking at my vein now. I can't see it. It just does not appear on my arm. And even my lovely nurse who does it, we both kind of look the other way. I find it horrendous. Why there can't be little tiny needles, I've got no idea. Southside House in Wimbledon was often visited by Nelson and Lord and Lady Hamilton. Visitors can see where they would retire to the drawing room after dinner, and Emma apparently would arrange herself in provocative poses with thin sheets behind curtains. Thank you, Nigel, for that one. That's a little bit scary. Little bit scary. And what was I going to... Oh, my brother's gone full-time. He's gone full-time work from the 20th, which is brilliant news. Brilliant news. He's actually found something that he loves doing. He absolutely loves doing this particular job. So we're very pleased. We're very pleased. Leslie in Croydon says, I got my bag yesterday. Fabulous, Steve. Do you know, I'm so glad, seriously, I'm so glad that all of you write in and say how much you love the bags. Seriously, it's very, very pleasing. Because sometimes you might get somebody writing in going, oh, it's not as good as I thought it was. Because everybody saw what they looked like beforehand. And so I'm very pleased. Thank you very much indeed. And God knows what we're going to be doing next year. I've got no idea. We have to kind of eclipse it, don't we? We've done the tea towel. We've done the tote bag. Perhaps you could have blow-up dolls of Corey and Thomas. You know, take your own Steve Allen team with you. You could have them sitting in the back of the car. You know, Corey wouldn't use as much plastic up as Tom. A lot of people in favour of the latest thing we could be doing for Make Some Noise. I don't think that's going to get off the ground at all, Steve. I was in a taxi. Oh, it's gone. How about a nodding thing for my parcel shelf, says Darren. Oh, right. Do you know those nodding dogs you used to have on parcel shelves in the back? You don't seem to get those now, do you? I thought they brought them out as a bit of a joke the other day. Marion says, I got my bag yesterday, Steve. It's coming shopping with me today. Yeah. I love it. Good. Apparently, Gareth Malone had a BBC Two programme, The Choir, final episode on Tuesday, says Barbara. A must-watch, brilliant programme. I think he's great. We had him on the programme for In Conversation. He was such a nice person. Seriously, and yet he must have had, no end of interviews to do, but he was really, really nice, actually. Francesca says, my bag arrived yesterday, and it's fab. Lovely size and quality. Can't wait to use it. Oh, good. Good. Kevin says, having consulted with our customers and staff, they all feel more comfortable with 2-metre distancing in the restaurant. So they're at 40% capacity. I mean, can you make that work? Is it possible? I know that some friends of mine at Little Italy, they're over 3 floors. 3 floors? 2 floors? Could be 3, because there's a little bit where you step down at the back, and so you could socially distance, but you need people in there to make it pay, because there's not huge amounts of profit on food. Liam says, I got a furloughed airline pilot to paint my house. He did a great job of the landing. Thank you. Listen, I don't make these things up. Goodness sake, honestly. I've just seen tote bags on eBay and your tea towel, says Louise. Yes, I heard. They are out there, actually. They are out there. And the front pages, The Express today. That's Kate Garraway, lovely Kate, who was in yesterday with James O'Brien. Also, Rishi dishes up £30 billion budget of hope. And here he is, he's delivering food. Unfortunately, delivered it to the wrong table, so he's not going to be having a job anytime soon working as a waiter. The one thing waiters have to do is remember where the food is going to. The Daily Mail, the bombshell trial latest. Plus, oh look, here he is again, Rishi Sunak trying his hand at waiting in a branch of Wagamama. Do you know, I've never been to Wagamama. I've never been to Wagamama. Is it, you've been there? Oh right, boys have been there. Boys have been there. One of your favourite, what sort of food is it? Is it... How would you describe it? Is it sort of Chinese, Japanese? What is it? You have to... Japanese. Don't you have to sit at tables with other people? So you don't necessarily get a table by yourself, do you? Is it sort of long benches and you have to sit with strangers? See, I'm not good with things like, I don't want to meet other people. If I'm eating, I don't want them looking over, pitying the food that I can afford to order and they can't afford to maybe order noodles and rice and stuff like that. It sounds quite good, actually. I've still not eaten at the Wong Key, rudest restaurant in London. Have you ever been there? Oh, there's one. Just literally over the way from here. It's opposite the theatre where Les Miserables is. And it's run by 5 different families over 5 floors. Used to be a theatrical costumier. Rudest restaurant. It's the... Oh, is it? I'm not at all surprised. Food is sensational and cheap, but you go where they tell you to go. Can we go and sit? No, you sit there. Seriously. I mean, but it's cheap, but really, really good. Really, really good. So we're going to get half-price meals out for all, plus VAT and stamp duty slashed, but only for certain people. Plus £1,000 sweeteners to save the jobs. He's going to tell Nick Ferrari all about it this morning. You'll hear it first on LBC. Kate back at work. Actually, loads of people are taking time off for the holidays. I think you'll find that Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby are taking time off, so you'll have Eamon and Ruth there. And I think you'll find that Piers Morgan is taking time off as well. Loads of people do over the summer, because that's traditionally the time that people go away. Not that I think people want to go away at the moment. I'd rather stay here. Given the choice, I know people do like going away because we want to go away for a bit of sunshine. At the moment, our weather is particularly disagreeable, and it makes people feel a little bit miserable. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, we are at Thursday, and just remember, tomorrow is Friday. And what does that mean? Weekend. And do we want to enjoy the weekend? Yes, we do. Thank you very much indeed. But as the restaurants start opening up, I wish them all the very best, because it's tough out there. It was tough out there before. It's going to be chuff. It's going to be chuff. It's going to be tough out there again, because you've got to get people in. And I thought actually that everybody would be putting up their prices of haircuts and things like that. Not in my hairdressers in Twickenham. Not in my hairdressers. I think mine is a tenner for a one all over, and I was there sort of 10, 15 minutes, something like that, and all, masks, gowns, everything, throw away afterwards, disinfect chair, do the whole business. So they're doing it properly, and it's paying dividends for them, because they're busy, because people know that you've got to have an appointment. They shouldn't be allowed to just have people walk. You don't know who these people are. You're supposed to be able to produce names and phone numbers. But I think a lot of them might not do that. The Sun this morning, so it's Rishi's Happy Meals. I don't know how you're going to get your money back. No idea. And here's Love Island's Lucy Donlan, whoever she is. But as I said, she's got very wet hair, so needs to dry that out before she has pictures taken. It looks ridiculous. I don't know why they think that's supposed to be something interesting. Also, God dear, there's pages and pages of this trial on at the moment. And then Builder's banter from 190 years ago has been found at a stately home. 3 Jacks signed and dated their wisecracks in roof timber at Wentworth Woodhouse. Oh, my favourite place. Wentworth Woodhouse. Do check it out. If ever I was going to direct you for a history of a place that you have to see, Wentworth Woodhouse would be it. It's the biggest frontage of any house in the country, and the story behind it is fabulous. One of my favourite places. There's a DVD on it. It comes in where they show you round the house. It's huge. It is absolutely enormous. But it's some of it's falling down. It needs a lot of injection of cash into it, which I think they might have secured. Go and check out on Google. Put Google in, and then check out Wentworth Woodhouse. Seriously, it's the only thing that gets me excited. Well, there's other things as well, but I can't talk about that at the moment. Steve, which restaurant was it you mentioned a moment ago? Well, we've mentioned quite a few. There's Little Italy in Soho. Joe Allen's not open yet. And the Wagamama. There's one in Richmond, actually. There's a Wagamama in... Perhaps I should try them. I don't know. Mrs. Harding has just texted me. She's awake, Steve. If you could say good morning, says Ian the Skip. Hillingdon Hospital, I know very well. They've got 70 staff isolating because of COVID-19 outbreak, and the chief executive is in on that one as well. I've heard about that, actually. I heard about that. Was it Wong Key? Yes, the Wong Key. It's literally just over... It sounds like wonky, like wonky donkey, but it's not. It's just over the road from here. And in fact, you look up, you'll see a big clock, and the clock has got the name of what it used to be, a theatrical costumiers years ago. Steve, received my tote bag, says Teresa. I love it. My son thought it was a picture of Gandhi on the front. Thank you. As in goosey-goosey, I should imagine. Steve, I too hate needles, but after having chemo, you lose the fear. By the way, there are tiny baby needles that take your blood. They're used on me as my veins were all useless. Well, I use for injecting Jackie. And mine are 5mm. I've got 6mm needles, but I generally inject with 5 meters. I still don't like it. It's still... Oh, I've got to go. Just 5mm. Not 5 meters. You take 3 people to hold the blooming thing. This is Corey, of course. The hearing has gone. You know, first of all, we lose the sight. Now we've got the... Oh, look, some ham. That'd be nice. No, it's smoked salmon. To Friday, it's the 10th of July. Apparently, according to my friend Chris, who just left the building having finished his show, he said the weather's going to be nice today. He comes from Cyprus. In fact, do you know, we got so many different nations all working around the clock for your further listening pleasure. And he said next week it's going to be nice. I said, as long as it's not too hot. I don't want too hot a weather. I'd quite like something that's a little bit sort of not as hot, as it were. So, one way, we're giving you swimming pools, and we're giving you nail bars, and we're giving you restaurants, and we're giving you everything else. Unfortunately, the other side of it is Boots are closing a number of branches. John Lewis have got eight of their stores closing. Some of them are what I call little pop-up stores. They're at the airports, like Heathrow, St Pancras. Birmingham, the Bullring's closing as well. Watford, Croydon, Newbury, Swindon and Tamworth. Now, I think that's the first lot of closures. I think there is more to come in phase 2, because all of these ones that I've just listed for you are shops that were financially challenged before the pandemic. So I think there are more. Can't get the list out of Boots of the shops that they're closing. But I've always maintained, actually, I have been into Boots before, don't get me wrong. I mean, we have a Boots in Twickenham, but I prefer to use an independent chemist, because I think you have to support local traders. And you've got a Boots membership card. How lovely. What does that entitle you to, Luke? What does that... You get a discount in there. Body spray, Lynx. God, I tell you, living the dream with a... So, do you have a Boots card? I do. I have a Boots card. Here it is. And I've just bought Lynx and condoms. OK, how much is my discount? Thank you very much indeed. There's always young girls in Boots, though, isn't it? I can't go into Boots because I never think they know what they're doing anyway. I just think they're there as school leavers. So, I don't know. I go in there and ask for different things. I'm sorry, do you have anything for piles? You know, just to wait and see what the response is. But I always use an independent chemist. Have done for ages. Because I just feel I want to give to somebody who's on the high street. Yes, and for pubs and restaurants too. Very rare to find things like that, though, isn't it? You know, restaurants, independents. So many are chains now. But they've said, I think, was it Burger King, apparently going to cut people back. I don't know why, actually. Mind you, it's probably because all their burgers are shoved in a bloody microwave. Do you remember we had this ages ago? I can never find the answer to this one. I know that when you go to McDonald's, I've seen them do it. They assemble the burger practically in front of you. It comes out of a drawer. The man will open a plastic drawer, take out a burger, put it on a thing, and they'll sort of make it as they go. But I've never seen them actually cooking the things. And I can't quite work out if Burger King are the same. This has run for the best part of 20 or 30 years, as far as I'm concerned. You know, they used to say flame grilled, and I used to think you'd go into Burger King and you see flames shooting up the back wall and they'd be doing their burgers. I've never seen that. I've seen them putting a burger together and then putting it in a microwave. Now, I don't know if they come in part cooked and then they just sort of finish them off. It's always been one of life's big mysteries. Whereas I know in Kentucky Fried Chicken, they do fry the chicken in these pressure cookers. But in Burger King, I've never seen anybody cook it. The only thing that they cook in there appears to be the chips and the onion rings. The rest of the burgers appear to be already done. And then they just assemble them. But they never look like they do on the pictures, do they? The burger rolls, they're always very nice. And when they come out, they're all squashy and things like that. Ice cream. Is it? Ice cream and adverts is mashed potato. Do you know what the main... There I go. Here's a little one for you. For £1 million, what's the main ingredient of ice cream? Here we go. What's the main ingredient of ice cream? Milk? No. Not milk. So, unfortunately, you've lost. You go away with nothing because you forfeited. You've gone back down to £1. The main ingredient is seaweed. There you go. You see, you never knew that, did you? Seaweed. It's absolutely. You look on any ice cream, you'll see seaweed on there. You will, seriously. You put it up on Google. On Google, you find ingredient, ice cream, seaweed. You do, seriously. Go on, put your life savings on it. That'll not amount to much, I can tell. Is it you this morning? Joe. Oh, it's Joe. Have we missed him or something? Where is he? How come you... He's going to be fashionably late. Oh, he's eating again, isn't he? I know that's the trouble, on you can't keep him away from food. Once he discovered the secret fridges down there with all this Kentucky Fried Chicken in and burgers and, oh dear, wonderful things. No, seaweed. You'll find it in there and then you'll be sending me an apology. Dear Steve, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that seaweed is one of the main ingredients in ice cream. It's not inconclusive. I think you'll find it's on there. Type in, is seaweed in ice cream? And it'll come back, yes. Yeah. Oh, look. Was that nearly an apology, I think? La, 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 la. Go on, apologise. Send it in the post. Yeah, if I don't get it, I tell you, I'm coming round to your place. And I'm going to set your fridge on fire. All chips and onion rings burgers all come in frozen. Well, chips are always frozen, aren't they? I think. They have to. They have to. And onion rings as well, I should imagine. Because only if you're at home can you make your own onion rings. I love onion rings. I didn't realise the delight of onion rings until I saw a programme on the television showing you onion rings. But I thought the burgers all came in done, obviously sort of cooked and then frozen, and then they bring them in and then they assemble with the salad and all the bits and pieces. Because I've never seen anybody cooking a burger. That's why I was always curious. Always very curious about the whole thing. It's like the eggs that you actually get. If you go to McDonald's, the eggs that they've got, they don't look like a fried egg, do they? Because they're obviously made in a batch. So that's how they do them. And was it O'Brien the other day was talking about, he had a sausage and egg McMuffin or something, whatever it was totally out of keep. I can imagine his wife would be going mad. Eating what? That's for children, it's not for you, you're an adult. But every time you eat something like that, you always feel a bit guilty afterwards, don't you? And in fact, the funny thing was, I was listening to, where had I been to? Costco. And as I was coming back, I was sort of listening to it, and I was thinking, that's quite interesting, because the only thing I like from McDonald's is the fries, but if you don't eat them quickly, they sort of disintegrate and start going all floppy. No use to anybody, man nor beast. And quarter pounder with cheese. Plain. Plain means I don't want all the gunk on it. I just want the bun, the burger, the cheese, and the top bit of the bun. And that's it. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want anything else at all. So today, what am I doing today? A little bit of light shopping and then drinks on the patio, which I'm looking forward to, and probably some crisps or something like that, or some poppadoms, some lightly toasted items. Thank you, though, for telling me about your tote bags. So many more of them arrived. Even Noreen's got her tote bag, so people are very pleased with them. In fact, everybody's pleased. It's been positive all the way through, which I'm thrilled about. Thank you very much indeed. And then Darren was talking about the licence fee, and it's not going to be free for pensioners. I think because people just assume that every single pensioner is a bit hard up. I've worked out that the pensioners who listen to Steve Allen's programme on LBC, he's very good, are all people who are they're careful. They've looked after their money, they're careful. I don't think £75 a year or whatever they're being charged for is too unreasonable. Provided, though, I would like to sort of add an addendum to it and say I'd like to get rid of the following people. I have a hit list of people I don't want to see anymore on the television because I'm bored with them, OK? I don't think they add anything to programmes. So I've decided, once we've got rid of... You can get rid of the bloke from the Antiques programme who practically is in your face, Paul What's-his-face. He's very... I can't remember his other name, actually. He don't... No, Dickinson's on ITV. Heavens, old tangerine face. He's a bit like that, isn't he, really? Wait a minute, so somebody's come in and then David will... Well, the experts have said up for £150. So I think... You can tell he smokes like a trooper. Seriously, every utterance feels like about 3/4 of a pint of saliva dripping onto the poor contestants' necks. It's one of those sort of things. He's got a very good permatan. Now, whether it's genuine or not, or whether it's out of a bottle, I don't know. I suspect it's probably genuine. He looks like the type to lie on a beach in a little pair of white Speedos. That's not a fantasy, I'm just telling you what I think here. Because I'm sure somewhere in my mind I've seen him lying on a beach in a pair of white Speedos. They had a woman the other day, I told you, on Naked Attraction. They had... I always watch it, only because I'm fascinated and feel quite proud of myself, actually. Don't know why. But they had on Lauren Harries. Lauren Harries used to be the little boy who used to appear with Terry Wogan pretending to be an antiques dealer and all the rest of it, and then went through transing and decided to turn up, but lost her temper again. Not the first time, because she's got lots of anger management issues, because the bloke who was picking said she was too old. And of course, she was too old. She was way too old. And so she said, I'm not talking to you. And I thought, well, nobody talks to you, do they, Lauren? That's the trouble. That's why your career's where it is, laughingly, a career. And they said, what do you do now, dear? What did you ever do? And the answer is, I'm a singer. And I looked at her and I thought, oh, God, some people are so delusional, aren't they? Not really a singer. Might think so. Oh, Prince Andrew goes for a drive by himself, which is nice, isn't it? We haven't seen him out for ages. And apparently Ghislaine Maxwell is on suicide watch. I mean, it's almost getting to that stage now where I think she's going to do her evidence to court via video link, which they've done before. I mean, we'll all be glued to it. I'll be glued to it. Won't you be glued to it? I would love to find out. Because most of their trials, I think nearly all of their trials, are done in camera, so you can watch them. I've got a catalogue of people from Glee, the television programme, who've lost their lives. They're calling it the curse of Glee, whereas, in fact, in this country you've got the curse of Strictly. That's because people play around and have affairs and things like that. Over in America, Glee has got about 6 or 7 people from the show who have died in either mysterious circumstances. I mean, the latest one is a woman in it. I can't remember her name at the moment. I'll find it later. And her little boy said she jumped in a lake and she didn't come back up again. You know, kids are very sort of observant for these sort of things. Thanks to Naya Rivera, is it? I don't remember seeing Glee. I think somebody brought them over here. Who was it that brought them? There used to be the bloke in the wheelchair in Glee, but he isn't in real life in a wheelchair. All over the place this morning, isn't it? Dear me, honestly. Bless you. I'd go now, actually, look safer. So, the bloke from Glee, as far as I remember, he played in a wheelchair, but he wasn't in a wheelchair. I think in real life he wasn't in a wheelchair. The same for Ironside. Raymond Burr, he played in a wheelchair, but he wasn't in a wheelchair in real life. I don't know why they do that, actually. I mean, surely you must be able to find actors and actresses who are in wheelchairs. They had somebody in a BBC soap, I think El Dorado, who was in a wheelchair because she came in to be interviewed by me. But the bloke from Glee definitely wasn't in a wheelchair, which seems odd, doesn't it? And all it was them singing, you know, songs, which I thought they mimed too, but it still sounded quite nice. So, also in one of the papers today, thanks to Andy and Harry, the royals have been in crisis for years. Yes, Andy. Still saying nothing. We're still waiting. I mean, he's not doing anything. I mean, how long does it take? Goodness sake. Ridiculous. And for Harry as well, I mean, he doesn't really know what's going on half the time either. And now they're complaining. Well, if you believe everything in the newspapers, you have to take everything with a huge pinch of salt. If you sort of believe everything in the papers, Harry's little boy called Archie and Meghan's is suffering from loneliness because he's got no friends. Because Meghan is too famous to go to mother and sort of toddler clubs. I mean, talk about delusional. I mean, God in heaven, dear, you're going to be isolated for the rest of your life, aren't you? Dreadful. 84850. Andy, thank you for that fascinatingly boring piece of information. Seaweed is not the main or one of the main ingredients of ice cream, but it contains excuse me, I'm never wrong. As you well know, I'm never wrong on these things. Seaweed is in all ice cream. OK, it's a binding agent. Thank you. Rest my case. I'm going back on it again. So, and don't write things in capital letters. It makes you look a bit remedial. OK. Another one says, talking about... where is it? Oh, talk about TV programmes. How many more father and son road trip programmes? The Kemps, the Lambs, the Walshes. I don't mind them, actually. I think it's quite a good thing, actually. And Mr. Allen! Exclamation mark. Some of my texts were not read out over previous mornings. They're not going to be read out ever again either. I'm sorry about that. Goodbye. Honestly, I have to get rid of these people very quickly. I can't believe it when somebody will write in and go, "Oh, excuse me, you never read all my text out." No, because it was boring. If it's boring, it's of no interest. Listen, if it's of no interest to me, it's of no interest to anybody else. And as I'm sort of the editor-in-chief of the programme, which is good. James says, I love Burger King, McDonald's. Oh, McDonald's, no. Watch the documentary on the Battle of Britain. Amazing. We saw off those pesky people, yes. And got my 2 tote bags yesterday, Steve, says Thomas. The bag is fab. I knew it'd be good, but I had no idea it'd be as good as it is. It can fit 4 bottles of champagne or Prosecco. I went to change my money up yesterday. I went to Sainsbury's in Richmond, because if you remember, the Sainsbury's at Hampton had a very impertinent young girl on the desk. Could you remember that story? Oh, so I don't have to change that up. You bloody well do, love. It's a machine, OK? There is no sign on that says, you know, we can only do up to £3 or something like that. So I called the manager and she was put firmly in her place. Anyway, so I decided to go to the one in Richmond. Much nicer people altogether. and I lug in my bag, which was 2 bags, double bag, to carry my money in, because every day I saved my money. As a kid, I saved my money in, in bottles and stuff like that, and so I fill up a jug. For some reason in the bathroom, that's where I take my clothes off, in the bathroom. Sometimes I do it out on the street, depends how much I drink. And so I put all my change in this thing, and then I empty it, and it got to the top of the jug. I empty it, and I staggered down in the car, and I go in there, and I couldn't find them. They've moved the machine, and I had visions of finding it, and then it wasn't work. A little Coinstar, yeah, a little bit like Zoltan, the machine. Does it still work? It's not plugged in, but it still works. Still works. Your wish is granted. So I emptied all my money in, and it was very good, actually. It was very impressive. £380 in change. Admittedly, loads of it comes back again. So they thought they were either fake coins or they're coins that don't fit through the machine. So I just keep pushing them back in again. And so I did that, went up to the counter, and of course the girl looks at it. But they made 40 quid out of it. Just me changing the money up. They made 40 quid, not having to do anything at all. So it's quite lucrative for them. And I've had them before in the other Sainsbury's at Hampton. We haven't got enough money here. Well, you have to go and get some then, dearie, don't you? Oh, goodness me, because it says on the thing quite clearly, you have to exchange this voucher today. And I always say, when they say, can you come back later? Of course not. Of course not. That's why I'm here now. What do you think? Shall I pop in a week next Tuesday? Perhaps we'll book something in. Anyway, so the girl went, I don't think I'll check this other till. She said, I'm sorry, it's all going to be tenors. Does that matter? I said, it makes no difference to me. I said, I'm just grateful to get rid of the coinage. That's my little sort of savings plan. And so I got that, and then I thought, I'll show them good willing. I'll go and buy some of their Prosecco. I've never bought Prosecco in Sainsbury's before. And they were charging £8.50 a bottle. So, and of course, if you buy booze and you go through the self-service thing, it rings a bell, your light flashes, because, I'm sorry, underage person buying drink. How old are you? I'm 12. And so she looked at me. She obviously decided I was obviously old enough to buy Prosecco. So I bought three bottles, paid in with a bit of the cash. I haven't tried it yet. I'll try it later on today. I'm currently wandering through 1.5 litres of the other stuff from Marks and Spencer's. It's like, I'm a bit of a taste tester. And so I sort of put it, because I had the 2 bags I brought the change in, which was very useful. So I didn't need to buy a bag. Do you have a bag? No. Why not? Because I didn't want to buy one. And I'm going out the door, and there's a bloke there. He's a shoplifter. And he's got a big box with him. Big box. Could have been a bicycle, could have been, I don't know what it was. But what he's got, he's got food shoved inside his coat under his arms, holding it in there. And they're saying to him, what else have you got? And he said, seriously, mate? He said, I completely forgot I've got it. I thought, you lying little toe rag. Of course you didn't forget you got it, because you had to keep your arms in to make sure it didn't drop to the floor. But the last I saw, he was being carted off by the Rozzers. That was good, wasn't it? Yeah, the Rozzers. That'll be a hanging at midnight tonight, I should imagine. These shoplifters, honestly, it gets worse and worse, isn't it? Scum of the earth. Scum of the earth they are. I've seen people do it. I've seen a father do it with his little tiny daughter. He picked up a chicken off the shelf, gave it to her. She walked out the store with it. At like 4 years old, because who's going to nick a child? Dreadful, isn't it? Sorry? Start them early, I know, absolutely. Dreadful, isn't it? Steve, what if I don't want to put 4 bottles of Prosecco in my tote bag? Can I put something else in it? No. What? There is something else? It's like I was listening the other night, and somebody phoned up Tom Swarbrick, and they were saying, I was listening to another radio station, and Tom went, excuse me, another radio station? Where is this? And this bloke was saying, so-and-so, so-and-so. He went, I'm sorry, another radio station? He said, there aren't any other radio stations. Because you do get people who sort of phone up to speak on a phone-in, and then you find they sort of go, oh, thank you very much indeed, and they put the phone down, and then they just phone another radio station because their ego is so massive they can barely get through a door. Even if it's one of those double doors. Boris says, if there's seaweed in ice cream, why doesn't it taste salty? You obviously hadn't had ice cream for ages, have you, really? You don't have to have... I've eaten seaweed, but you've never eaten seaweed before. It doesn't taste of salt. Maybe it sits by the shore, doesn't it? Sitting by the seashore. So it's it goes through processes. It's a binding agent. No, it's cabbage. That's cabbage. That's deep-fried cabbage. Fried cabbage. I learnt that some years ago. They just sprinkle a bit of ginger on it and go, oh, it's seaweed. You lying old so-and-so. It's not seaweed at all. It's cabbage. Shredded cabbage. Which is, it's got all... Anyway, I quite like it. Dave says... Do you believe in dowsing? No, you live in Slough. I should imagine it's probably occupational hazard for you in Slough, isn't it, really? What are we doing today? We're going to get a stick out and we're going to go, a little bit of dowsing. Yes. Steve, believe it or not, air can comprise more than 50% of ice cream. I should imagine so, yes. I should imagine so. And very pleased with my my good quality bag. So far, you've been up the high street with me. Big concern as my grandson looked at the bag and asked why I had a picture, says Jane, of the local vicar. Which is quite good. I like that. Tote bag has arrived. Jane also says, have you decided on your jacket for your August show yet? No, I haven't, actually. But it's a shame they didn't stay in the UK. Archie could have played with Prince Louis, Charlotte or George, says Jill. I know. Yes. I mean, I don't understand. They sort of say, oh, she's too famous. Grow up and get over yourself, dearie. You're not too famous to go to mother and baby classes. They'll all be in the same situation as you, probably living in a rented accommodation, probably sort of estranged from your family. That's the kind of people you get going to mother and baby classes. Too famous to go there. Honestly, I'm too posh to push. That kind of thing. It's like me saying, I need to check out the credentials of the team who work with me. What sort of house do your family have? Is it paid for? Is it council? Is it ex-council? Do you have your own garden? Is there a lift? Do you have a fitted kitchen with a washing machine and stuff like that? If they don't fit the criteria, do you have a heated towel rail? If you don't have things like that, you're not working on my programme. Also, we've got standards. I've seen most of my audience. They've got standards as well. They know what to expect when they come to one of my shows. But I mean, you have to check with them. So, what did your father do for a living before he retired? And things like that. Sometimes they don't even know. Sometimes they don't know. I've asked people over the years, have you always lived in that house? Not always, no. Where'd you live before that? I can't remember, the council moved us. Second-hand car salesman. God, well, that kind of seals your fate. In Hounslow, the whole of Hounslow, second-hand car salesman, isn't it? I've been to Hounslow. I went there one year. I used to go shopping in Hounslow. It's changed a lot, the high street. Changed a lot. It used to be great fun years ago, sort of great fun. But it's gone off a bit now. Mind you, same as Twickenham High Street. I mean, some of it's really lovely, but bits of it are boarded up and everything else. And it's a shame because this is only the beginning, isn't it? Oh, look, there's a man with tattoos over his face. Who are these idiots? Who has tattoos over their faces? Houston resident, Caesar Bambino. Oh, please, honestly. He's got tattoos. Are you in a gang, Caesar? That's generally the kind of thing, isn't it? We're sitting here. Oh, wait a minute, we'll do boxing. There was a bloke the other day. I was on the bus coming back from... Where was I coming back from? Somewhere. And there's a bloke. He's outside a house on a road in Twickenham. And he's on the pavement leading up to his front door, okay, the garden path. And he's got two big elastic bands fixed to the door. And he's doing this... he's doing his exercises outside the front door. I nearly wound the window down and shouted something, but I held back. I'm thinking, what in God's name are you doing? Have you not got a back door? But he was doing it on the front door. I was hoping somebody would open the door and it would fall outwards and he'd just fall, out onto the pavement. Make himself look like a bit of a nerd. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, I knew that the bag would be fab, Steve, but not as fab as it is. Thank you. Easily 3 bottles of wine, says Ken in Portsmouth. Oh, 4. 4. I'm reading that Katie Price is having a career change, says Tara. Career change? They had her interviewed on Australian television the other day and they put her down as former supermodel. She's never been a supermodel. She just got her boobs out, that was it. She never was a supermodel. You couldn't put her on a catwalk. She couldn't stand up. And they were going, and then she was asked about Peter Ondrex, and she didn't want to. She said, we have to agree to disagree on that, because I don't think they're talking to each other. It's a load of old baloney, her whole life. And the only way she can make a living is by sort of flogging stories of poor little Love Island rejects that she picked. The latest one is a Love Island reject. She's known him for a month, but she thinks they're going to get engaged. So in other words, there'll be a story in OK Magazine who'll pay her a couple of grand to talk a load of old rubbish. And as we all know, in 6 months' time, she'll have kicked him out, complaining bitterly that he just wanted to use her. And it's the same old, same old. She gets more lonely by the day. It's very embarrassing. Steve, how much would you accept to appear on Naked Attraction? Well, I'm working on about £1,000 an inch. Okay, and so that's 20 quid I've made. And I wouldn't go on anything. Why would you want to go on it? I mean, seriously. It's not embarrassing. It's just you feel sorry for them because some of them seem to have sort of reasonable jobs, you know, and they sort of. I mean, there was one man. He was picked by this woman the other week. She was about 65, 70, and stood there stark naked with these men who, I mean, to be honest with you, most of it needed ironing, and she I like him, and she picked the man with the smallest willy. I don't know why, because there was a man standing next to him. I mean, his was practically dragging on the ground. I mean, it obviously wasn't, but if he'd attached a brush, he could have cleaned the studio floor at the same time. I don't understand why people. Is it perhaps it's an exhibitionist type thing? Perhaps it's something that's in you, and they go, actually, you know, we all came into the world naked. Yes, but that doesn't explain why you want to stand on a television programme in a lit tube, for goodness sake. It's a lit tube, you know, and nobody looks good under. I mean, some of these, under the yellow lighting, they look like they've got jaundice. And they sort of stand there and you go, and now we're going to show you the whole of their body. They think, oh, I'm going to be sick, so I have to go and get a box of tissues and all the rest of it. And then the thing goes up. And then they have a feature where they say, and now you can hear what they sound like. Well, I mean, honestly, you'd want to give up immediately, wouldn't you? Perhaps it's like being a naturist. Perhaps people like taking their clothes off and walking around. Not on my show, we don't. LBC, Steve, would I get paid if I got my boobs out? Well, James, you know, possibly. You talk of Coinstar, the best place is Metro in Kingston. He says, as for Katie Price and Meghan Markle, I love the pair of them, says Matthew. Well, I mean, hang around for Katie Price. I mean, generally it's like a revolving door in her house. So there'll be somebody, I mean, the kids must go, oh, sorry, this is the latest one, is it? They've seen about 7 or 8 so far. But as I say, it'll last probably about 3 months. Then she'll fall out with them because she'll want to go out and be trying to get publicity. And they'll go, oh, I don't want to go out. Although the latest one's from Love Island and has come up already with a stupid saying, which is, I'm not really interested in being famous. That's why I went on Love Island. Make myself look like a complete dork. Steve, Hounslow's not all bad. Hounslow Sports and Social, cheapest bar in London. Well, it'd have to be. Who wants to go to Hounslow to have a drink? I mean, come on. Used to be good. Steve, can you tell me where there's an outdoor swimming pool near Edgware? I only know one in town, the Oasis. I only know that one, which is an outdoor one. You can go to Hampstead for the open-air pools. I couldn't swim there. There's things under the water. You know, like mermaids and things, and fish that brush. Oh, can't even bear to think about it. And we've got an outdoor pool at Hampton. Bit of a trek for you, I realise. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I watched a programme. I saw a bit of this, Jill. A man who had a testicle. Okay, nothing unusual there. This one was 10 stone. 10 stone. I mean, I seriously, it's like that big. It was attached to him, yes. It was seriously, because the camera sort of hovered above his sort of waist. And I remember thinking, oh, it's going to be one of those programmes, isn't it, where somebody wants to lose a lot of weight and going to have the fat cut away. No, it was the fact that he had a 10-stone testicle. Well, it's difficult to tell whether it was 1 or 2. I mean, it could have been a whole fleet of them. Have you seen the picture? It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what they call that. There must be some illness. It's absolutely huge. I mean, and yet, strangely enough, above his waist, he looks sort of reasonably normal. And I don't know whether or not they actually sort of managed, because there were risks with surgery, but there are risks if he didn't have surgery. So I to be honest with you, I had to turn it off. I felt terribly depressed about it, because you do get people who have these things. So I remember, you know, some people there's a name for it, and I can't remember what it is. It's where sometimes things get very swollen and then they have to cut them out. But in this case, it was 10 stone and the surgeon was saying, and they then photographed him from the back. And the surgeon was saying, actually, he can't even see his penis. I thought, well, I'm not surprised. I mean, because you imagine, actually, perhaps it would all be relative. I thought, there, God, that would be a bit embarrassing. A little bit embarrassing. 84850 steve@lbc. So there you go, Jill. Both of us deeply affected by that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, says Shane in Sydney, I've seen a bloke up the road. He had tattoos all over him. People get them on their faces. I mean, is that because you're in a gang, or because, you know, you're just a little bit simple in the head? Because I don't understand why you'd ever want to have your face tattooed. What tattoo artist in their right mind actually tattoos somebody's face? That's soon. 11th of the month, they're opening the tattoo parlours, not faces. To be honest with you, if I was going to have a tattoo, and I wouldn't, it would be a very small, discreet one. It wouldn't be anything that would be... No, not even a teardrop. I wouldn't have nothing on my face. Nothing on my face at all. I wouldn't have anything on any... I'd just probably have a small one on my shoulder or something like that. Like James O'Brien. James O'Brien's got a tattoo. Has he really? Oh, he hasn't got a tattoo. Oh, it's a joke. Oh, right. I was going to say, how do you know he's got a tattoo? What an odd thing to discuss. Did you work on his programme once? He went, here, Corey, have a look at that. What do you think of that? Here, look at that. Picture of the wife. It's great, because when I scrunch my arm up, looks like my grandmother. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I was once asked in an interview, Steve, what regiment was your father in? I didn't get the job, says Jules. Oh, and I got my 10 tote bags yesterday, giving them out to people in my village. I said, well, we've got 6 coming. But they haven't arrived yet, so we're slightly disturbed, but it doesn't matter. Steve, have I heard right? Birmingham's Bullring Shopping Centre closing down? No, the John Lewis in there. The John Lewis in the Birmingham Bullring is closing down, as are Watford, Croydon, Newbury, Swindon, Tamworth, Heathrow and St Pancras. I think the last 2 are little tiny sort of John Lewis's, and all 8 shops were already financially challenged before the pandemic, so they were always online. And so there's jobs going there, there's jobs going at Burger King, there's jobs going at Boots, there were jobs going at Cafe Rouge. I mean, absolutely amazing how many places are not just furloughing people, getting rid of people because companies need to streamline. It's very, very difficult, very difficult. The bag is fab, Steve, thank you. And very pleased. And Paul Atterbury from Antiques Roadshow, someone else, says Paul in Manchester. I should know it, but we all know Paul Atterbury from someone else. Do you know who? No. But the producer will find out immediately. We know him as somebody else. Paul Atterbury. We know him as somebody... When you say somebody else, do you mean... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, Paul Atterbury, British antiques expert. And we know him as somebody else. Wait a minute. He's the oldest... Oh, my goodness. He's the oldest son of Rowley Atterbury and puppeteer Audrey Atterbury, who worked on the 1950s Children Watch With Mother programme, Andy Pandy. Oh, my goodness. Well, there you go. And also, until 2003, he was the chairman of the Little Angel Marionette Puppet Theatre in Islington. Good Lord. I was a member of that, actually. I got taken to that because I had a puppet theatre, and I had puppets as well, and my dad took me to the Little Angel Marionette Theatre. I became a friend, or whatever they called it at the time. I joined. It was lovely. I don't even know if it's still there. The Little Angel Marionette Theatre. It's funny, actually, in other countries, marionette theatres are big business in towns. In this country, we don't seem to see that very often, do we? And it was something as a child. I had my Pelham puppets, and Little Angel Theatre temporarily closed. Oh, because it's a theatre, obviously. And it's 100 seats. Wow. It opened in 1961, and it's in Dagmar Passage. How lovely. I'm glad it's still there. I'm very pleased. Very pleased it's still there, because that's a little bit of my childhood. We only ever went to it once, but I joined, so I used to get a little newsletter thing through, which was quite lovely. Quite lovely. More of your texts and emails. Gary, you got my bag making its debut at North Norfolk Railway. And Matthew says, I'm in stitches of laughter about the tattoos on people's faces. I can't stop laughing. I can't understand why you'd ever want to have tattoos on your face. I mean, I'm not a fan of tattoos anyway, but I'm sort of generally unconcerned by it. I wasn't unconcerned about holidays. And the latest on the holiday thing is there are places you can go to on holiday, which is fine. The one place you can't go on holiday is a cruise ship. Ministers have in effect banned cruises amid concern about the industry's ability to protect passengers and crew. 14 people died on the Diamond Princess that was quarantined for 2 weeks, because if you get an illness on a ship, it spreads like wildfire. And so they basically did at the start, I mean, they had a ship, well, on this Diamond Princess, 14 people died. So you're in a ship, and somewhere in the mortuary, because I think most ships have a mortuary, I don't think they're capable of handling that many people, but 14 people died, and they had to quarantine the ship. So the government have said, no cruises, which is interesting, because every day on the telly, there's two boys who sit there and tell you about booking your cruise for next year. The advice is from the government, don't book a cruise, because your insurance will be invalid. Because they've told you, don't book the cruises, because they can't guarantee your safety. So, I mean, that's slightly disturbing, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you watch A&E? I'm not big into watching those sort of things. It's sort of, I don't know. I mean, it's you get somebody lying there, and then you've got the family in, and sort of, and they go, you're going to be all right. And you get little kids who seem to absolutely hate every minute of it, mums and dads who look like they're on their last legs. And I find it deeply depressing to watch anything that's sort of got the word A&E on it. I think what happens is you go into hospital. If they're filming, say, in King's or Westminster and Chelsea or wherever it happens to be, they say, listen, we're filming here, and if you don't want to appear on television, you just sign a form. You have to sign a release form to be that. They can't just film you and put you on television now. So all those people would have signed a form to say they don't mind. I mean, for some of them, it was the last opportunity that they sort of had, really, for seeing their parents. A little bit embarrassing, really. A little bit embarrassing. But some of these people, I mean, they sort of seem to whiz them in and out of these little sort of cubicles and stuff like that. And I sort of think, oh, are they going to make it? And then they sort of go to an ad break or something. You think, oh, I hope they make it when they come back again. And they go, so-and-so made it home, and the family went round there and all's well. And then you get people who go in, people with knife wounds, kids who've sort of, trapped their finger. Oh dear, some of it. They always go, you're very brave. They used to say that when we were little, didn't they? Now they say it to Philip Schofield for coming out as gay. They go, you're very brave. He will be if he names all the boyfriends. How many people do you think he's been out with? I'm curious. If he's writing a book, he can only be honest. He cannot tell you anything else apart from being honest. Otherwise it's just a bit poor. You might as well just say, decided to be a hang glider or something. It's got to be an interesting book. Has he been out with anybody famous? Are there other people out there? Has he been out with any footballers or anything? Who's he been out with? What's his type? Does he go for sort of young, old, people in the business? Because he's got a lot to lose if somebody decided, because there was the case of a well-known presenter who unfortunately was having liaisons in the middle of a roundabout. And that's all I'll tell you. And you're now trying to work this one out, aren't you? You know who it is. Yeah. And it involved Meow Meow. And went out with this person for a little while. This person was obviously leading a double life, which is fine. It's up to them. If that's what they want to do, I couldn't care less. Unfortunately, because this person was famous, the person they were going out with decided that they were going to sell them down the river. So they turned up at the radio station, basically saying, you're not finishing with me. So this famous person decides to preempt and goes to the newspapers before this other person went to the newspapers, basically saying, here's the wife. Because you get a lot of people cruising nowadays who have partners, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, things like that. But this particular person preempted it. I don't know why I'm not telling you their name, because it's been well documented. But it's just one of those sort of things that you have to be careful. And in Philip Schofield's case, he's more famous than this other person. He could go out with somebody and somebody's going to go, I'm going to tell people that you're gay. Whereas, in fact, I didn't kind of think there was anything about it, because I thought the rumours were about for years and years and years. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we got, what have we got? It's Friday. I can't believe it's Friday. I'm so excited. Dave in Slough, he's obviously got one of these personality crises. He thinks he's now somebody called Katie. I mean, seriously, we've read all the different names, Dave, and I don't know which one. You probably are more Katie than Dave, I suspect. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, do go back to school and learn how to spell. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, when you get to your age and you still can't spell. There is an open-air pool at Pools on the Park on the outskirts of Richmond. There is. I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot. Yes. And Matt the Trucker, yes. Yes, absolutely. Do you know it was 6 years ago, Matt? 6 years ago. I only know that. Steve, I'm diabetic. Do you know when they'll be opening Chiropodist? Because I've got to have my feet done. That you'll have to check, actually, because I don't know the answer to that one. I can't remember. Why would being a chiropodist affect anything? because you're working at the other end of somebody's body. I mean, I went in to get my eyes tested in a hospital the other day, and I'm looking into this machine, and they're literally within about a foot behind it. They had a mask on, yeah, and I had a mask on. But at no point did somebody say, put your mask on. I mean, I had it on all the time anyway. But, so I should imagine chiropodists could do the same. Are chiropodists allowed to open? Have a check for me, Corey. We know that. I mean, I'm as interested as to whether or not chiropodists are opening or not opening at the moment. Steve, I too had a Pelham Puppet Theatre. I've still got the puppet, says Gary in Isworth. Well, my father made my theatre. He made it. And it was my Christmas present one year. My father was very good at making things. When he got married to my mum, to woo her, he made a galleon out of matchsticks, beautifully painted with all the rigging done in cotton, with sort of little cannons and life. He made everything, and we lost it. It was beautiful. It was about 2.5 feet long. It was absolutely fantastic. And he made my theatre. He made me a fort when I was 9 years old, out of matchboxes covered with papier-mâché and painted grey with a drawbridge that went up and down. But he made my puppet theatre. My mother made the curtains, and we put lighting in it. I mean, it was very clever, my dad. Very, very clever. I mean, I'm totally useless. I can't stick a Band-Aid on properly. There's no point for me at all. Steve, one of the positives of COVID and sleep disruption caused by working from home has been discovering your show. You're hilarious. Thank you, Patsy, very much indeed. You're one of my many Patsies, as they say. I have a lot of Patsies. Can you send me info on Steve Allen Live? You'll find it on the LBC website. Go to the LBC website, go to the right-hand side, scroll down a little bit, you'll see a picture of me wearing a red, glarish jacket, and you can book tickets for the reality show in August. Kate from Bognor Regis says, I love, love, love my tote bag. I took it shopping today. You should really treat it as a friend. You should treat the tote bag as a friend, and if you look after it, it will look after you very well indeed. It will see you out, and then when you pass on, you can leave it to somebody. People go, oh, I don't want the Maserati or the Lamborghini. Can I have the Steve Allen tote bag? And you go, all right, you can have the tote bag. But, Steve, got my tote bag. Steve, got my wife's name on it, Enid. So wish her a speedy recovery, listening in the other bedroom, struggling to sleep, nursing the worst sore throat ever, says Tony in Newark. She's had her tonsils removed. But that's the good news about tonsils removed, is you get to eat loads of ice cream. Ice cream is very good for having your tonsils removed afterwards, just to sort of take away the soreness and everything else. Steve, yes to chiropodist. Mother-in-law had hers done yesterday. So... yes, in fact, actually, they've been open throughout the crisis, Martin, so they haven't closed at all. So you can go and get your tootsies done, or your mum's tootsies done, which is good. Another one says, amount of people who had puppets. John Lewis is not in the Bull Ring, it's in Grand Central Station, says Dale in Burham. Is that shortened? Well, anyway, it's got a picture of the Bull Ring there, and it's just said John Lewis. So it's at the Bull Ring, okay, for all intents and purposes. Another one here. Which says, my nephew has his complete body and head tattooed. He's even had his eyelids tattooed. There's something the matter with him, isn't there, really? He's got... Paul in Cheshire says, Katie Price has got 1.9 million followers on Twitter. You're on 50,000. She's very popular. Oh, Paul, you can't be that naive in Cheshire, can you? Oh, God, you obviously are. I feel a bit sorry for you, really. Are you one of those who follows her? Do you want her to be your friend? Honestly, they get dimmer and dimmer, don't they, up the country, I'm afraid. Steve. So, Paul Atterbury, we now discovered, thanks to Paul in Manchesterford, which was very good. Very good indeed. Also, I haven't tried seaweed ice cream yet. I must try some. No, it's not called seaweed ice cream. It's a binding agent in there, and they put seaweed in. You can find it in most ice creams. It's just one of those things. Steve says, Doreen... and I'm soaking some Irish moss or seaweed at the moment. It comes in a dried form. My one's from Barbados. Yeah, but we want to have what O'Brien has. He has this creature from the Black Lagoon that surfaces every morning. It's this dried thing. It's wrinkled and horrible, so it could be anything. And he puts it in a glass and puts some hot water onto it. He thinks it making him better. I mean, I have to be come closer. Be brutally honest, between you, me and the gatepost, he doesn't look any better through drinking this stuff than anybody else would. You might as well just suck a toffee or something, just as exciting. But, you know, so he swears by this. So people make drinks, I use it in my smoothies and for my hair, says Doreen. It's good for your libido, I'm still waiting. Oh, you'll wait till hell freezes over. Nothing will be happening in that department, as we all know. Get past 35 and nobody cares. Salim says, thank you for keeping me going through my depression and anxiety. Well, I'm keeping you going through my depression and anxiety as well. So we're getting there slowly but surely together. The one here, tote bags are excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Do you have a garage stroke door? Well, a garage stroke door? No, we just pop the car through the letterbox. Have a garage stroke door. No, I live in London. We don't have garages in London. We have off-street parking, or you have parking permits. Hardly anybody has a garage, because if on most houses they were built, unless you've got a double garage, most garages now you can't get a car in. Because they did it on That's Life years ago when that programme, was it not? No, it was on something, Watchdog. And the couple had bought a house with a garage built in, and they put the car, they couldn't get out of the car. So they had to crawl over the back seat, lift up the hatchback and crawl out there. And so they went back to the builders and they said, excuse me, you've got a garage. They said, no, that doesn't mean you can park your car in it. It's just a garage. People use them for storage. And you think, how ridiculous. So just because it says garage doesn't mean it's big enough to put your car in. And they didn't have a particularly large car. Mine would never go in a garage. Because A, they couldn't open the doors, so they had to crawl through the hatchback. Well, I don't have a hatchback. I'd have to probably lift up the back seat, crawl through the boot and get out that one. How ridiculous. So you end up leaving it outside. I'm going to take it today, actually, to the car wash. It's car wash day today. If the weather's going to be quite nice, because I'm nipping down my brother's tomorrow. So I told you he starts full-time work shortly, which we're very pleased about. Very, very pleased about. That's the best news, because at the moment he was doing a 3-day week because they were furloughing people. And they obviously like him. And he loves the job. He thinks it's fab. He thinks it's brilliant. Right, what do we got? So we're going to take all your texts and emails. Also, there's a Soldiers Charity Con. Netted more than £500,000, and they reckon there was tons more on top of that. Because if you see people, and we have them in Twickenham all the time, so you come out the station and there's people rattling things. This one had Save Soldiers and all the rest of it. People think it's an authorised charity. It wasn't. It wasn't, I'm afraid. It was people who were ripping people off and they were trousering the money themselves. But people do it. It's like you have... I could never quite understand. The Salvation Army in Soho go round the gay bars. Well, the Salvation Army are homophobic. I didn't quite understand why they want to go round gay bars collecting and people put money in the tins. It's all very odd, honestly. I can't get used to these sort of things at all. Steve, have you ever wondered the real reason Katie Price clocks up more men than Harry and Meghan's air miles is because she's still in love with Dane Bowers? Oh no, definitely not. I don't think so. Also, it was clarified a bit on the Salvation Army. Yeah, the mission is inspired by Jesus Christ, based on the Bible, and they don't welcome gay people into the Salvation Army. It's an army. It's an army. They stand against homophobia and transphobia, but they don't have anybody who's gay within the Salvation Army. It's a religious group. Most religious groups don't sort of go for things like that. I don't think you can be a Scientologist and gay. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it fits in with the teachings. Because I always used to sort of worry about people coming around collecting. You know, you can stand against things because you're hardly going to admit. Yes, it's a policy. It's not a stated policy. But it's odd, isn't it? Because they don't seem to have openly gay members of the Salvation Army. Wonder why not? I wonder if you can go and join and go, by the way, I'm openly... See, they do have a reputation. I thought they did have. It's a bit old-fashioned. There used to be the three sisters, the Bramwell sisters, and they wore their uniform 24 hours a day. I don't think they ever took it off. But they always had a reputation, although they did have a thing once, because they're all given names, aren't they? You know, colonels and all sorts of things, because it's an army. It's an army of God. And there was one man who had an affair. Interestingly enough, the UK... How many Salvation Armies are there then? This is the UK Salvation Army. Are they around the world? Is it? Oh, interesting. They said the organisation respected and valued all people and had gay members and ministers. Well, that'd be very interesting, wouldn't it? Very interesting. He said, we increasingly recognise the value of same-sex marriage in UK society. Whether it's a member of their society, I don't know, or it's a case of that's what they do. So they have gay members and ministers. They have gay ministers in the Salvation Army. Well, there's a feature for the Mail on Sunday, I would have thought. We've actually managed to find something that is quite rare. Quite rare. Monica, my favourite Jewish multitasker, says you can be Jewish and gay. Yes, you can, actually. I know quite a number of Jewish gays. I mean, how the family react, I've got no idea. No idea. Another one here, Sid says, I got a text to say my bags have been dispatched and they arrived yesterday. Well, that's good. Oh, right, so they send you a text. Oh, well, I don't know if the producers had a text to say that that the bags are on the way. They might not have released his yet, but as I say, it's Enid who's actually sending them out, and it's all a bit of a problem to get them in the jiffy bags, as you can well imagine. Ian says, great tote bag, perfect for my shopping, which is nice. I'm not falling for that one. Honestly. Steve, garage, as name suggests, is a storage facility, but not for cars. 90% of them are never used for cars, says Monica. I know I've got a friend, and her husband transforms people's garages into either an extra room or storage or something like that. So, because you can't get cars in the blooming things. And gone are the day. Also, if it's raining, you know, you've got to get out, open the garage door, unless you've got one of those automatic garage door openers, which I always thought that'd be quite nice. But a double garage would be the best thing to have. That would be the best thing. But did they not have, what was that advert on the television? It was for garage doors, but the kid was playing with his remote car, and the garage door was going up and then crashing down on the back of the car, going up and crashing down, because the kid was sort of driving his little toy car around the place. So it's a storage facility. Oh, well, there you go. Well, you're telling me something I didn't know. Steve, anyone who's type 2 diabetic is well advised to arrange an appointment with a podiatrist at any hospital or local clinic. Well, I mean, you get those via your doctor. You can also pay if you want to, and they will cut your toenails or something like that, which is, you know, which I think is actually quite pleasing, because most people can't be bothered to do stuff like that. Daniel says, tote bag came yesterday, framed and up in the bedroom. Thanks a lot. Already? Gosh, you're moving fast. Wonder ever happened to Billy Idol? You were talking about him yesterday, says Matthew. I don't know. I think he's in America. I think he's over, I'm pretty certain he's over 50. Oh, that's right. This is the car, the kid's playing with his remote car, and the garage door's going up, and look at it. He can't make it work, but it's smashing the dad's car to pieces. Fabulous, isn't it? I love stuff like that. Frightening, but very interesting. I like the house, actually. I quite like the house. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? That's what I would call a family house. Have to be, wouldn't it? You've got a kid outside playing with a remote car. We've all had them. They used to do these big trucks. You could buy them in Maplins. Big trucks with remote controls. I've got one, but it's not very big at all. But then I'll go fast. You need you can't put it in the garden. I mean, you could lose it very quickly. But I do like my drone. Very happy with my drone. Thank you very much indeed. So, John Lewis, 8 stores closing, 1,300 jobs lost. Okay, this is not, you know, whether or not they're going to re-employ people elsewhere, I've got no idea. But the online sales, pre-crisis 40%, post-crisis 60 to 70%. They've just opened another Indian restaurant in Twickenham. It's been open for years, but they closed down, they stripped it all out, and they've put all the tables back in, but separated. And I went, where did I go the other day? Oh, that's right, in Sainsbury's. And they've got all the tills are separated by all these screens and everything in all the supermarkets. It's quite something, quite amazing. Very interesting, very interesting. Frank said, do you think Diana Spencer was killed in an accident? That's what the police say. That's what the police... I mean, obviously, you can go on to the internet and find any manner of conspiracy theories. There's a conspiracy theory for everything. Still, the biggest one doing the rounds is, you know, the crop circles, whether or not man ever landed on the moon. Was it done in an aircraft hangar? And you think, of course it wasn't. Of course we landed on the moon. What do you think the rocket going up in the sky was? Do you think it went up and hid behind a cloud? You know, I mean, people honestly are so dumb nowadays. It's just always... I always amaze people like that actually manage to get through the school system. Checkatrade, smart doors. Door would never do what the advert does, I'm afraid. I know. Well, that's the whole idea. It's supposed to be over and above, isn't it? It's a case of this wouldn't ever happen because they've got safety features built in. Steve, my tote bags came, thank you. One for me and one to surprise my mum, who loves you to bits. It'll be great to cheer up after losing my uncle to COVID-19, says Stephen Birkenhead. I've lost track of the amount of people who've been lost through COVID-19, and no amount of any radio presenter or anybody on the television saying, I feel really sorry for your loss, is going to make anything any different. We never get over stuff like that. If you've lost a parent, a loved one, then you know exactly what it's like. It hurts. It hurts big time. It hurts emotionally. You know, it affects everything you do because you can't get over it. I remember after my mum died, every single television programme and radio programme that I watched seemed to deal with death. I sort of began to wonder whether or not, somebody somewhere going, now we're going to do programmes on people dying, because every time I turned on the television, there was another programme about assisted dying. And I remember thinking, this is like really bizarre, really bizarre. I mean, she knew she was dying. It wasn't that it came as any surprise to her. And it's just difficult. It's just difficult for anybody who's ever been through it. I can say to you, I've been through it as well, but everybody deals with it in their own way. I had 2 weeks off work, and to be honest with you, I was bored witless. I had to come back into work to save my sanity. Because, when you lose one parent, it's called a bit careless. When you lose two, you suddenly realise that you're an orphan. And that's the difficult thing to come to terms with. It's not the case of you'd phone your mum up and you'd have a good old natter down the telephone. It's a case of you haven't got them to phone anymore, unless there's a hotline to heaven. But as far as I know, they haven't installed that PBX system up there yet, so we're still waiting. Very slow and very lax. But it's difficult. So with COVID, it's something that people had no control over. They couldn't save people. They didn't know what to do. We seem to be getting a little bit better. The amount of people losing their lives to it appears to be dropping, but I always worry. I don't like to be complacent and go, oh, don't worry, it's all going to be fine now. We can go out and not put our masks on. But that's absolute rubbish. I'd be lying to you if I actually believed. Tony says, what do you use your drone for? Just taking off and landing. Just making it hover. It does everything. Mine flips over. It'll hover. It'll at a set height. I've seen some of the big ones, but mine's not particularly big. But it's got 4 engines on board, and it's got a camera as well, which is movable. The camera moves, and it transmits to my phone. It's that cool. And it was only £100. And before you write in and say, you don't need a licence because this one is very lightweight. Only the heavy ones do need licences for. So I just use it for sort of going up and down. Billy Idol. Did we find out how old Billy Idol is? I'm just about to check that one out. I seem to remember a picture of him, which I saw some years ago. Wait a minute. So he's 64. Do you know he was born in Stanmore? Born in Stanmore. Billy Idol. He looks roughly the same, actually, doesn't he? So he's English musician, singer-songwriter and actor who holds dual British and American citizenship. Wow. Born in 1955, so he's 64. Well, no, 55. He's 64. November, because I was born 54 and I'm 66. Or am I coming up 66? Even I've got confused now. Am I coming up 66? Or no, dear, isn't that bad? You get to this age and you can't work out. Steve Allen, age. Oh, lovely. Oh, there you go. 66. I was born 54. English radio presenter. It's true. I am. How do they know these things? Because we tell them. Steve, says Sophie, 1 more week till the school holidays and the end of 4 months working from home for me. I've been teaching from home. Exhausting, but rewarding. You mentioned face tattoos, Steve. The other day I was reading Mail Online, saw a young man with a face tattoo that said misunderstood. I was horrified. Turns out it was Cindy Crawford's son. Ooh, I feel very bad for the John Lewis employees. I do. I to be honest with you, I feel sorry for anybody in retail, because it's not the best paid job in the world. You get treated, not particularly well by some shops and some particular employers, but it's one of those things. I did it and I loved it. I quite liked it because you're kind of left to your own devices. I used to welcome customers. I wanted to go up and talk to them and try and flog them something. Not that I was on commission, but it gave you a feeling of self-satisfaction that you could convince somebody. And they'd be looking at, people would always wonder, because I was in the carpet department. And so you can imagine, we used to have this big rack which ran, huge, and it had all big some. You pulled them out, they were on runners. And we had 2 big carpet stacks which were about that deep. So if somebody wanted to see the blasted rug at the bottom, you had to turn them all back. God, I used to hate them. Especially if it was half-day closing Wednesday and somebody came in about 10 minutes before you're going to close. You go, oh, can I have a look at that thing? Oh, no, you can't. Go away. But we did it with good grace and humour, and and I loved it. I thought it was great. Some people say, oh, I'm not interested in a job in retail. As I say, if you can take the salary drop, because it really doesn't pay very much money. Half-day closing was where we closed at 1 o'clock on Wednesday. Yeah, yes, it was quite common in this country. Half-day. I mean, now people are open 6-7 days a week, aren't they? But in my day, you did Monday to Saturday, half-day closing Wednesday. So you got half the day off. Well, I tell you, picked up our skirts and ran out the shop. Yee! Off we went, covered in carpet fluff and everything else. But I loved it. I thought it was great. And then I moved on to soft furnishings, and that was even more fun. It was a lot cleaner. Because somebody'd say, oh, can I have 6 yards of this? And on the table top, we had all these counters. It had a tape measure built in. And I tell you, you've never seen anybody measure out 3 yards quicker than Steve Allen. There was a woman called Miss Plum worked in our department. She always had a packet of boiled sweets. Always had a packet of boiled sweets. No teeth, just boiled sweets. And she'd sort of, pop one in her mouth, and she was a bit Wagnerian, quite a big woman. And she taught me about selling soft furnishings. So I did material, I did blinds, because you have to remember, if somebody's making their own Venetian blind type things, you've got to, not Venetian blinds, but you know what I mean, sort of curtains or whatever. You've got to remember the pattern repeat, it tells you on it, so you have to tell them things like that. I was very good at cutting curtain rail and selling them all the fixtures and fittings for things like that. I was at curtain poles, I was there. I tell you, I was your man. I love things like that. And if you've got an interest in it, then you do it really well. And it's good. How long before the recharge? I don't know, actually. How long's the recharge on my drone? I've got a little one. Sorry, I've got a little drone with me. And that's about an hour or something like that. And you get sort of about 5-10 minutes worth of flying time with it. But the little one that I've got is very sweet. But that doesn't have any controls. Your hand controls it, because it's got sensors all the way round. And but although I've crushed it in my bag, and if it's crushed, it doesn't do exactly what it's supposed to. It's got a mind of its own now. It now starts attacking me, so I've not taken it out of hibernation. But the other one, you can literally throw it up in the air and off it goes. But the little one I've got, you hold your hand out and you can move it. Oh, it's fantastic. You've not seen it? Excuse me. I tell you what, we'll take a short break, because we need to get you to work quickly, don't we? So it's news of the road and the rail. So let's go to the LBC Travel Order. But we're never going to get our tote bags here in the... He now doesn't know where he sent the blooming thing to. He's got no idea. He thinks it was either here or his old flat. So somebody in the old flat has already trousered 5 tote bags. Dear me. See, there you go. I'm very excited, says Mary. Well, why not? I got an email advising me the tote bag has shipped. It was exciting. Well, we haven't had that. We haven't had that at all, actually. Well, not that he knows. He's now going to check his phone again. He's another one of these people. He just doesn't check his phone. Terrible. Steve, thank you so much. When you mentioned dealing with the death of parents, it makes me feel so much better, says Sophie. I'll never get over the death of my parents, but I've learned to accept the fact that they're gone. Yeah, see, the funny thing, I haven't accepted the fact that they've gone. I've accepted the fact that they're my parents, and I still occasionally talk to them. Not all the time. I'm not one of these people who sort of sits there and has bizarre, spiritual conversations. But I'm aware that they were my parents, and I don't think I ever want to forget them. I don't think I ever want to do anything like that. I think, I always remember that, they're my parents, and if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be enjoying this programme now. Got a lot to thank them for, really. They never came to one of my shows. That's the only problem. My mother was a listener, and she would say, Stephen, you mustn't say that. So how long? Oh, years. Years and years and years. My dad died very young at 55, so I've exceeded that one, so that was quite good. And then Mum went at 62, I think. But it's one of those things. She had secondary cancer, and Dad, we don't know what Dad was. I can't remember what it was, but he only had one kidney, I think. But I think he knew that he was seriously ill. He was fine, and then all of a sudden one night he went into the bathroom, and he said to my mum, "You need to call an ambulance." So he obviously knew something was dramatically wrong. But it's one of those sort of things. But I never think that they're not there, mainly because I've got pictures of them at home. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I couldn't possibly... I mean, I think it's like people having pictures of their pets, don't they? They had Kathy Burke on the television the other day, and it was on Countdown, and they say, "Have you brought a mascot?" And so she brought out a little photo frame of her little dog. And then she brought out a little urn where the dog's ashes were in it. She said it's that sort of keeps me going. She said, I don't think it's the whole dog in there, because it looked like about the size of an egg cup. It wasn't very big at all, but it had 2 little paw prints on it. And she said, I think it was maybe just 1 paw or something. It was a small dog. It looked like a small dog. But some people do that. Some people have their dogs. There was a very famous magician called Lafayette. And Lafayette lived in Tavistock Square, and he had a big touring show that went around in the 1900s, 1931, things like that. And he was not married, and he had a dog given to him by Houdini called Beauty. And he loved this dog so much, and he had a sign on his house which said, "The more I see of men, the more I love my dog." So you can imagine how distraught he was when Beauty died. He went into deep depression, and he had the dog embalmed and had it put in a casket, a see-through glass casket, and it was buried in a cemetery, I think up in Edinburgh, Pearse Hill, I think somewhere like that. And he paid £60, which was a lot of money in those days, for a plot. When he died, they dug up Beauty and they buried her with him, so the two of them are together in the same cemetery. And there's loads of pictures of him in his very flash car with the dog sitting there as well. And they had it was a huge funeral that I think about 200,000 people turned up for his funeral. But it was just that he was obsessed with Beauty. The trouble is with Lafayette, he was killed in a fire in a theatre he was playing at. Well, they thought he was killed in the fire, so they found the body and they sent the body away for cremation so that they could then have the thing. It was only when they were going through the theatre and they discovered another body identical to the one that they just cremated. So he was using a double. And they knew it was Lafayette, who hadn't been cremated, but he was under the stage. He'd fallen through the stage because he had 2 rings on his fingers. So they had to then get permission to send him off for cremation, as opposed to the other one. They've got no idea who the other one was. They think it was just somebody who worked on the show. So an interesting story, but they've just brought out a book about Lafayette, because a lot of these magicians had these fantastic big touring shows. It was all very hush-hush and very secretive. But in this particular case, there was no fire retardant scenery or curtains or anything, and it was a Chinese lantern, I think, hanging over the stage that caught fire, which then ignited the back cloth and all the rest of it. And as I say, now they've brought a book out. Because I went to a magic shop yesterday, which I go to reasonable amount of times, and we were talking about him, and one of the guys in there said, there's a book out about him. And I said, oh, and magic books, I have to tell you, are very expensive, because the print run is not huge, because 99.9% of you listening at the moment would never have heard of Lafayette. You wouldn't be remotely interested in reading a book about him. It's only of interest to magicians. And so, a book that would normally be about sort of £9.99 could turn out to be about 32 quid. But because they're always limited. But I did buy it. So Lafayette initially escaped, but returned in a vain attempt to rescue his horse, became trapped in the burning building and perished. So 10 of the fellow players from the company, because they used to have big companies that went round, but it was the fact that they found the other person wearing the clothes that Lafayette would have been wearing, so that's why they thought it was Lafayette. But turned out not to be. Have you seen Nick Abbott's house, says Tony? No? Why would I see Nick Abbott's house? Is it... Is it featuring Hello Magazine or OK Magazine? In which case, that would be quite funny, actually. The only people who feature in OK and Hello with their houses are people who are selling them, because it's a free advert. It's a free advert. They go, oh, look, should we do this? No, just put it in Hello Magazine. Here they are showing you around their lovely expanse, and some of them are quite naff. Quite naff. Nick Abbott's, I remember him telling a story about losing his keys or something and trying to get into the house. And they had to bring somebody round to sort of open the door and all the rest of it. It cost him a small fortune, I think. No, generally speaking, I don't think presenters are interested in where other presenters live. I think Nick Fry's got a mansion, and James O'Brien lives in Chiswick. I don't even know where Nick Abbott lives. I've got no idea, actually. Sheila, I don't know where Sheila lives. Why would I know? Ian Dale, I know, lives in Norfolk, and he lives in Kent as well, so he has a holiday home. Nick's got a holiday home too. I've got one. It's a tent, and I can pitch it wherever I want. But no, I don't know, actually. I don't know anybody else. I don't know what Richard's got. Matt Stadlen lives in Notting Hill, as he tells us all the time, and loves his tits. The book that came out, it was because somebody was asking about them the other day, And on my little bit extra, it features quite a lot, actually, that. You'll be surprised today. In fact, you'll be laughing all your way through it, I hope. Steve, if you ask Siri, hey Siri, Billy Idol's date of birth, she'll tell you, says James. I try not to ask Siri anything, because people just get confused. People just get confused. And Stephen in Southgate says, my milkman just told me he's got his bag from you. I'm so jealous. I hope I get mine today. Have you had the notification? I wonder if everybody gets notification. I don't know. Laughing Boy next door hasn't got his yet. But there again, as I say, he's opening. He did say to me this week, he said, I'm doing a car boot, he said. I've got 5 tote bags to get rid of. And I thought, oh, that'll be nice, won't it? Will they ever see the light of day? Who knows? Who knows? And it was Mary in Maryland. So hers is going to be crossing the ocean, which is lovely. And new rules. First night opening was interesting. This is Kevin, the restaurateur. Do you remember he said they're down to, I think, about 40% capacity. And he said the customers were real regulars, as we're the neighbourhood restaurant, simply tried to carry on as before. New rules need to be learnt. Interesting times ahead. I think you're right, absolutely. The funny thing is, I thought exactly the same, Kevin. I was walking down the street the other day, and I had my mask on, and I went to the cash point, and there were people sitting at the bus stop with their masks on, and I thought, this is the way forward. This is how it's going to be for some time. It's going to be a long time before... I mean, I still see parents pushing kiddies in prams with no masks on or anything. I know you can't put masks on kiddies, but shops... Well, I haven't queued outside Marks and Spencer's for a while. When I went to Sainsbury's, no queue outside Sainsbury's. No queue outside B&Q. Not everybody was wearing masks. A number of people were, because I think the mask is the thing that you've got to wear. I think that can save you from the water droplets and things like that. I think that's the thing that you should wear all the time. Obviously, I don't wear it at home, and if I'm watering the plants, I don't sort of do that at all. But I think that's the way forward. I still see people on buses, and I want to say to them, but I can't, because they might be asthmatic or they might have some aversion to wearing. I think Carol McGiffin has said that she doesn't want to wear a mask because she finds it irritating and things like that. Because it's getting used to something, isn't it? It's getting. Yes. But as I've said, rather be 6 foot apart than 6 foot under. It's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. You want to live? Wear a mask. You want to die? Don't bother wearing a mask. You play Russian roulette with your life, but don't go anywhere near anybody else. That's the problem now. Look at those pubs. They had one person in who tested positive for coronavirus. 3 of the pubs had to close when they discovered where he'd been. In America, they've had to stop filming for Jurassic Park because it turns out that 19 of the crew have tested positive for coronavirus. And very shortly, I hear, they're going to be testing cab drivers. Random. You don't have to have the symptoms. They're going to randomly test people and find out if they've got... Because, would you get into a cab if somebody's got coronavirus? No. I don't even like... I told you, I was on the bus the other day, old lady gets on. There was a seat she walked past, double seat, to get to me, and she said, do you mind if I sit here? I said, I do. I'd already moved, because I thought I saw her heading in my direction. I thought, why would you walk past an empty seat? And so she said, oh, right. I wanted to say to her, as I said yesterday, I'm diabetic, you're old, the combination is not good. I don't know whether you could infect me or I could infect you, but whatever it is, it ain't happening. So if I see people without a mask on, I look at them and think, do you look asthmatic? Or do you just look like a pain in the rear end? Everybody should wear a mask. You should do. People say, oh, I can't wear one. I think on television they should wear them too. I think we just have to get used to seeing it. Yeah, politicians, everybody should be doing it. I've seen Prime Minister's Question Time where they're all socially isolating. I think you have to do it. Because, as I said before, the difference between living and dying is one's good and one's not very good. And I'm telling you, the living bit's the nice bit. So, I'd hate to think that we lose anybody before the live show on August the 16th at 3 p.m. Don't people writing in going, my Auntie Maud would have loved to seen your show, Steve. She did have a front row seat, but sadly, she didn't have a mask. I will be checking. LBC News 5:30 with the latest headlines for you this morning. It's Tom 6. Nice to have you company. Lennon Bushy says, I wouldn't worry about the notifications, Steve, because I received my tote bag last week, but my notification only yesterday. I think he's had them already. Seriously, I'm not saying anything. I think he's already had them. I think he's already sent them to his parents, hide them in the loft, when they go up in value. Steve, we have a letter written by a relative in 1907. In it, she mentions the murder of a shop owner, William Whiteley. Have you heard of him, says James? No. I should imagine there were probably quite a lot of people called William in those days. I don't know. William Whiteley. How lovely. I mean, obviously not being murdered, but it was 1907, so to be honest with you, a little bit late to start doing anything about it now, isn't it? Also, my father died in 1967, says Shane. I was 9 years old. I always remember the police sergeant telling my mum he was killed, even to this day. You remember things like that, don't you? There are certain things you'll remember in your life. It'll be the stupidest things. You know, not necessarily sort of being told that you've lost a parent, because the police have to come round and do that if it's an accident or something. But just generally things that you remember out of your entire life. You'll go back through it and you'll remember the most odd things. I remember saying to my mother once, you know, we used to have a little Austin 1100, and she said, when was that? And I said, we used to have a pair of driving shoes. In those days, my mum had a pair of shoes she walked in, and then when she got in the car, she swapped them for a pair of normal flat shoes so she could drive the car. And driving shoes was quite a normal thing. It's like my father used to have a pair of driving gloves. I don't know whether or not we had heating in the car or not. Perhaps we didn't. Perhaps we did. He used to have driving gloves to hold the steering wheel. And I don't know. I don't know whether it's slippy or not. I'm thinking about it now. He had a pair of... They were nice gloves as well. I mean, I've got a pair of gloves, but I just look like Cruella de Vil when I put them on. I look very peculiar. I look as I'm about to go out and be the Boston Strangler. You know, it's very odd, isn't it? It's like... not a very good assembly, but it's the best thing I could think of at the time. And I quite like gloves. And I used to have woolen gloves. But then still your hands get really cold. They really get, you know, my hands get frozen in the winter. Bad blood circulation. Very bad. What's the matter now? Bad blood circulation. I'm very funny. Very funny. Not intentionally funny. It's not funny ha-ha, he means. It's funny sado. It's that kind of funny sort of thing. Steve got my bags yesterday, says Bob in Bracknell. Oh, right. Steve, had to go. Did you answer about Nick? What his house is? Somebody says a converted church in Hampstead. Really? I don't know. There's two of them, I know that. Are you in the magic circle? Not just in the magic circle, I'm in the inner magic circle. Hello? A little bit better. That's like having Tupperware, isn't it? You know, have you got Tupperware? Have I got Tupperware? Really? Steve, send weekend love to Angie on Facebook today. She champions me as your most consistent listener, says Matt. And Steve, at what time of the year do you decide what Christmas presents you're going to get for the producers and your family and friends? About the day before. I don't think of anything, actually. Normally for the producers, they don't get a present. I can't remember what I gave you last year. What did I give you last year? Can't remember. Oh, that's you got a train to go around the tree, which was quite nice. And did you get money? Was it probably money? It's normally money, and for my family as well, it's money. There's no point in giving something if they've already got something, or they've got a house full. They don't want anything else to clutter it all up. So my brother would be money. His wife would be probably Estee Lauder, I would think, because she likes Estee Lauder, and the two girls get probably Estee Lauder or perfume or something like that. For my godchildren, money. Mainly money, except for the youngest. She generally provides a list, and so a lot of the time it's money, which does the same for birthdays. And for the parents of my godchildren, there's normally an item that they want for the house, and they will say, "We've seen this item, you know, we've put so much to it. Do you want to put the rest of it to it?" And that's how we work it out. So it's much easier that way. I think money, as far as I'm concerned, solves the problem, because if you buy somebody something, they then go, "Oh, I don't know if I really want that." And you think, I would hate to give somebody a present, and they go, because I, you know, to stagger back from the shops with the blooming thing. But the train that goes around the tree was quite sweet. So I thought that was quite a nice little thing, and that's generally how it works. So I mean, I don't. It's not particularly complicated, and they get things throughout the year anyway. It's not that they sort of go without. They normally go home with some sort of food at the end of the programme. He's got smoked salmon tonight. Thomas has got smoked salmon. So, which is a bit of a thrill. He's just got to go out and get a lemon and some crackers to put the smoked salmon on, and maybe some mayonnaise. So you could put a little squirt of mayonnaise on, then you could put the smoked salmon on, squeeze of lemon on the top of it. If they're only little crackers, because there's enough smoked salmon in there. I mean, you'll be full up by the end of it, I hope. Can't wait to hear what you think of it. We don't think he's had smoked salmon before. It's a bit embarrassing. No, some people haven't, have they? Steve, my tote bag arrived in the UK Now just got to wait for it to come out to Kenya, says Mickey. Oh, it will arrive. It will arrive. How exciting. To Kenya. We sent around the world on that, Mickey. You know that? That goes everywhere. Steve, my tea's gone everywhere because of you and your gloves and the Boston Strangler. I'm sorry. I had that once, actually. Somebody, they took a mouthful of tea. They were ironing their husband's white shirt and they spat the tea out all over the shirt. How embarrassing was that? Dreadful. Steve, my tote bag arrived yesterday. Had the wrong address, but the postman knew who it belonged to by the name. Your picture made me laugh. Thanks very much. That's Carmel in Reading, shortly to be homeless. And somebody else says, Alan in Walthamstow got my tote bag yesterday, and it's going to be used today. I'm going to use yours with pride, says Jacqueline in Crawley. Keeps me company every morning. Good. They're meant to be used. I know a lot of people, buy two or something like that. That's why we sold 6,680 of them. I mean, even I was thinking about that the other day. I thought about it and I was thinking, you are really, really generous. Really generous. Every time we sort of come up with something, and we've come up with God knows what we're going to come up with next year. Seriously, I can't even bear to think about it. We nearly came up with a Steve Allen face mask. And then I thought, no, if the coronavirus goes away, you're going to be stuck with a face mask. At least with a tote bag or a tea towel, you can use it. But it's got to be something that sort of got the image on it. And this one's got the Groovy Gang. It doesn't have a picture of them, but you can see them on the... what are we seeing them on? What do we see you on? Is it Twitter? Right. Is it on your Twitter? And it's on my Twitter. And my Twitter is what? What's my Twitter? At Steve Allen Show. Not that I know these things. I was supposed to know this, but I've got no idea. I'm all over media. I tell you, I am a social media butterfly. I know about everything. I don't. It's like the other day, a friend of mine said, I mentioned something about Lafayette from this book. And I said, so-and-so, so-and-so. And he went, that's not true. I said, well, it says so in this book. And I didn't think I'd misread it. He said, send me a screenshot of it. I said, what? He said, take a photograph and send it to me. Well, he could have been speaking Dutch. So I opened the book at the page and I sort of attempt to take a picture of it, but I've gone all skew whiff, so that didn't work. Then it's got all these new things because there's some new software that they've downloaded for the Apple iPhones. And it took me a good 15 minutes to find the right button to push so I could send it to him. I said, because I didn't have the faintest idea. I didn't know how to do it. Nobody ever said I was supposed to know about things like that. I'm over 50, they're going to say. Siri's South African at the moment. Although we wanted to change it to an American bloke the other day, but we couldn't do it in here. It said I can't remember what it actually said. Whatever it was, it didn't let us do it. But they managed to fiddle around with the phone, honestly. And also now it doesn't tell me if I've got a text message. Before it used to tell me. It would play a little bit of music or something like that. Because I'm constantly changing the ringtone, thinking I found something completely original. And flick the little switch up on the side. What little switch up on the side? What little? Where am I looking? Oh, right, there. It doesn't do anything. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Oh, there. Silent mode on. Right. Oh, well, something else we've learned today. I want it off. Do I? Don't I want it on? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now you've confused me. So, wait a minute. So it's silent... Oh, come here. Silent mode on. No. I want ringer. Oh, right, okay. If you're playing along at home, we'll have part 2 next year. Because I can't do that. Oh, seriously. Somebody said to me, are you on iCloud? I have no idea what they're on about. No idea. Apparently it means that if somebody pinches your phone, and one of the team was standing by the bus stop the other day, and he was on his phone, and luckily at the corner of his eye, he saw somebody on a bicycle who went to grab his telephone. And luckily, he whisked it away from him. Be warned. Doesn't matter where you are. These people will thieve anything. I mean, I personally want to push them off their bikes. I couldn't care less what happens to them. And if you're standing by a bus stop on the phone, as most people are nowadays, somebody on a bike will lean over. If you're too near to the pavement, they'll grab it, and you've lost it. You try keeping up with a bicycle in London. You stop to the road to let him go past. See, that's it. If ever I see anybody, if I'm waiting for my car in the morning, and I see maybe a couple of people, I tuck my phone under my arm. I thought, I'm not even going to give you the pleasure, because I would be inclined to kill, I'm afraid. I'm not going to ask questions about it. I'm afraid the police officer will have just to take me into arrest, I just have to go into the clink. And what happened? They tried to touch my phone. And nobody touches my phone. Steve, can you wish my wife, Patricia, who always listens to you and bought 3 bags, happy anniversary, 16 years married. That's from your loving next-door neighbour. Sorry, no, it's from your husband, Donal. Obviously, that's exciting, isn't it? And Dean loves it. He said, I also got the tote bag and my notification as well. Don't talk. We haven't had any notification, actually. We're getting very embarrassed by this whole thing. William Whiteley was a Yorkshireman. Aye, Yorkshireman. Salted the earth. Founded a department store which became the Whiteley Shopping Centre, says Chris in Chelsea. Oh, lovely. I thought it might have been, because it's quite an unusual name, Whiteley, isn't it? Quite. Steve says, John, in Japan for decades, masks have been a common sight, worn by people with cold or allergies. Now with the coronavirus, nearly everybody wears them. But now, there are many complaints of skin infections. Well, you're breathing into it, aren't you? I mean, skin infections. I mean, Lord, what is the answer? Well, you'd have to have the skin infection. But I always knew when it was Japanese tourists in London or Chinese tourists, because they would all be wearing face masks. Because, yeah, they were wearing them during the Spanish flu. So it's just quite normal to wear them. I mean, I bought a pack of 50 face masks, and I go through, but then Corey's mother made us one. I think we're supposed to give money, but I haven't. Because she sent a demand. It's come with those can't pay, we'll take it away kind of people turned up on the doorstep the other day. We got a writ. It's been progressed to the High Court. Yeah, what for? Face mask. I thought it was a present, £27.50. But now we're here as well, it's £300. So I tell you, I just pushed them out the front door and locked it. Sat in the sitting with the face mask on going, do your worst. Do your worst. 5:45, we've forgotten this morning, come on. I've just had to take him to task. He's sitting on the naughty step at the moment because he forgot the poem. Mind you haven't heard it yet, have you? You might wish that we'd forgotten the poem. There's always something about death in everything that he picks. I mean, it really is. It's become a fixation. So this morning's poem, picked by the producer, he who should be obeyed, is by George Marion McClellan. Isn't it interesting that Marion was such a common name for sort of... Because Marion... Wait a minute, was that John Wayne's name? John Wayne was Marion, wasn't he, as well? I'm pretty certain. And there's been quite a few people over the years, because we think it's a girl's name, but it can be a boy's name as well. Was I right? Marion Morrison, yeah. I thought it's odd, isn't it? Anyway, the poem, it's not long, OK? You won't have to sort of go and take a tablet and lie down in a darkened room. It's called Love is a Flame. Love is a flame that burns with sacred fire and fills the being up with sweet desire. Yet, once the altar feels love's fiery breath, the heart must be a crucible until death. Say love is life, and say it not amiss, that love is but a synonym for bliss. Say what you will of love, in what refrain, but knows the heart, 'tis but a word for pain. That was nice, wasn't it? That was very exciting. Wipe the tear from your eye. More conjunctivitis around here. I think he picks a poem. I think he types in on Google anything with the word death in it, please. Thank you very much. Steve will read that one in the morning. Don't worry, that'll cheer people up as they're going into work. What's Steve Allen doing this morning? He's reading a poem about death. We remember that one a short while ago. Remember the one about the captain lying dead on the deck? I mean, seriously. Where does this come from? Steve, I was just about to make my morning cuppa, says Joan. I was wondering whether you used a teapot or made your tea in the mug. Unfortunately, I'm extremely common, and I make it, in keeping with the rest of the entire world, in the cup. Nobody uses a teapot. Nobody uses a teapot. You literally, I empty the cup out, I put some hot water in it just to, warm the cup up a little bit, as if you were warming the teapot, pop the tea bag in, add the hot water, and there it is finished. But you're right, nobody uses teapots. Nobody uses teapots anymore. I mean, it's only, I should imagine, of course, I'm now going to get people writing and going, oh, I use teapots, Steve. Because I think elderly people do. Because you make a cup of tea, and that's why you had tea cosies, but it had always gone cold by the time you had sort of finished it. I was on the internet trying to find some things the other day, let's just call them items, and I'd made a cup of tea, and it went cold. It went cold. And I was trying to find... It's stews in the pot, yes. Although, of course, the early people, before we had tea bags, which was so much easier, people would have proper leaf tea. Leaf tea. You could still buy it, Brook Bond. And then when you'd empty it out, you'd empty it on the garden. It was very good for the garden. Old-fashioned gardeners would use tea putting on there. I just used to find it. I've done that before, in Patisserie Valerie. Remember that? And they used to serve tea in a pot. And, of course, first time I poured it straight in without using the tea strainer. So you got all these bits in there. That was a pain, wasn't it, really? Ridiculous. And, Steve, I wrote you yesterday, says Anne, to say I was still waiting for my tote bag. Well, after you telling me to be patient, the package arrived. My postman obviously listens in, as when he came round, he asked, you waiting for this? Very impressed with the quality and the size, and so is my friend Kath. So thank you. Cameron says you should do an audiobook, Steve. You've got the voice of an angel. Yes, I know. There's a gag there somewhere, isn't there? I should imagine, but I can't think of it at the moment. But I'm sure it's good. Yes, if I was going to do an audiobook, I would be doing an audiobook. Came home last night, Steve says, fed up to 2 bags. I can't wait to take them out, 1 on each arm. Steve, I'd like to see a limited edition LBC Monopoly game. If you land on Steve Allen, it's like winning Mayfair. And if you land on Corey or Luke, it could be straight to prison. See? They've not got a high opinion of you either. At least I'm doing my best. Steve, can the producers set up a YouTube channel for your In Conversations? Yes, somebody actually asked me earlier on and said, when will you be doing them again? Well, the producers are protecting me at the moment, so they've said, you're not doing them at the moment. Because I have to have people sitting in the studio with me, and they've said, no, not at the moment. So that's been their decision. Somebody says, I think you should start an IT section on your show. It's comedy gold. It's not meant to be comedy gold. It's meant to be me struggling. Perhaps I could put... Well, I can't take Will Guyatt because he's on everybody else's show. And somebody says, you are a tech master. You just learned how to put your phone on silent mode. What an achievement, says Jack. Well, a bit of an achievement for me. I'm very good with things like that. Steve, crew and listeners, hoping you all have a fab Friday. Yes, I think we can have a nice day today. I've got a few bits of shopping to do, nothing particularly major, and then come home and then sit on the patio with Lynn, and we can have a bottle of Prosecco. Well, she'll have 3 glasses and slip gracefully to the floor, and I'll have to finish it off. No hardship there, as you can well imagine. So somebody said, actually, this is a case, Jan Moyer, talking about a case that's currently in the High Court. It's provided endless pages and pages and pages in all the papers. But she does say, whoever wins this sickening scrap, they both lose. It's a case of the only people who win in these sort of cases are the lawyers and their exorbitant fees. That's the big shame about it, isn't it, really? But there you go. The Glee curse hits again. And the only reason I mention it as a curse is because quite a number of people have died who have been on the Glee programme, and I'll run through that a little bit later for you. Ricky Gervais reckons his hit show The Office would not be made nowadays because it's too offensive. Do you know, I have to be honest, I was aware of what it was, and I did see a couple of little bits, but I don't know I just know it was filmed in Slough, or set in Slough. But what he was doing was reflecting on how things have changed in 19 years since the show first aired. He said that these outraged mobs who take things out of context, it was about sex, race, all the things that people feared couldn't be discussed or talked about, now in case they say the wrong thing and are cancelled. The BBC has got more and more careful. If this was put out now, some people have lost that sense of irony and context. People have lost their sense of humour. They've seriously lost their sense. They've had a bypass of a sense of humour scale. You know, you can't say that. That's not funny. Well, it might be funny to somebody else. You know, it's just that people are a little bit too sensitive. You know, I think they should go back to the, turn the other cheek kind of stuff, because then it makes it so much easier for everybody. But nobody laughs anymore. Nobody laughs. You know, all the old programmes that we used to laugh at on the television. People go, oh, you don't watch that, do you? Oh, that bit was this, that bit was this, this was something. And you think, oh, goodness sake, honestly. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. So the BBC have scrapped the free TV and charges $3 million over 75s. And I think we all knew that they were going to do that, didn't we? We all had a rough guess. And also, Britain's Got Talent was originally rejected by ITV. The Beeb, meanwhile, turned its nose up at Strictly Come Dancing, says Lorraine Hegacy. Both eventually became huge hits on the stations. Lorraine ran Talkback Thames, Simon Cowell's production partner, when they dreamt up Britain's Got Talent. Or in the case of Britain's Got Talent, Britain hasn't got any talent, because all the people who pitched up on it were from East European circuses. I think people think they wandered in from a council estate in Bradford. You know, yes, you've just got a knife-throwing act. How fantastic. And all of a sudden, people are sort of swinging down on trapezes. Well, where'd you put that in your council house? You can't. There's no chance. So Britain didn't have any talent. It was all in the East European circuses. And then you get a couple of the Chawner sisters wandering on. God, what a disaster they were. You know, what are you going to sing? We're going to sing science. And they'd made no effort to sort of make themselves look attractive. They'd made no effort at all to do anything at all. And in the end, one punched the other one in the face. Such a charming family they were, the Chawners. You ever remember seeing them? Ghastly, absolutely ghastly people. And we put people like that on the television. Small, and then they think they're celebrities. I mean, thank God they never allowed them in Love Island. Can you imagine what that would have been like, can't you? I don't think there's enough material to fill a bikini. So we're changing Captain Birdseye. Going to be played by a woman. But it's not what you think it is. Charlotte Carter-Dunn. Oh, how wonderful. Shops in Iceland. And she's going to be featured on the firm's Fish Fingers packs. Charlotte, 24, was chosen from among 500 entrants in a competition to find a temporary new captain. She impressed with an entry showing her as the famous skipper, plus ideas from the innovative use of frozen food. Lovely. What, like unfreezing it? So anyway, so she's going to be featured. Captain Charlotte. She's lovely. It's very exciting, isn't it? Good old Iceland, pushing the boat out for the ordinary people in the street. Apparently she's a real champion, says somebody from Birdseye. We're excited to be temporarily replacing our iconic captain with Charlotte, and she's telling you the benefits of using your freezer more. How lovely. Another patronising person telling us how to live our lives. Excuse me, freezer. Open the door, put the stuff in, shut the door, all right? Nothing more complicated. But they've got a real customer on packs of fish fingers. So she impressed them. She says, my freezer's been even more of a godsend in lockdown. It's enabled us to reduce shopping trips. Oh, God, imagine how boring it must be in her house. Are you going out today, Charlotte? No, I thought I'd stay in and sort of rearrange the freezer. Lovely. Can't wait for that one. Steve, isn't it great that even though there are people losing their jobs and houses, taking salary cuts and battling to survive, our wonderful MPs are getting a salary increase? Yes, but some people get those every year, don't they? I mean, still waiting for the tote bag, says Sally. Don't worry, listen, it will arrive. There's just so many. She can't cope with it. Yesterday, she staggered down to the post office, bless her heart. This is my Auntie Enid. She's socially distancing from just about everybody in the entire universe, but she's having to pack the tote bags. And yesterday because she's not blessed with a lot of strength in her arms, poor soul, she managed to get 4 of them delivered the other day. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Friday the 10th of July, which means for most of us, it's the start of the weekend. I've just checked the weather. Okay, in London, 20% chance of rain today and a high of about 18 degrees. So we can live with that. We can live with that. Steve, I've got 7 hours in the hairdresser today, embracing the silver, says Tamsin in Kingston. 7 hours in the hairdresser. Still waiting for the tote bag. Don't worry. They get you slowly but surely. They're filtered. I mean, I'm getting literally between 10 and 15 a day. But when you think they're sending out 6,680, you know, it's quite a lot to send out. They've got to be packaged up, you know, and then sort of delivered and sort of sent. So, I mean, bear with us. It will reach you at some point. And somebody else talking about, I knew somebody would actually. Somebody was saying, I use a teapot. Because people do use teapots. It's just that the majority of people nowadays don't. We just pop a tea bag in a cup of hot water, which seems to be fine, doesn't it? Thanks to Randy, Andy and Harry and Meghan, the royals have been in crisis for years. I agree, actually, with this particular columnist writing in The Sun today. I think they've damaged the royal family, but not irretrievable. But if this is what it's like while the Queen is alive and Prince Philip, God knows what it's going to be like when they're not here. I think it could go to pieces, but they have to hold it together. But so far, they don't seem to be doing too badly. Whether it gets worse, I've got no idea. Also, the paper today, we've got here, this is the Glee star. And it's a bit of a shame, really. Missing, they say presumed dead after a late tragedy. Her shot little boy tells his rescuers Mummy jumped in the water but didn't come back. He was 4. He was 4, but they've had all sorts of things from Glee. This is a show about the American High School Musical. I mean, some of the less than gleeful moments. Corey Monteith, the Canadian actor. He died aged 31 from an accidental heroin overdose. Months later, Glee episode The Quarterback featured his character's death and a tribute to him. Corey's mother, Anne McGregor, said he'd started using drugs again 7 months earlier, but he never meant to die. I don't think people take drugs to die. I mean, that would be foolish. Mark Salling. It was thanks to an ex-girlfriend that police discovered his sickening collection of more than 50,000 photos and 600 videos of child abuse. He was arrested in 2015, pleaded guilty. He killed himself weeks before sentencing. And Leah Michelle, the female lead on Glee, who played annoying but talented Rachel Berry, recently accused of bullying by Season 6 co-star Samantha Ware. And Nancy Motes, the Glee production assistant, the half-sister of the movie star Julia Roberts, drowned in a bath in 2014, aged 37. I mean, it doesn't come with good track record, this Glee programme, which to all intents and purposes was about the happy things in life, people going, you know, into a school and singing. It was a bit like Fame. If you remember Fame, that was where they were very annoying. And when they came to London, the kids from Fame, they sold out the Royal Albert Hall. Because all the people you'd seen on the television all of a sudden came to life, and they were all basically kids who'd been through the schools and everything else, and it was fantastic. Fantastic. Very good indeed. Steve, just when I get used to a team of your producers, they move on, says Jane. Really? Well, how long you been here now? How long we had you? Yes, he's been here ages. He didn't move on at all. But they always move. Otherwise, you'd be sitting with people for the rest of their life. I mean, that's called being intelligent, isn't it, Jane? Do you not think that? I mean, think about it carefully. Okay, you had a thought? Got the brain cell engaged? If you stay in a job, the idea is you want to move up the ladder, don't you? That's what it... Or perhaps you don't. Perhaps you want to stay down on the bottom rung. But, no, they always want to move on. I always encourage them to move on. In fact, I'm always saying to them at the end of each programme, I wish you weren't here next week. I'm sort of like to be careful about these sort of things, which is good. Steve, the tote bag arrived in Scotland the other day. Good Lord, I don't know if it's sending that far away. But Pamela loves it. And Emma in Sutton says I should be taking my Steve Allen tote into work today. So give a shout out to the Royal Surrey Ambulance Care and A&E departments. Absolutely. Absolutely. Steve, I had an email last night, says Carol. Hooray. Your Steve Allen tote bag has been shipped. They just don't want to write to you, do they, Corey? That's the thing. That, as I say, they are sending out a lot. If you work out, it's going to take a little bit of time. But so bear with me. Bear with me. Steve, the Glorious Would I Lie to You has the ability to make me laugh out loud. Would I lie to you? Oh, is that where they sit there and they make things up about themselves, and they have to work out, is it a lie or is it the truth? It's based on an old... Well, there's no new shows on... They've all been done before, haven't they? Obviously, Corey likes it. It's one of his favourite things. So they have Lee Mack on there, who's actually very good. David Mitchell. And, to be honest with you, it seems to have all the right people on it. Rob Brydon, of course, is the host. I think it's good, actually. It's made at Fountain Studios, also BBC Television Centre, and Pinewood Studios as well. It's also been presented by Angus Dayton and Joel Dommett. But he turned out to be on everything, including the internet. And but I quite like all those programmes with those sort of people on there. Sometimes you see the same people turning up again and again and again and again. So you like to vary it, but there aren't that many people. There's a German comedian? Henning Wehn. He's very funny. I like him a lot. I like him. He'll sort of sit there and say something and he'll do it straight-faced. And that makes me laugh. So there's very few programmes that actually make me laugh, but I like those panel shows. I think they're very good. Jimmy Carr's laugh. Can't even do it myself, actually. So it's good, and I'm sure there'll be more and more of them. The ex-host you mentioned, Steve, I got one. Brilliant for water and eye pots and baskets. Thank you, says Rosemary, who's in a place called Caister-on-Sea, which sounds lovely. There's a story about a charity boss who blagged about 600,000 quid by using fake army veterans to tap commuters for cash. Collectors in camouflage trousers and Save Our Soldiers shirts conned people at railway stations into thinking they were giving to disabled troops. It's not very good, is it? The Royal British Legion says linked firm Open Doors created a false impression of collecting for veterans. A commuter raised the alarm, and investigators later found that somebody had deposited nearly 600,000 into accounts. The true sum may never be known. Because we give to soldiers, don't we? But as I say, you've got to check these things out. We've had people in Twickenham. We either get them sitting on the pavement with their head bowed as if they were in prayer, with a stupid sign saying, you know, homeless and all the rest, all written by the same person. We had 4 of them in Kingston the other day, all sitting along, all with the same handwritten notice. Homeless, hungry, God bless. And it was written on all of them, and they sat there, and I thought, it's just lies. It's just lies. These are professional people who are out to con money out of you. Simple as that. What else have I got? Oh, the Brits are going gaga for faster, happy music. Faster, happy music. Do you know, I'm hopeless with music at the moment. I've got no idea, but they say pop songs are the happiest and most upbeat in years. The tempo of the top 20 is an 11-year high. Dua Lipa, The Weeknd and Lady Gaga have released faster tracks despite COVID-19. So there you go. What a stupid story. Okay. Faster music. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. I love it. Oh, God, please not. Please not. JLS could be coming back. Oh, my godfathers. OK, we all need to emigrate. We don't want to go. The reason they were dropped is because nobody was buying the records anymore. I mean, come on. We don't want any more, thank you. But they say they've been working on their first new music in 7 years, and they're on the look... Oh, it's all right, they're on the lookout for a label. I mean, way past it. Way past it. You might as well bring back the Monkees. I mean, that would be an achievement in itself, I think. But, I mean, not JLS. Definitely not JLS. I mean, they sort of run their course. Who are they going to appeal to now? They're all married, aren't they, with children? Pop stars are supposed to have something in keeping with sort of their audience. So definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. Vera Lynn projected onto the White Cliffs of Dover. She was amazing. 103 she was. And there's going to be the funeral, which I think is today. I have a feeling the funeral's today. She's going to get a fly past with a Spitfire and a Hurricane. They will soar over her home in East Sussex as hundreds of mourners line the route to a crematorium in Brighton to pay tribute to her. Oh, 103 though. I know, you know, we also... Oh, look, as I look up, there's a picture of her singing on the television. Actually, I was watching on YouTube earlier on. There was... there's Cliff Richard. Look at him, honestly. Fresh-faced boy. And it was Paul McCartney playing an American gig in a stadium, obviously some years ago, because he was young, he was hitting all the notes and everything else, and they were cutting to people in the audience. Children who were singing along to Beatles hits, and one man with the tears rolling down his face. Obviously, a very, very emotional time for him to see, you know, Paul McCartney playing the songs and sounding as good as he did. I had a little tear in my eye myself, actually. Another story today. Oh, more on this libel case, which is going on. Also, the jobs hell at the High Street. Boots, Burger King, John Lewis. 150,000 lost to COVID carnage, and it's just the start. There's going to be more. There's going to be more. Whichever way you look at it. So far, you've got Arcadia, 500. British Airways, 12,000. Although some we've heard, some of our regular listeners who work for British Airways who are furloughed are going back, which is good. Boots, 4,000 people will go from Boots. That's a lot, isn't it? I mean, you only ever see more than about 6 people in a shop, but we didn't have a list of the Boots stores that are going. We've got quite a big one in Twickenham. Burger King, 1,600 jobs are going. Airbus, 1,700. Arcadia, 500. Burger King, 1,600. Casual Dining Group, which is Bella Italia, Café Rouge and Las Iguanas, 1,900. DHL at Jaguar Land Rover, 2,200. EasyJet, 4,500. Harrods, 700. Harvey's, 1,500. Mothercare, 2,500. Oasis Warehouse, 1,800. P&O Ferries, 1,100. Pret-a-Manger, 1,300. Ryanair, 3,000. Victoria's Secret, 800. And General Electric, 769. Not looking good, is it? Not looking good. And then there'll be all the staff. I think by the time you get the cruise ships, the government have said don't book cruises because there's been hundreds of people who've died on cruise ships and they have to then quarantine the ship. If one person goes down with something, you know, because you've heard it on LBC, the whole ship seems to go down with it. The good news is gyms, indoor pools and sports halls. What's a sport hole? Ooh, just fallen down one. It's like Ronnie Corbett used to say, "Oh, I played a few rounds of golf the other day. I played 16 holes, fell in 6. Beauticians, tanning salons and tattooists can resume Monday. And experts predict tax rises. Oh, God, that's all we need. Actually, I've already done my tax for this year. Boots to cut 4,000 jobs. That's a lot. John Lewis has only 13... I mean, I say only 1,300. That's bad enough. But Boots, 4,000 jobs. How many... They've got 56,000 staff. Oh, 50... Well, not anymore, they haven't. Not anymore. LBC News Time. Somebody says, Steve, these columnists that love to castigate... Meghan and Harry, because they're too lazy to look for other material, need to stop. Charles shamed the royal family when he carried on with Camilla while still married. Then there was Andrew and Fergie. Now Andrew again, but no column inches dedicated to him. Well, Andrew, are you serious? You can't move. There's pages on Andrew. Pages. So I wonder why they're highlighting Meghan and Harry. It's because they're idiots. It's because Harry didn't know the difference between the Commonwealth and something. I mean, really... You know, I don't want to be pontificated to and spoken down to by somebody who really can't even manage to have a little job like in the royal family, where everything's done for you. As far as I'm concerned, they couldn't come back. But, I mean, Andrew is covered. And Charles, they've done programmes on Charles and Camilla. He was having an affair while he was married to Diana, as she said on her interview. I mean, they had a television interview. There were 3 of us in our relationship. It got a bit crowded. And, of course, it was. And when we thought Charles was visiting Diana in the railway carriage, it was Camilla he was seeing. That's what they used to say about her husband, wasn't it? The man who laid down his wife for the future king of this country. And that's exactly how... Oh, no, there's been loads of column inches. It's not lazy. It's not lazy journalism at all. It's absolutely bang on the money. Bang on the money. So the gyms and everything else opening. They say the 25th of July for opening gyms and... which actually be good news, because I think some of them might have been close to sort of going under. But so far this month alone, 17,000 job losses. And the Boots that they're closing could be we think all of them, are the spectacle side of it, the optician bit of it. Well... And the head office. How many people are working at head office, do you think? I mean, it must be quite a few, mustn't it? If they've got... How many staff did you say they had? Was it something like 56,000? That's an awful lot, isn't it? Awful lot of staff. Huge amount of staff. And so they're going to lose 4,000 people. So I wonder if our little opticians will go. Because I always thought they were terribly expensive. You go in there, they do... You know, they do... There's loads of places that do site testing, but they sort of jumped on it. There's one in... Boots in Kingston. They've got the optician thing upstairs where they can do all the bits and pieces. The one they've got in Twickenham. There's one in Richmond as well. I've just remembered because my friend Graham used to go there on the back entrance of Marks and Spencer's. There's a Boots opticians there, so you can go and get your prescription. So they obviously aren't making any money, but I thought they made loads of money because the frames... You know, you get 2 frames for £300 or whatever it is, and you think, but these are plastic. They must be printing them out like there's no tomorrow. But we'll wait and see. Wait and see whether it's going to be any good. The Crane death family are traumatised, and in fact, it's June Harvey who died, aged 85, when this crane crashed through. I think it's her great nephew Sam, who lived with her, said it was so loud he thought a plane had crashed. He said, we're traumatised. I'm not at all surprised. 1 minute you're in your house, the next minute a crane comes through the roof. I mean, there was one here, Daniel Duncan, who got to his home on Wednesday to find his neighbour's house with a massive hole in it. He said his 12-year-old son was next to it, adding, we're all shocked. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. Dreams of huge riches and paranoia, the astonishing entries in the secret diary of Michael Jackson, which is an unprecedented cover-up by somebody called Dylan Howard. And they actually say, you know, dreaming of... This is Michael Jackson's writing. To be honest with you, so it's only surfaced now. You know, wasn't it a bit like... Was it the Sunday Times years ago who bought the Hitler diaries? And then somebody said after a while, I think you'll find they're fake. And they went, are they? I mean, who on earth would have actually had these sort of diaries of Michael Jackson, where he used to write things down? They say he became the first multi-billionaire entertainment actor-director shortly before his death, his diary reveals. According to the diary, he was hoping to earn $20 million a week and listed opportunities, concerts, deal with athletics brands, Nike and Hollywood films, and he was planning a merchandising and all this kind of thing. So where did these come from then? Where did these come from? You know, one of them he wrote, somebody's trying to kill me. But, I mean, if they actually had this verified, that it is actually Michael Jackson's handwriting, because otherwise you're just taking somebody's word for it. You know, it's very odd, isn't it? Very odd. An explosive book tells how he hoped to become well, I mean, anybody can write a book, can't they? Anybody can write a book. I'm always terribly cynical about these sort of things. He's been dead for God knows how many years, and somebody goes, oh, these are his diaries. This is what he was writing about. Yeah, OK, good. Somebody says, what's it like receiving your first pension? I've deferred it. I don't need it. I'm good. I've had two mature, and then I qualify for the government one as well, but I don't need it. Which is a nice position to be in, isn't it? I don't want to start taking anything. I'm really not remotely interested. Ghislaine Maxwell's being sued on claims she recruited girls. She's being held at the moment in a maximum security jail. And I think the one that we actually discovered is that she's wearing like a paper suit, which they put everybody in who's in, if you're checking somebody, because, I mean, she might be at risk from herself. They don't know. They're not too sure about this. But a victim of the late financier has launched legal proceedings in America against the socialite and her £20 million fortune. It's the first time Prince Andrew's pal, who denies wrongdoings and is suing Epstein's estate to recoup legal fees, is being pursued for damages. So she's been hit with 6 charges, including trafficking minors for sex, and is being held in a New York jail. Strangely enough, just above that, it's a picture of Prince Andrew going out driving. And surprise, surprise, not wearing a seatbelt. But of course, if he's on private land, that should be OK. He was keeping a low profile at his Windsor Lodge residence, but was pictured driving a Range Rover with a police protection officer. So you're still paying for that, are we? Good Lord above, honestly. Prince Andrew, all he's got to do is have a word with them over in America. That's all they want. They want a word with him. And the longer he defers it, the more vague he's going to be. Steve, frames don't cost 300 quid. It's the cost of the lenses. No, frames can cost 300. Absolutely. Absolutely. The lenses are the cheap bit. You can send those away. You could take your prescription and send them away. But when you go into all these places now, it's all Calvin Klein, it's all Dior, Gucci, and all these other frames. They're not threepence. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the name. It's a licensing deal. That's what it is. Harry is embarrassing. Stay away, says Gordon. I think he will until he suddenly realises that he can't go anywhere. What can he do? Can't do an afternoon speech because he's not that sort of person. Steve, 3 things you should know today. 1, it's Neil Tennant's birthday. And also 2, the postman bought me my second tote bag yesterday. And 3, Billy Idol is not his real name. His real name is William Alucard. And if you read Alucard backwards, it spells Dracula. Perhaps that's why he changed his name, says Connie. Ha-ha. He's 60... What did we say he was? 64. 64. Still going, I suppose. I mean, I don't know whether he does concerts anymore. Did he do White Wedding or something? He had a sneer and everything else. Now he just looks... They don't look as sort of rough as they did before when they were sort of, rockers and all this kind of stuff. There's a truffle farmer here called Mike Collison. He's been stuck with a £220 harvest of truffles. And the reason is that it's worth £30,000 is because COVID-19 meant that the restaurants weren't open, so they weren't buying his truffles. So he's decided to offer them, some of them, to villagers in Stapleton in Shropshire. He says, if you've got something to give back to the community, 50 people who've never had truffles before have now tried them, haven't had a complaint yet. Grateful neighbour Susie Brander says, we had some with scrambled eggs. Yeah, you just grate it, don't you, or slice it very, very thinly. How lovely. How lovely. I've never had truffles. Well, you definitely wouldn't have had truffles. You haven't had smoked salmon. What's the point? No point asking you, honestly. No, caviar's different. That's sturgeon eggs. I didn't like caviar, actually. It was also... I'm a bit funny about fish. I'll eat a fish finger and scampi, but that's as far as I go. I did have... They're too fishy, aren't they? They smell fishy. I don't even know. Actually, I'm surprised. I'd have to check with Stuart from Sandy's in Twickenham whether or not he does caviar. Because you can get cheap caviar and then you get the Ritz. There's a caviar house as we go home, just next door to the Ritz. The caviar house, and people buy vodka and their caviar. It's, you put it on little thin biscuits, I think. Horrid. Which are also horrible, I know. It's not so exciting, is it? I don't mind egg mayonnaise. I quite like egg mayonnaise, but I don't want anything... See, egg mayonnaise and smoked salmon, that's quite nice. You could do that. Egg mayonnaise. You could go and get some egg mayonnaise from one of the supermarkets in their sandwich section, and then you could put the egg mayonnaise on the biscuits and then some smoked salmon on the top. There you go. Another winning recipe from the Steve Allen archive of winning recipes that haven't yet killed anybody. So that's good, isn't it? We keep finding things in this country. You know why? People have got metal detectors. And they go out and they've just found a Pope's seal dating back 700 years. This is the 1.5 millionth archaeological object unearthed by the public. They think this one was about 1243. We've also found 2,500 coins in Chew Valley, the Bosworth Boar and the Vale of York Coin Hall. Even the smallest items offer clues to our past. Wow. Amazing. You often wonder whether it's made in this century and somebody's just dug it into the earth, made it look old. I'm so cynical on this sort of stuff. It's terrible. Let's take a short break for the news, shall we? It's nice to be company. According to a US top lawyer, we want to talk to Andrew. Pressure's mounted. He's just pointedly ignoring this. He's pointedly doing nothing. He's out driving. He's got nothing to do. He's not going to play golf because he doesn't work for the royal family anymore. He's sitting at home probably doing a jigsaw. But, why can't he talk to them? I've got no idea. They say he's kept a low profile since Ghislaine Maxwell was charged with grooming. And they want to talk to him. It's not complicated. Why would he not want to? These are girls who've been abused, and he could probably help with some sort of information. He could do that. He said 3 times he's tried to contact them, and they've said he hasn't. Well, somebody somewhere is not on the right line. Perhaps he's got the wrong number. Perhaps he's calling somebody completely differently, and the FBI is sitting there, and the lawyer's going, the phone's not ringing. I mean, perhaps he's got he might be a digit out, in which case he's getting an old widow in Arkansas who's got no idea. I'm sorry, your name is? Prince Andrew. We don't know nobody like that down here. Thank you. If you're collecting for the church, we'll give. Because otherwise, if he says he's tried to contact them 3 times and they say he hasn't, somebody's telling porcupines, aren't they? Unless they've got the wrong end of the stick. But come on, Andrew, pull your finger out. Goodness sake. Not doing anything else in your life. Here she is. It's Jodie Comer. I don't know anything about Jodie Comer, but her name seems to crop up with amazing regularity on this programme. But she's all smiles. She's obviously Liverpudlian. I think so. So she looks... Her new love interest is somebody called James Burke, who's been pictured in the UK for the first time. Oh, she's in Killing Eve. I've never seen Killing Eve. She plays a bisexual assassin. Well, obviously, aren't they all? Goodness sake, honestly. No point in being an assassin now unless you're bi. No point at all. So they've got all sorts of things. She's faced anger online due to her rumoured boyfriend's political views. Right, because he's a registered Republican and appeared to follow Donald Trump on Instagram before he deleted his social media accounts. That's the trouble is now, they want to know who you vote for, don't they? They want to know everything. I voted for Winnie the Pooh. I wasn't sure whether it made any difference to life, but I can't go near the 100-acre wood because there's a bit of a militant thing going on at the moment, so I've avoided that like the plague. The billionaire rapper, married to Kim Kardashian, who's now running for president, he says he'll base his White House on a superhero movie. Of course you will, Kanye. Of course you will, dear. OK, so good luck there. Little John is talking about Jodie Comer. It's obviously a very popular, hot topic. Also, father dies. He's in a shop queue, and he's a gentle businessman. He's died. He was attacked by another customer whilst queuing outside a DIY store. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Witnesses suggested Andrew Webster, who's 51, and his attacker were involved in an altercation in the queue outside a branch of Screwfix in Warrington. The shop is only, which I think are one doing the same, you can only pick up, click and collect orders because of the coronavirus pandemic. It's thought that he was punched and suffered head injuries after falling and hitting the pavement, taken to Aintree Hospital for specialist care, but died nearly a week later. Staff refused to talk about the incident or confirm rumours that the argument began over queue jumping. Do people queue jump? I mean, I thought in this country we're very, very good at queuing. We stand there. If there's one person standing with another person behind them, I just go and join the queue. I've got no idea what I'm queuing for. I just want to be in a queue. I'm British. And people go, so are you in the queue? And I go, I think so, yes. People ask you, are you in a queue? Yes. And I'm wearing corduroy as well. You like to tell people these sort of things, and I've got a discount card for here. But we like the British queue. Nobody else queues. I queue for buses. I'm the only person. Everybody else is just barging to the front and pushing their way in and all the rest of it. I queue. I'm a very good queuer. Very good queuer. Oh, there will be a 6th Crown series for those people. They did say that they were going to kill it off on 5, but they've decided to go for 6, which actually doesn't really help because I've never seen it. But I'm told it's very good. How come you know all these... How come you know... When do you find the time for these things? I'm far too busy to sort of sit down and watch The Crown. It's supposed to be very good, though, isn't it? Very good. There is a cautionary tale inside the paper today. It's the ultimate cautionary tale for every divorcee. How a middle-class mother living in a Cotswold idyll was seduced by a fraud who claimed he was a Rothschild and then tricked her out of £500,000. The sad story of Christine and this Mark Hatton, who claimed to be the son of the late Edmund de Rothschild. I mean, to be honest with you, he's got the word crook stamped all over him. Took her for £500,000. That's the trouble. And they had a son together. And he just was after her money. He spent 12 years in jail, including time spent on remand. He's being held in a detention centre whilst they get ready to deport him back to Singapore. He may appeal against the decision, but Christine tries not to dwell on that. We've also got another person in this country, and this is the one that I mentioned to you 2 weeks ago, a convicted murderer in Australia who's serving what I thought was going to be a life sentence for the decapitation of a young backpacker, and the Australians want shot of him. He's been sent back here, not to go to prison. He's living in a hotel which we're paying for, and we're giving him spending money so he can go out and buy little luxuries. A convicted have I got this right? A convicted murderer? Decapitation? Yes. It's in all the papers. Nobody else can believe it either. Because the Australians went, thank God we got rid of him. Thank God we got rid of him. Happy birthday to Fiona Shaw, 62 today. And also Virginia Wade, the tennis star who won 55 singles titles, is 75. Good Lord. In fact, you remember in 2013, David Cameron screwed up big time when he said in the House of Commons, you know, Andy Murray, the first British player to win Wimbledon in 77 years. Completely forgot about Virginia Wade. Completely forgot about that one. He had to go after that. In 2008, the drum skin used on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper album sold for how much at a London auction? The drum skin used on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper album. How much money would that go for? Just the drum skin, not the drum, just the drum skin. And £1,000, that'd be very good money, very good money. 60,000. Would you believe $1 million? It went $1 million. £541,000 it went for. It's Beatles memorabilia. And I seem to remember they painted Sgt. Pepper's band or something on it. But that's, yeah, $1 million. Some people have got more money than sense, I think, actually. I find it unbelievable. Where would you get that sort of money from? Is that loose change? Me, you know, 380 quid saved up, my hard-earned of months and months of in fact, about 4 months' money. 4 months' money. I did my best. Got some money out of it. And, you know, and £1 million. I wonder what you do with that. I suppose it's like the Steve Allen tote bags. You probably have it lovingly framed. A lot of people have had them framed, which I'm very, very pleased about. Also, the last Volkswagen Beetle came off an assembly line in Mexico in 2019. So only the other year, the last... So there's no more Volkswagen Beetles. My Uncle Alan used to have a Volkswagen Beetle. It was always said that if ever the car fell into a river, you'd be all right because it was hermetically sealed. The water wouldn't get in. It became like a sealed unit. I wouldn't fancy sitting at the bottom of a river, thank you very much indeed. Is that a leak? Oh, God, it's a leak. You know, you're sitting there with sort of your finger in the dike kind of situation, as they did in Holland, that little boy there. I can't remember what happened to him, actually. I don't know whether he survived it or not. And also, Jack was naked in the pool, but not a shining star in bed. And this is Jack... What's his face? I can never remember his blooming name, actually. Warren Beatty... Jack Nicholson. People love him, but this particular lady has fallen under his spell and then written a book about it. You know, and basically saying, you know, he was naked in the pool, but in bed he was not very good. Which is the worst thing you can ever say to somebody, isn't it, really? You know, so how do you rate me, babe? 9 out of 10? 3. 3? Nobody's 3. Nobody's 3. Yeah, how do you rate me, babe? That's what I say. How do you rate me, babe? Because I'm in keeping with sort of my street credibility. I don't want people to think I'm going to go, so, how was it for you? You know, because that just sounds pretentious, doesn't it? Generally, because I'm by myself anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference. It's just me and Teddy. You know, a life of debauchery. Twickenham, the millionaire's playground. Thank you, no. Thank you, no. Some other stories in the papers for today, apart from the Glee story, which, as I say, is a catalogue, I'm afraid. Tourists, UK tourists, heading for European beaches are not going to be welcomed with open arms. Apparently, the majority of people in Spain, France and Germany and Italy say the Brits should stay away. Well, then your hotels are going to close, aren't they? Because you need the Brits. We travel anywhere. I watched a thing on YouTube. It was really bizarre. Somebody had gone first class on British Airways from Houston back to this country, and they'd filmed the whole trip on the food that they got and everything else. It was so tedious. It was the most boring thing. I don't know. And then that one followed on from, you know, this is our trip on the Orient Express. You know, I haven't got time to watch The Crown, but I was watching these rubbish videos, and they on the Orient Express, there's a woman sitting there, and then they've obviously tried to hide the camera, because otherwise the waitress would go, "Why are you filming me?" You know, and she was putting down, it looked like lobster and some Dauphinoise potatoes on the Orient Express. I like Dauphinoise, but I could just eat Dauphinoise potatoes. And I was sort of watching it thinking, this is the most boring thing I've ever done. What a waste of 5 minutes of my life. But I watched it all the way to the end when they got off the Orient Express and they then went to get a taxi. It was so sweet. It was at that moment I thought to myself, my life cannot get any worse. It certainly ain't going to be getting any better, is it? Mind you, did I do the mechanic who's losing £2,500 a week, or did we just talk about that in the office? Because he's a Prince Harry lookalike, and he's very worried now because Harry's gone to America. Well, that doesn't stop you being Harry, does it? Just because he's gone to America, you sort of pop up and you could go, "Ta-da! I'm still here. I'm still here. It was all a joke. I'm still living in Frogmore Cottage. Ta-da! Come on. I mean, at least enter into the spirit of it. An awful lot. Anybody play Scrabble? Do you play Scrabble? You play Scrabble. Yeah, I've never played Scrabble. I've never played it. It's not my sort of thing at all. Anything where you have to use your brain, I can't manage. I can only do the small words. It's like Monopoly. I quite like Monopoly, but the short version, where we all start with hotels. It goes on forever and a day, Monopoly. It's so boring, you know. Wait a minute. You've landed on Whitechapel. £16, I think you're fine, because I've got the other one. Oh, dear. Whitechapel and Old Kent Road. The best one's to get the Angel Islington down the bottom, because it was cheap but regular money. And I used to quite like that idea. Plus, Bob Marley's family are on song. Sounds like a tongue twister, doesn't it? They're doing One Love to raise funds for UNICEF's Coronavirus Relief Fund. One Love. I love that song. It was such a good song, wasn't it? He always looks as though he's off his face on the television, Bob Marley. He used to stand there singing, and I used to think, is he in this world or is he somewhere else? But I thought he was brilliant. I loved it. I thought it was great. Also, there's an exercise pill. I'll tell you about this one in a minute. I mean, whether it's available to us, I've got no idea, but I like the idea. It can save you time and effort. There's one that you like to shoot down, don't you? Somebody says, something wrong with your maths. $1 million, £541,000. And you go, yes, that's exactly what it was. $1 million, £541,250, and you know why you're wrong? Is because this was in 2008. Okay, different rates of exchange. What a shame you jumped the gun and got it completely wrong. Letter of apology by return of post, please. Thank you very much indeed, and a cheque for £5,000, and then we'll forget all about it. And I'll never mention you ever again. Steve, we use a teapot, and we have a Theemuts, which is a Dutch tea cosy that looks like a padded handbag. Oh right. Because do tea cozies really work? I don't know. We were discussing earlier on, not really, just sort of popped up, on whether or not people nowadays use teapots or whether you just drop a tea bag. I thought you just drop a tea bag in. It's as simple as that, because it's just too messy. So here is this exercise pill. And I quite like the idea of this one, actually. I'm not in favour of pill popping at all, but it mimics the effect of a workout. It could soon be available in a boost for couch potatoes. Look at that. They found it. We've sorted your Christmas present out, boys. Scientists discovered a protein that rewards the brain in the same way as 6 weeks' worth of gym sessions, and now they want to turn it into medication. Brilliant! So far, they've only given it to mice who've been running off on a treadmill. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm not sure whether that's the sort of thing, but they say it could work. It could work. It's been injected into older, less active rodents who became better at remembering their way around a maze. So, in other words, if we give it as a tablet form to the two boys here, they'll better find their way out the building. as opposed to sort of like 2 weeks after I've said goodbye to them. They're still wandering around in a bit of a dream, going, I can't find the way out, Steve. I said, well, just follow the exit. I can't read. Where is it? Give them the tablet, all of a sudden, psh, they'll find the front door immediately. That's brilliant, isn't it? Of course, it's in America. It'll never happen here. These things never get passed or anything. You see all sorts of strange things advertised on the internet, and I begin to wonder, if all these claims, because I've fallen for it as well, I've gone for the same thing as everybody else has. There'll be something in the Daily Mail going, this skin cream takes years off you. So I immediately buy in a lorry load and think I'm going to bathe in this for the rest of my life, and I'm going to look about 15 years old. And so all this stuff arrives, and in fact I bought 4 lots a short while ago from JML, and it's a little thing, and you put it around your eyes, and apparently it takes years off you. I look exactly the same as I did before I started taking the blooming stuff, but I've got a bathroom full of it. I've got shelves groaning. They're bending in the middle, groaning with all the creams and the face packs and everything else that you have to do when you get to, above 30, and you start worrying about it, and somebody says, oh, this is the best thing ever. And they will then say in the Daily Mail, this is an instant sellout. They've got 1 million pre-orders. I don't want to miss out on this. So you beg, borrow or steal to get hold of some of it, and you put it on religion. I've bought seriously expensive eye creams in the past. Seriously expensive. Not made the slightest difference. Not made the slightest... I'm not really a wrinkly person. It's only because I'm lying back on the floor I don't have any wrinkles. And also I ironed myself before I came out today. I just generally run a cold iron over my face. Because somebody said to me, don't use hot water on your face, use cold water because it tightens up the skin. Well, so I'm doing all these... I'm following everything. And still I'm old. You can't turn back, can you? Unless you're going to have surgery. And the one thing I would never, ever do is let anybody cut into my flesh and start stitching bits up. Thank you very much indeed. Not for me. Not for me. Sadiq Khan. God, I bet James O'Brien wish he got this one the other day. Says he enjoyed having his ego stroked when he was chatted up by gay men on Clapham Common. I mean, surely some mistake. The Mayor of London revealed that when he was younger, one of his closest pals lived near the Common, a notorious cruising spot for gay men. Was it? Well, there you go. He says he was often mistaken for someone looking for an outdoor romp. Oh, believe you me, they were people looking for Specsavers. They weren't remotely interested. When the former human rights lawyer strolled through the park with his mates, he was often eyed up by some hopeful lads. He says, often I'm not embarrassed to admit I was chatted up. It's quite nice for your ego. Oh, I don't think we need to know things like that, do we? I mean, how many times did you walk across Clapham Common? I mean, after you'd done it for the first day, did you kind of get, I'll go back there tomorrow. Hello. Sadiq Khan, Mayor of the future. The boys on Clapham Common. Well, there you go. The Daily Mail today telling you on the day number 10 says you can go to the gym and the beauty salon. The Foreign Office says you can't go cruising. So there you go. That's another thing Sadiq Khan will have to address, won't he? No more cruising. All travel cancelled. The official advice has come. And so they've now opened travel corridors to 59 countries. Cruise bosses branded the rules nonsensical and accused the ministers of dealing a fresh blow to their beleaguered industry. I'm flabbergasted, says Paul Green of Riviera Travel Cruises. How can hotels and travel within, say, France or Germany be considered safe by the Foreign Office, yet river cruises and their limited passenger numbers and scrupulous cleaning regime have a problem? I think it's based on medical advice from Public Health England. That's where they've got it from. And also because a number of people have died on cruise ships. And then the cruise ships have not been allowed to dock, if you remember. And so people are sitting... We've had people talking on LBC's programme saying, we've been stuck here now for 3 weeks. They're not allowing us to pull into port or anything else. So they're doing it. But so all those... So I don't know what the rules are, whether you shouldn't book anything on a cruise ship. If you do, they've said that your insurance will be invalid because they've said don't book cruises. But that's what people like doing. But I do appreciate the fact that if you go on cruise ships, if they end up with their own little pandemic on board, it goes through the ship like a dose of salts. We've had people being really ill before through various other things as well. So check. The Sun this morning, it's this court case at the moment in the High Court. As I say, the only people making money out of it are the lawyers. It's the only people who ever make money out of things like that. I mean, it runs for about 6 pages. Seriously, there's nothing you can talk about in it at all. The Daily Express, they've got a Battle of Britain souvenir pull-out. Watch the film. I watched it yesterday. Isn't that funny? I must be going through one of my sort of military phases, because it's such a good film. It's so good. So good. Also, Boris snubs EU in hunt for vaccine, and BBC bosses accused of fleecing pensioners after axing free TV licences. So did they have free TV licences before, and now they're not going to have free TV licences? Oh, right, okay. So I think I practically guessed that before, actually. So everything's opening up. Bleak day for John Lewis, Boots and Rolls-Royce, announcing thousands of redundancies. Economists warning it'll take decades for Britain to pay back the cost of fighting the pandemic. We're not the only country who's going to be coughing up all sorts of monies left, right and centre. Loads of other people have to do it. The Times, junk food deals will be banned in Johnson assault on obesity. Well, then you have to close all the places where we go to, all the fast food places. But the argument has always been, once you've opened up one fast food place, they all open up, and they're all near schools. And what would you rather have? You know, some gourmet meal, you know, or nice plate of fish and chips? Or a burger? Or just chips? Or just Duchess potatoes? Or basically anything you can get in your mouth and walk down the road with it. You can't get Duchess potatoes anyway, can you? You can buy them. I think Duchess potatoes, they're like swirly potatoes, and then you bake them. They're lovely. You never seen Duchess potato? Oh, they're very nice. Oh, you'd like those. Ooh, you'd like those. Have those with a bit of vinegar on. Salons reopening as normality edges closer. Well, I hope your weekend is full of normality. I know that mine will be, but I will be back with you tomorrow morning. We have the best of Steve Allen on Saturday morning between 5 and 7, and I'm back with you on Sunday morning between 5 and 7, as well as we go through the Sunday papers. I wish you a fabulous weekend. I've got a free little bit extra podcast. Katie Price goes on Australian television as a former supermodel. Model maybe, but certainly not super. Cristiano Ronaldo is pictured lying back on a sun lounge. You may be confused by the picture if you see it. It does look a lot like me. And the Bake Off producers are thinking of axing the 2020 series. I've got a great idea. Get rid of dreary Noel Fielding, really. Father Christmas must have everything by now, but whether or not you're going to find him in your local garden centres, I've a sneaking feeling you might not. This year, mind you, I think this year's going to be ghastly at Christmas. I don't know why. I'm hoping it's going to be good, but it won't be finished. All of this thing. I mean, when I was coming out last night to come into to London, I was horrified that all the people at the bus stops and all the people on the buses, no masks. No masks. And I felt like sort of getting on the bus, because if they make it compulsory... Yeah, the police just... they're not remotely interested. It's far too, to sort of start trying to explain to 3-year-olds why you should be wearing a mask out there. It's a case of 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. You take that decision. And they're all sitting on the bus, all sort of laughing and joking with their friends, and I'm thinking, that's what alcohol does to them. The other bad thing, of course, is that they think that they're exempt from coronavirus, like all the idiots sitting on Bournemouth Beach a short while ago. Oh, it's okay because the sea air, because we've read it on the internet, the sea air will sort of dispel the coronavirus. Well, good luck with that one, I say. So it's very interesting, because if they make masks compulsory, which I think they will, certainly if you're going into shops, you don't have any masks. I mean, if I was the bus driver, and I know they do in certain parts of the country, because people have told me, if I was the bus driver, I wouldn't be letting anybody on without a mask. Asthmatic or no asthmatic, I'm sorry. It's a case of, do you want to protect yourself or do you not want to protect yourself? There must be something else you can get. I don't want any of these, because the people getting on the buses, they're certainly not asthmatic, the ones I'm seeing, because they bounce up the stairs. There was one the other day chatting away on his telephone and all the... And I'm thinking, I wanted to turn round and go, where's your mask? Do you want to die? Quite clearly you do. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, really? But let's see what happens with the government, because at the moment we seem to be opening everything up. You can go swimming, you can do everything now. You can go and I think you can get your nails done as well, and you can get your hair cut, which is lovely. That was the big thing to get done, wasn't it? My God, we couldn't wait. But I didn't realise that for every woman who goes into the hairdresser to get their hair cut and coloured, it's about 3 hours. It takes forever, and not every woman. If you're having highlights and, it's... Do you know how much it is? My next door neighbour went to get a haircut and colour, because she'd not had it done for 5 months, And we were sort of talking about it over a bottle of Prosecco. Well, I was over the bottle of Prosecco. She was sitting there with a small bottle of Lambrusco, which was very nice. And I didn't realise how expensive it is to get cut and colour done. How much do you think she paid? Well, she said, I got a discount because I'm a VIP customer. So she paid 160. It's normally 190. And so I mentioned this to my brother and his wife the other day, and she said, yeah, that's right. She said, you can pay a lot, or you can get it for 75 quid, 85 quid or whatever, but it's very interesting that it would have been nearly £200. I thought, blimey, I must be hopelessly out of touch. Hopelessly out of touch. I seriously thought it was going to be like 40 or 50 quid. Because a man can get his hair cut now, obviously not colour. Because how many men do you know who go to the hairdressers to have colour put in? I mean, they don't. The most you might have done is highlights. But not many men seem to have things like, unless you're in a boy band, there's no point in having anything, or you're an Olympic swimmer, there's no point in having anything done. And so people tend not to. But when she said about how much it would be normally, I thought, my goodness me, I'm surprised. Very surprised. I'm surprised, actually, they're not all gone under. Who can afford that? Who can afford that? Obviously, quite a number of people. Quite a number of people. Warger's locked in as well. And Matthew says to you and the boys, this show is brilliant, followed by Nick Abbott's. This show is brilliant, followed by Nick sorry. Oh, I see. Oh, right. Second favourite is Nick Abbott. I saw him earlier on. He was in a very grouchy mood earlier on. Oh, goodness me. Very bad. Although you do get him back on your radio this evening on LBC, which is good news. But, he was grouchy when he came off air. You know what he's like? When he's got a cob on, God, we all suffer. And he normally comes out and has a little chat. And I sort of sit there, I switch off, and he's sort of chatty. Well, we talk about all sorts of things. We basically put the world to rights after he's sort of finished doing his little programme, and then because it's quite sweet that he's still working at his age, and we were sort of chatting away, and then he said something to me. He said, "What planet are you on?" And later on, he said something which I then said to him, "What planet are you on?" I forget what it was we were talking about. All these conversations you have with people in the business. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can sit down and talk about radio for a long time. I don't know anything about it, as you probably gathered from the programme, but at least I'm keen. And I think if you're keen and you've got guts, you can get anywhere. More jobs on the high street could be axed. 250,000, they've said. And in one part of Spain, masks are compulsory. You don't wear a mask, you ain't going out. It's as simple as that. And in Spain, you don't mess with them. Over here, of course, people go, oh, I'm all right. I'm going to survive this. Yes, that's what 40,000 other people probably thought as well. Very bad. David Beckham turned up. His hair turned up the day before. And he went to see Colonel Tom because he had to sort of capitalise on the publicity. And now that Brooklyn Beckham's getting married, thank God for that. Perhaps we'll see an end to him. Perhaps he'll disappear and go and find a job. But, of course, he doesn't really need to because the girl he's marrying is older. She's a model, but then, of course, everybody's a model. I'm a model, just not for modelling things, I'm sort of a model for Toby jugs, which is very useful. And the Beckhams would be sort of... You can imagine what sort of wedding it is, because her parents are very low-key, whereas the Beckhams are like, we'll have a picture taken here, we'll release this one to Vogue, and we'll do... Oh, God, they're going to be hating it at the end. They have got no idea what they've entered into. The electrician's daughter, and then there's Dave... And then there's the multitude of children. And then there's Harper Beckham, possibly the most gifted child in the entire world. I didn't realise, actually, she can cook, she can design. Harper does everything. She'll probably design, Brooklyn's little girlfriend's wedding dress or something. But 2 weeks ago, Brooklyn went down on one knee. Took him 2 weeks to get back up again. But anyway, at least he went down and he said, will you marry me? And she said yes. And I thought, thank God for that. Because every time you see him, he looks about as boring as they come. He doesn't look as though he's got much of a conversation about him, but perhaps some people like that. That's like being married to Harry. You just tell him what to do. He just goes and trots off and does it. They went out the other day to pick up their gas-guzzling car, which had been valeted, which I thought was a little bit of a swizz. Because neither of them are doing anything. They both could have got out there with a chamois and actually cleaned the car themselves. I mean, it's not like they smoke like troopers, is it? Or something like that. So, always a bit of a shame. Always a bit of a shame when people sort of don't... I mean, I can't wash my car, but that's an age thing. And my car's so big that you can get halfway over the roof, and then you go around the other side, by which time the first half has dried already. And I did get the car washed the other day. I always like it when it's washed, actually. It sort of gives you a fit. As you pootle down the motorway, you think, it looks very shiny. And sometimes, even with my sunglasses on, it looks shiny. So if I take them off, it's like a mirror reflection. It's like, phew, it looks amazing. But I never get the inside cleaned. Because the inside never gets dirty. I've got a little duster, and I sort of sometimes flick that over the dashboard. But most of the time, I don't actually bother were doing it. When I smoked, I did, because you used to get cigarette ash, which would blow into the back seat and things like that. But, and I forgot to water the plants last night, so when I get back this morning, I've got to water the plants. You think your day's not going well. I just think I suffer with these things. It's ridiculous. I was sort of deciding, actually, whether or not there's a story in one of the papers today which is true, or whether it's just a load of old hogwash. They say that the reality TV stars, of which they are not, they are on a reality show, but they're certainly not stars. They're basically people who are desperately sad and attention-seeking. And I thought, yeah, right, whatever. I went inside Molly May Haig's home. I mean, how boring does it have to be? But anyway, they say that Hollywood is interested, so I think it's a load of old hogwash, in making a film about reality stars, and they're going to be using people like Arj. I mean, it's just, two small beach huts with legs attached, I should imagine. Arj recently flew out to Marbella. He went over there because he had a singing gig. Unfortunately, when you look at what this poor plank turned up at the airport wearing, shorts with the fattest legs you've ever seen, white socks. I mean, how dated. How dated. It's not even Essex, is it? And he was flying off. Meanwhile, the on-off girlfriend, Gemma, off at the moment, she was flying off secretly. Well, it's a bit difficult for anything like that to be done secretly, because apparently she's, like, really busy. Like, really, really... We don't know what she does, but she's, like, really, really busy, which is great. So as long as she stays busy and doesn't bother us in the newspapers, we should be fine. Little Britain is set for a reboot, apparently, because they can't... It's all sorts of things. Do you know, I used to love Little Britain. I really did. I thought it was such a good programme. I thought the scripting was great. I thought they got on. So I was a bit disappointed when Dave and Matt sort of fell out. And now they're back, and strange enough, they actually got back together at Dale's funeral, because they were both there, and they were chatting away, and I thought, well, that's good. At least Dale would be quite pleased by that. Definitely. And somebody says, are you sure you're not running an Alan Partridge tribute act? Waha. I don't think he says waha, does he? He goes, aha. Aha. It's Steve Allen. Aha. But no, Jason. You're not really called Jason and live in Essex. Please tell me that. That is about as chavvy as it gets. Don't tell me you got sort of a wife called Kylie. Have you? Got anything like that? Yeah, or Trace. Oh, right, Trace. Could be Jason's other name. I don't know. You never know nowadays. And Steve, New Year's Eve, will we all be able to do the old Lang Syne thing? Because we're going to hold hands. You hold hands? What, during that? Oh, no, I don't do any of the touching stuff. You know, you put, no, I'm still doing the hokey cokey. I don't do anything. You should old acquaintance. You have to hold hands for that? You don't have to, do you? I don't like that. People sometimes, oh, no, I'd have to wear gloves. People touching you, so I think it's just for a song. Nobody knows the blooming words anyway. Steve, of the figures, says Matt, of the COVID virus figures from Bournemouth's beaches 2 weeks ago have been published. No. Listen, they're going to keep it very quiet. Very quiet. I told you that there was that story, wasn't there, in the paper, I don't know if you read it, about the couple who drove 100 miles with a little kitten in the car because the children didn't want to leave the kitten at home by itself, so they took it to the beach. How stupid do you have to be? I mean, these people vote. These people have brought children into the world. They probably have no idea how it occurred. Dreadful, isn't it, really? And so we will... lots of people received their tote bags. I'm very pleased, because everybody's even more surprised than they were when we showed you them in the first place. And they're printed on both sides, really nice quality, and everybody's going, oh, they're lovely, they've turned up. They've turned up. Because what they do is they send you a notification which says, you know, whoopee, I think it says whoopee, your Steve Allen tote bag is on the way to you, and it gives you the tracking number, the post office tracking number, so there's no chance of losing these things. If, of course, it goes to the other address, that's the post office's fault. That's the post office being inept. But 99.9% of the time, they're sort of good at getting things delivered to your letterbox. So many people have had a little something pushed through the letterbox because they sort of fold it up. But I said, you know, we're sending out 6,680 of the things, so it does take a little bit of a time. They've got to be packed, and they're packed with love. And apparently you can get 4 bottles of Prosecco in one of my tote bags. So that's good, isn't it? I thought it was only 3, but then, of course, I'm working on the 1.5 bottles. And who buys the little piddly ones? I did buy some of those the other day. And to be honest, practically... yes, I opened it in the kitchen. And I hang on to the cork for grim death because the pressure these things are bottled under. And you do it if you're a pensioner, do not try this. You'll take your ceiling out. And I sort of opened it, and it goes psst, and then as I'd finally ease the cork out, it sort of did a little fountain by it. And no, stop. It's like champagne, very much like champagne. And so we wasted about a thimble full of Prosecco, so I was not happy at all. But the little bottles go no, and people go, it's like whenever I go to a restaurant, and they always go, what would you like to drink? And I go, bottle of Prosecco. And then the second question is, how many glasses? And I always go, 1. Why would you want to share a bottle of Prosecco? The whole idea is if I buy a bottle of Prosecco, it's for me. I'm not sharing it with people at the table. It's like, you go out with sort of a friend, and you go, I'll have a portion of chips. And the other person says, I'll be all right. And you go, well, you're not having any of mine. If you want chips, order chips. But don't sit there thinking you're going to start picking at my chips. Because I can eat a whole bowl of chips, believe you me. And then they go, well, I only want 1 or 2. You're not having any. You're not having any chips at all. You want chips, order your own blooming chips. And have you seen what piddly portions you get nowadays? The last time I ordered chips, they came in like a little shopping trolley, or failing that, a little sort of cone. And it's always something, it's like beans. Nobody slops beans onto the plates now. A little ramekin with a few little, you have 6 beans in it. And for this you have to pay like, £2.80. It's not good, is it really? What was the other one that I've got? Oh yes, the ghost watching over the secret burial place of Diana. There is a rumour she's been moved. That's what the rumour is, because they were frightened that somebody would... Well, you've got to climb over an island to get to her. And so I don't think that she's been moved. I think they're just putting that out there as a story to confuse you. Because people go there, don't they, to actually... They go, that's Diana's grave. And, of course, everybody that's in the house is going, that's what you think. We moved her a week last Thursday. But, no, I think she's safe on the island. I do hope so. I had a very nice week, actually. In fact, actually, it's been a very productive week, which is good. And the weather's sort of improved a little bit. But you know me, I'm happier if it rains. I'm not... I mean, I don't want, obviously, tons of rain, but enough to make the car look clean. Because there's nothing worse, is there? The car looks dirty, and then it rains. You go, oh, that looks lovely and clean. Looks the same as everybody else's. And then it dries, and it's all gone blotchy. So you've got to take it back into the car wash place, because I won't do anything that's electronic. Now, I will only have people rushing over the car, because they do it better than these machines which whip your paintwork into a frenzy. And it doesn't look very good. It really doesn't. So I've given up with car. There used to be a nice one up at Beaconsfield years and years ago, which was like going into a discotheque. It had all flashing coloured lights and everything else, as all of a sudden your car was covered with foam, which I quite like. But I like it when sort of you get 4 people over it all at the beginning, and then you drive round to the next bit, and then 10 people start drying it off. That's always... It's the drying bit I couldn't do. And they're very good at it, very good. And it's not too expensive. In fact, about the same price as a haircut, which is about a tenner. Haircut nowadays. For a woman, no, £190 for your car wash. And cleaning it. Would you like it cleaned inside? No. And they always treat me, because they have a turnover of staff, quite a lot of staff turnover, and they always treat you like you've never been to a car wash before. So one will stand in front of you thinking he's bringing in Concorde, going, come forwards. I thought, I just want to put my foot on the accelerator now and see you disappear under the front number plate. But anyway, I'm not like that. And they stop, and then they sort of... So they wash the car. First of all, they wet the car with their jet hoses. Nice. Then they've got these big sponges all over, one each side. So one will only do half of the bonnet, and then they do things, and they slide their thing right underneath. And then I know. And then they wash it off, and then there's another one who's got a little sprinkly stuff which dissolves any soap suds. And so then they sort of spray that off as well. And then whilst they're doing that, he then comes to my window and sort of beckon back, reverse back, so you can go round to the other bit. But I thought, I'm ahead of them. I always start the engine, which frightens the life out of them anyway. It's like starting a jet engine. And then you go round there, then you get out. And again, there's somebody in front of you. Get forward. Yes, I can see a white line. I am not completely blind. I might look like I'm driving blind, but I promise you I'm not. And then you drive out, and you think, it looks so nice when the sun's shining, and I don't want the sun shining all the time. So today I'm going to have I had something on the agenda today. I went down to my brother's yesterday. And what did we do there? Oh, nothing. I just had to drop some bits and pieces off for him and pick up some Tomerite for the garden. It's a liquid fertiliser. It's particularly good at... People say, it's very good for tomatoes, which it probably is, but it's just as good for flowers and shrubs and everything else, because it's got potassium in, and it's very, very good. Steve, I prefer rain too. Can't be doing with these red-hot days, covered in sweat, having to watch pale men wandering around with their legs out. Oh, nothing worse. Nothing. I mean, some people should be told, please, go and put clothes on. I mean, it's just not right. And some of the things that the kids are wearing on the streets now, little girls in crop tops and stuff, and you think, no. Of course, I mean, my favourites are the ones with the pink dirty tracksuits, with the G-string visible up at the back, pushing a pram with 2 children in it. They're always the firm favourites of everybody. You go, what is it about wearing a pink tracksuit that makes people look really cheap and horrible? I can't work it out. I mean, it's not glamorous. It's not an attractive colour. It gets dirty very quickly. And yet it's all people pushing the prams around, isn't it? Perhaps they think they're being trendy. Perhaps they think that this is a fashion statement. But I don't think it is. It's like, you see the majority of the builders nowadays, they seem to live in tracksuits. That's all they have. Or failing that, if they're from certain countries, camouflage clothing. Yeah, there must be some shops in these places where they sell camouflage trousers and tops, and they're sort of builders and glaziers and plasterers and stuff like that. Thank God I never got my hands dirty. Another one says, can you say hello to another of your international ultimate spikers? Norman lives in Turkey. How lovely. Well done, Norman. Congratulations. And I was very happy, Steve, says Johnny in Northwood. I received my 2 tote bags Saturday morning. I nearly texted you then. Well, just as well you didn't, because I wasn't here, but it would have been nice anyway. Would have been nice. Captain Tom has started his fundraising walk again, Steve. That's in order to pay for his TV licence. 33 million. Nothing's ever... And, of course, the Beckhams had to jump on the bandwagon, didn't they? So old Beckham goes over there with that funny hair of his. I mean, I can't get over it. It's looking as bad as Michael Fabricant's. And that's got to be the oddest hair in living memory. I mean, it's really... If you're going to buy a toupe, then at least buy a decent one. Seriously, it looks like it was made for somebody doing an ABBA tribute song. That's what it looks like, although he's fairly ancient for something like that. And, Steve, talking of hair colouring, I thought Chris Moyles was brilliant in the paper the other day. Yes, he sort of dyed his hair, which actually looks good, because I see him on a obviously, because his studio is practically opposite my front door here, and so I see him on a regular basis. We do talk to people, I do mix with the good and the great in the building, which is lovely. Somebody says, I'm a physiotherapist, Steve, and trained in hydrotherapy. Opening swimming centres and gymnasiums is probably the only time we'll be able to say that it's not a healthy option. However, it's not the fear of the virus living in the chlorinated water, but people should fear the sweaty heat, moisture and humidity content of water in the changing rooms. The coronavirus particles will travel and survive in this type of atmosphere and travel amongst water molecules and droplets. The changing rooms are always hot and sweaty. That's David in Canterbury. They are hot and sweaty, aren't they? I used to hate it when you come out, and I don't know whether they've got heating in changing rooms. And you sort of start changing, and you think, so you're sweating buckets as you're getting changed, so I don't bother with that anymore. I can't remember the last time I went to a swimming pool. I cannot remember the time that... and I've got quite a few around me. There's one at Hampton, there's one at Richmond, and... loads of others. And it just doesn't interest me. I think people only go there because they don't have a bathroom. I think they're going there because some people, I'm totally convinced, stand in the showers with their own bar of soap and have a good old rub down. And, it's... Sheila does swimming. Does she really? Yes. I can see that, actually. But people think it's healthy, don't they? I'm not sure it is in these present... I think they've opened it too soon. I think it's too soon because I think the virus has yet to take a hold again. I think it's going to go bad. And we're all going to suffer. That's not a prediction, and I'm sort of taking an educated guess because it has gone up a little bit, but not hugely. Not hugely. Only a small, which means, as they say, the worst is yet to come. Lorcan in Stevenage says the builders wear camouflage trousers and a high-vis vest. I can't help think. Make your mind up. Do you want to be seen or not? Yeah, I love that. The camouflage trousers, Now you can see the person, now you can't. Like a zebra walking over a crossing, isn't it? Now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. But I had a pair of camouflage trousers once. I thought they were trendy. I mean, I thought I probably looked like I was on leave from the armed forces. Unfortunately, I didn't. I just looked like a very badly dressed pudding. And it was a bit of a disappointment. I thought, when you walk down the street and you think people are looking at me, they're very envious of the way I look. And then you suddenly realise, because you can hear this as you go, and you think, excuse me, I hope that wasn't for me, having pink tracksuit. Do you think that's the way forward, a pink tracksuit? Do you know, I saw somebody cross the road the other day, and it was one of these lime green tracksuits. It was real chav. I mean, I don't even know where you get clothes like that from. I've got no idea. I mean, whether Primark sell this or there's a special Chavy Chav Chav shop where you go in there and you buy all this rubbish. You know, like sort of your fake bags, your fake watches, your fake this, fake that. Everything's fake nowadays, isn't it? You go around the market, there's girls trundling around with huge bags, you know, with Chloe written on the side or Gucci, and you know they're fake. That's why they're wandering around a market. You don't find anybody from Made in Chelsea wandering around a market, do you? Because they would send the servant out to go and get it. So they wouldn't be seen wandering around a market. Anyway, what else have we got for you today? The prince turning his back on the military. This is Harry. They're not very... one of his compatriots in the army says basically he just doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. I said, yeah, but I don't know why we assume that the royal family is supposed to be super intelligent. They're just ordinary people. Very ordinary. Very ordinary. They don't, you know, cut them and they bleed exactly the same as the rest of us. But we always go, oh, you know, the royal family really intelligent. Prince Charles talks to plants. Hello? What's going on there? Mind you, he's also getting answers back from them as well, so that's good. But then there were various stories about Camilla, and I mean, see, I like Camilla. I mean, I like Diana better, because I thought, but the trouble is she became too famous. And the royal family don't like things like that. So when they went, I think, to Australia, nobody wanted to see Charles. We'd already seen Charles. Boring. Send the wife over. Said, go away. I'd like to meet you. It's very nice, isn't it? Yeah, get the wife over here. Hello, Diana. Would you want to talk to me? Please talk to me. Somebody talk to me. Nice to be company. Steve, talking of pink, did you know that Katie Price had a pink Range Rover? Yes, it had to be taken away, didn't it, from her? They had to stop her driving because she's an idiot. But mind you, the good news is Katie Price has got a new boyfriend and they're engaged. They've known each other a month, so it's obviously one of her long-term relationships. So expect to read all sorts of drivel, which you've read about 5 other times, about, oh, this is the one for me, this is going to change it. Those kids must go home and go, I wonder who she's got in the bedroom this week. Because frankly, I mean, it's just embarrassing. I mean, it's just awful, really. Just awful. Steve, I have to get it off my chest. Oh, you're not a reality show person, are you? I watched the Australian... what do they call it? Love Island. Oh, my godfathers. You know, there was one girl on there, I thought, well, you look quite sweet. And then she opened her mouth. Every other word was the F word. Seriously. And I thought, oh, God, trailer trash, of which there is so much in Australia. And I watched it, and they were talking about, oh, we're down to the last 4 or something, and we have to get rid of one couple, and then they couldn't. Then one of the blokes started getting a bit leery with one of the other blokes. They said, don't talk to my missus like that, mate. And I'm thinking, oh, you deeply unpleasant plank. Horrible. And then the girls were all effing and blinding, and I thought, is it the same as this country? It's just trash. It's just trash television. You know, then they come out and they go, oh, yeah, because we're doing... Who did they put on? You know, the useless one who was on The Apprentice? The one who looked like he was about 70 years old. He sold pillows. Or it might be a Jack the Lad and all this guy. They put him on Celebrity MasterChef or something. Anybody less of a celebrity would be hard pushed to find. He looks about 90. I can't remember what his name is. He was very boring. He was boring on The Apprentice. He didn't know anything. Because all he's done in his life is sold pillows. In other words, he's a market trader. Okay, that's all he knew. He didn't know anything else at all. Steve, if there's a second Spike, will you sue for breach of copyright? Everybody knows the Spike belongs to you, says Jill. Yeah, there he is, Thomas Skinner. Have you seen the picture of it? Have a look at a picture of him. Look at him. Okay, look. All right, mate, want to buy a pillow? Want to buy a pillow? He looked about 70 as far as I was... On the programme, I mean, to be honest with you, they say, who is he? He's a businessman and TV star. I mean, they're so desperate they have to put down, he started with a paper round age 12. Like the rest of the world, dear. He looked out of his depth. There you go. He was selling on markets. I told you. Market. All right, mate? Yeah, I'm going to bluff my way through this. Oh, dear, what a plank. What a plank. Steve, my city in Minnesota requires face masks. Apartment door says must have a mask, and it may last until September. I think they'll do it here. Scotland, you can't go into a shop without a mask on, but people do go into shops without masks on. You know why? Because the shopkeeper's not going to risk saying to some big, hulking Henry, you can't come in here unless you've got a mask on. So, that's the way it goes. What did I see the other day? It was one of those programmes where there was thank you. It was, what was it? It was one of those convenience stores open late at night, which I always think is a thing. And anyway, some poor bloke goes in there. The moment he's in there, he pulls his balaclava... So we've already seen him anyway. He pulls his balaclava down everything and then produces a gun and aims it at the shopkeeper and says, give me the money. So the shopkeeper pushes a button which effectively locks the front door and brings a shutter down. So now the robber is standing there looking at a shutter and he can't get out the shop either. It was hilarious. Hilarious. When the police arrived, it was just hilarious. I loved it. Same way there's a woman caught shoplifting and the store detective pinned her to the ground. She's screaming and kicking off. She's a common shoplifter in America, where they're even worse, actually. Steve. Going to Battle Abbey in Hastings on Friday. You have to book online and choose a time slot. Quite looking forward to it. May take my tote bag, says Little Julie. What's Battle Abbey? I've never heard of Battle Abbey. I don't know what it is. Is it a hairdresser's, or is it a place where you're going to get your hairdressing done? Battle. Oh, it looks quite nice. Battle. Oh, that looks very nice, doesn't it? Where is that? It's a partially ruined Benedictine Abbey in Battle, in East Sussex. The abbey was built on the site of the Battle of Hastings and dedicated to St Martin of Tours. It's a scheduled monument built on the site of the Battle of Hastings. I can tell you that. 1066. That's the one thing you remember from school, isn't it? They go, Battle of Hastings, 1066. Great Fire of London. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? I could live in a place like that. I really could live in a place like that. That would be one. I'd be slightly disturbed. Look at the Undercroft. Look at that Undercroft where you go under there, that's holding the whole church up. Phenomenal. There's a place to go to. You show she's booked. Oh, sorry. So it's not a haircut, is it? You're going there. Duh. I thought the monks were maybe offering a sort of a sideline in, get your Benedictine rum here and we'll give you a quick haircut at the same time. Steve, I'm having a peanut and jam on artisan toast. Are you a crunchy or a smooth man? Well, what do you think? No, not smooth. I'm crunchy. I don't know why. Perhaps I enjoy picking the bits out of my teeth later in the day. It's always quite good fun. When all of a sudden, something you thought, oh, is that a filling come out? No, it'll be part of a peanut, which is good. Charlie in North East Scotland says, I was feeling really down. Not surprised, you live in North East Scotland. That's enough to make anybody feel down. But he says, you've put a smile on my face. Good. Phil is up. Phil is up, which is good. All my lot are up, sort of up. I don't know, a bit difficult to tell, actually, whether they're up or not. What do you do with your hair? Look at the state of your hair, honestly. It really is. It just looks so awful. Of course you can get a haircut. You haven't made any effort to make a haircut. It's been a week. What do you mean you can't get a haircut? Of course you can. You just have to make an appointment online. And then, yeah, you've made it. I mean, to be honest with you, you've just not bothered, have you? No. You're sort of enjoying having it sort of hanging over your eyes. Are you worried that when they cut your hair, your strength will be sapped from your body? And yeah, I thought it might do, yeah. And you like running your fingers through it. That's what most people with long hair do. If they've never been used to having really long hair, my producer, Corey, he spends his entire time playing with his hair, fiddling with his hair, twisting his hair, staring at his reflection in the glass. It is better than... I know, I bite my nails. My mother promised me years ago when I was 15, I'll give you a £5, she said, if you stop biting your nails. But the trouble is, the appeal of biting your nails is the appeal of biting your nails. I used to be able to bite my toenails as well. I mean, not now. I thought that was sort of stretching it a little bit. I was a little bit sort of elastic in the leg department. But I've always bitten my nails. Always have. And the thrill is, as anybody will tell you, I mean, some people, it's like smoking, isn't it? I nearly had a cigarette the other day because I'd had a few glasses of Prosecco. But luckily, after about a minute, the moment passed. And it's the same with sort of people who sort of bite their nails. You think, right, I'll try and give up and not bite my nails. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, there's a bit to bite there. And before you know where you are, yeah. You stop biting your nails because of Clovid. Oh. What's that got to do with it? Oh, it might be COVID under your nails. God, you're as paranoid as Matt. Never heard anything like it, honestly. You think COVID could be under your nails, so you're not biting them? Well, I've been biting mine for the past 60 years. So, it kind of hasn't affected me yet. Woo! Oh, dear. Morning to the original Spikers Group. Member Norbert, a.k.a. our video whiz, is putting together an album of the tote bag photos. So we'll send it to you once it's ready. Oh, that's nice, little Julie, thank you. And she said, yes, it's Battle Abbey. No, it's not my hairdresser. Ha ha. Funnily enough, my hair's being done on Wednesday. Yeah, they won't get it done round here. They won't spend the money. That's the trouble. They think, but they look a bit girly, long hair, and they sort of flick it and shake it and all the rest of it. I mean, really, it's just... If I had my way, you'd be pinned to the floor and I'd get my wall out and that would all come off. Every single bit of it. Zip, zip, zip. Furloughed, I tell you, I'll be doing furloughing all over your hair. Yeah. I've got clippers at home, don't worry, I've got my own. I've got my own, although I couldn't do it. So when Kasha did my hair, because she's been looking after my hair for years, please say nothing, otherwise you'll be going home in a wheelchair. It's a case of, when she did the back of it, it was like a breath of fresh air. All of a sudden, I thought, this is amazing. I suddenly realised what I'd missed about going to the hairdressers, and it's when you have a haircut, and it makes you just feel a bit cleaner. Just saying, I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not that sort of person. I never pick on it. Listen, once I've said something, it goes. I never return to it ever again. Get it cut this week. Okay. Also, what do we got? The Victoria Cross hero. This is Johnson Bihari. Apparently, Hollywood may want to make a movie of his life. I don't know, I think we're not making movies at all. They're not doing Jurassic Park at the moment. Turns out there's about 17 or 19 crew members have got the coronavirus. So they've had to suspend all filming. And there's nothing going on television at all. I mean, the so-called reality Love Island people are absolutely bereft. There's no nightclubs. What can they do? They just sort of sit at home and drone on about how boring their life is. Notorious lag Charles Bronson. I mean, seriously, I don't know why we even bother with this one. He wants to appear on Britain's Got Talent as a ventriloquist. Hilarious. Honestly, that's gone right to the bottom of my list. The riddle of the killer spiders. Every so often, there's a story in the paper. They go, this family bought a bunch of bananas or something, or they bought a lettuce, and when they opened it up, out crawled a venomous spider. And this is a killer spider lurking in bananas. I mean, you'd think that there'd be some sort of method of sort of putting them through an infrared or something like that, or came from a supermarket. Oh, I don't know, foreign, wherever they grow bananas. I don't know where they grow bananas nowadays. I've got no idea. Whitstable? I don't know. Only guessing, of course. Yeah, bananas. Oh, probably Battle Abbey and the Undercroft. They're probably growing bananas there. We can't grow them in this country. We don't have the temperature. But I like bananas. I haven't had one for ages. I haven't had a banana for ages because apparently you're not supposed to eat too many of them. Too many. Oh, South America. There you go. And Dad, terrified after dozens of deadly spiders burst out bananas. Yes, because they'd be the babies. But put it this way, if you've got the babies, Mother's around somewhere. She's coming to get you. Armed spider. They had a thing the other day in the paper. What was it? It was a bird-eating spider. I mean, they're quite big. They do catch birds. I think what they've done is made nets or something. And because I think spiders are really clever. Or you think webs? Yes. I think webs probably as well. There you go. The Goliath bird-eater belongs to the tarantula family. Not getting any argument from me on that one. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. It's like snakes. I wouldn't go anywhere in a snake. They go, oh, this one's harmless. So you say. Might be having an off day. So I don't go anywhere near. Look at the size of these compared to your hand. They're really big, aren't they? You see, I mean, that frightens me. I couldn't be any good with that at all. That would be not necessarily a fear, but I certainly wouldn't want to go anywhere near it. It's what? Puppy size. I know. It's like loads of other animals that are sort of, and you think, oh no. I get a bit frightened by stuff like that. They are enormous, though, aren't they? Over in Australia, I remember Billy Connolly telling us the story of box jellyfish, and he thought it meant they came gift-wrapped, because over there you've got jellyfish which swarm in millions. Absolutely millions. I mean, that's why when we were talking the other week about people who go swimming in freshwater lakes, I wouldn't do this in a million years. Absolutely nowhere near. And people jump in and they swim across. It's like an endurance thing. But there's fish and eels and everything else, and they might touch your body and, oh, Lord. Part of them might be prams in there or shopping trolleys or all sorts of... And then you brush up against it. I would be screaming my head off. I can't bear it. Yeah, I have met a number of people over the years. And, and I still find it frightening. Somebody says if you resist biting your nails for 30 seconds, you're 85% less likely to bite them. No. Well, put it this way, I have resisted biting my nails, but do you mean 30 minutes? 30 seconds is nothing. I mean, I've been doing it all day today. Sometimes I think perhaps I should go in for a manicure, and then they could sort of rotate your cuticles back and stuff like that. And then I thought, no. Some people have got really lovely... I have had false nails on before, but if you've never had nails, it's really odd because you've got something on there. And when I put my hand in my inside pocket, it sort of caught on a bit of and sort of ripped the nail backwards. I nearly passed out. And it was only a false nail. It's like all those poor people on Gemporia television. These girls must have gone to the cheapest nail salons in the entire universe. They've all got gnarled old nails. Even the fake nails look badly put on. And some of the boys on there, I mean, I wanted to write and go, have you heard of hand cream? Get some hand cream, moisturise your hands if you're going on television with high-definition cameras. They all look awful. I mean, seriously, what is it about fake nails and television presenters? Company, when bananas arrive at Felixstowe, Stephen Tilbury, they now go through a spider detection device called a Bananarama. A spider detector device. Yes, you're banned. Steve, says Martin, have you had many producers over the years? Oh, of course, everybody in radio has many producers over the years. What, you think you start in your career and at the end of your career you've still got the same producer? No, of course not. Have any of them gone on to be presenters or managers? Oh, good Lord above, no. No, we don't encourage things like that at all. Definitely. No, I don't know, actually. I'm not too sure. Mostly my sort of producers go on to be producers elsewhere. They're looking for more money. And so they'll go to television and things like that, which sort of pay marginally more. But it depends, because I've known of people leave LBC, classically LBC, and they've left and then they've come back again because the atmosphere is better here than it is at the place they've gone to. And they say sometimes the money isn't everything. I mean, it's very useful, very useful. But I remember I was after a pay rise some years ago, many, many years ago, and I'd gone as much as I could. And I said to my boss at the time, who was a lovely man, and you have to say that for legal reasons. And I said, how do I get more money? He said, you need to leave and come back. And that's exactly what happened. I left, and when I went back on much more money. It was the first and only bit of advice that I'd ever had. I know. People wear camouflage clothing, so fewer people notice them, apparently. Bill says others who wear pink are making a statement. Oh, actually, well, pink in shirts is very popular, Bill. I could tell you that pink shirts are very fashionable, very fashionable. Whereas at one time, pink would be seen as a girly colour. Now it's not. It's seen as, you can get some nice shirts in pink. The trouble is, I've noticed that a lot of the people on The Apprentice are wearing suits that don't fit. They wear something and you look at it and you go, that's even in the wrong size. Even the wrong size, so back to selling pillows, dear. Also, swimming in lakes and rivers, you run the risk of the deadly Wheals disease spreading from rats' urine, says Greg. Well, that's a nice thing to think about, isn't it? You sure it's rats? Rats don't go into water. Oh, they do go into water, don't they? They do. I thought it'd be koi pew and stuff like that. I wouldn't want to go anywhere near it. I've only got to see bulrushes around the edge of it. No, thank you very much indeed. Or failing that, you've only got to see water lilies. And you know that under the water, it's all tangles of roots and everything else. I know, because I've seen things like that. That frightens me as well, I'm afraid. So the answer, Martin, is yes, I've had many producers over the years. Like every other presenter, we've all had loads of producers. And then when they decide they want to move on and go to somewhere else, they go and they move on. And then people sort of, come back in, or, other people go, I'd like to do it. So there you go. Steve, you couldn't make this one up. I went to my local off licence yesterday, sign up outside saying no more than 2 people in at one time. So we waited for a person to come out. When I left the shop, one person was still inside. There was a couple of Towie lookalikes outside. As I walked past them, I heard the girl say, do we count as one? Yeah, well, that's what you get, isn't it, really? But as I told you, I've been to Essex on numerous occasions because my godchildren live in Essex, and there is nobody who looks like the rough old things that you see on Towie walking about anywhere. Absolutely nobody at all. They just look like normal people. I told you I've been to the Essex show more times than I care to mention, and you don't see anybody tottering about with the makeup troweled on them. These are normal people in Essex, which is beautiful. It's got some lovely villages in Essex. I mean, some really nice villages. But you don't have to go anywhere near the Towie lot because they're sort of a bit screwy upstairs, I think. You've only got to look at Lydia Dim's mother. I mean, God in heaven, where's she come from? That's almost like somebody from another planet. She looked like she'd been plugged into the mains and the hair went like that. But I've noticed the latest thing for Towie is get yourself pregnant, have a baby. Because once you've got baby, then you make television programmes. And so, but once you've seen one, you've seen them all. I mean, after we got the Fair sisters with their children, and now you've got Fern, what's-her-face, she's got baby as well. They don't have any partners. And Lydia Dim managed to get rid of her partner while she was pregnant. So there's something to look forward to in later life. How long they think this goes for, I've got no idea. Do you believe in ghosts? No, I don't believe in ghosts. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Laughing boy with all the hair. What do you mean undecided? How can you be undecided? That's like not having an opinion. You can have an opinion. You can have an opinion of something. Well, you're not yet to decide. You just haven't thought about it, have you, properly? Think about it properly. I mean, all right, do you believe in crop circles? Narrow it down, shall we? Do you believe in crop circles? You believe in aliens? You don't. What possible reasons do you have for believing in aliens? What do you mean we can't be there? Of course we're the only things out there. There isn't anything else. They've been out there. They've been out there. You're never going to convince me that there's people living on other planets. They did Pluto the other day, and they said there's a big lake underneath Pluto. It was all very exciting, but I think people think there's little things like E.T. rowing boats around there going, should we go to Earth today? You know, because they're obviously bound to be super intelligent, aren't they? But as our nearest planet is God knows how many million miles out there, there's no chance of anything being out there. I mean, are you hoping it's like E.T. and they go, we can take you to our clubs, you know, and you don't need a drink, they just inject you, and all of a sudden you get this feeling of euphoria. It's all a bit utopian. It's all a bit gaga. It's all a bit, I've smoked one of those dodgy cigarettes and I want to believe in aliens, because the argument is we can't be the only thing out there. And the answer is we are the only thing out there. I've been here 66 years and I've seen nothing. Nothing at all. You don't want to be? Well, you are. I mean, I don't mind sticking you in a spaceship and then you can go and float around out there for as long as you like, as far as I'm concerned. You'll still be there in 20 years' time going, well, I nearly saw something today. You know, it'll be like Independence Day, won't it? You know, where these people are whizzing around in little... I mean, we haven't even got little flying saucers going anywhere, have we? There's no flying saucers. We can't make one. And also, why, whenever anybody comes down to this country from outer space, you know, there'll be something in the National Enquiry. There'll be two old biddies in Arkansas, you know... sort of Mabel and Bridie or something, you know. I saw this spaceship, it landed, it took Minnie away and brought her back 2 days later. You could not wipe the smile off her face. You know, and you think, why don't they just come and land in Trafalgar Square? There's loads of room. You can park a spaceship in between the fountains. Go on, come down, have a chat to us. Because they must be looking at us, aren't they? Not think so? God knows what you got in your room. I bet you're a fan of things like Star Trek. And Star Wars. Oh, there you go. You see, that explains it, doesn't it? Did you like the film E.T.? Yes, it's a classic film. Of course it is. And so real, so true to life. Yes, as the spaceship comes down, come, go, no, phone home. And then the spaceship takes off. I bet you saw yourself standing there, and as the music rose to a crescendo and Elliot's got the tears, you're going, get on the spacecraft. I'll do it. I'll get on the spacecraft. It's not good. You'll never find anything in your lifetime. I tell you, it could be... I used to think years ago, I used to have a crystal set. And a crystal set was a radio, but had no batteries. You plugged it, you just clipped it onto a radiator or something like that, and it picked up, and it was very faint, and you could tune it in. I used to think that people from another planet would want to talk to me. I was one of those sort of children. And then I suddenly realised there were no people on other planets. You know, we'd been to the moon... and we've had a good walk round there, and they didn't see it unless they were hiding, perhaps a bit afraid of us, because they haven't got their local Wimpy open and the KFC closed week last Tuesday. So what are they going to do? There's nothing. I mean, where do you think they're going to eat and find food? How do you think this is going to exist? Have a look at all the planets which are habitable around the world, and you won't find anything that's got the atmosphere that we've got. You know, you're not going to be finding a jungle. It's not Jurassic Park all over again. You know, you're not going to find a planet where time has stood still, and you're going to find dinosaurs and pterodactyls flying overhead. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. There's all this, oh, you'll soon better buy a trip to the moon. No, you won't. That'll never happen as well. I'll be looking forward to that one with great expectations. But listen, it's nice to have a belief in something, but I want concrete proof. I want something a bit more tangible. I want to either touch it, feel it, talk to it. Yeah, I'm hoping something will happen before 7. I have often appealed to people from other worlds up there, far away in another galaxy, to sort of, if you want to pop down, you can dematerialise in the studio. I've got a couple of spare chairs. Dematerialise. We'll have a bit of a chat. and then you can go back where you came from. But it's only to prove to people that, you know, there might be something up there, because that's the big argument, isn't it? There's got to be... You watch, somebody will write it now. Oh, thank you, Steve. I think you'll find there are oceans on other... yeah, right, whatever. Pluto apparently has got lots of hills and everything else, covered in ice. So that'll be a nice warm place to go to, won't it? In fact, I'm thinking of buying you the ticket myself. We can just stick you on one of those rockets on bonfire night, can't we? Just... Where's he gone? Steve Allen's early breakfast coming up 6:04. I was horrified to hear that one of India's best-known film actors, Amitabh Bachchan, has tested positive for COVID-19. He is huge. He's huge. I don't think that a lot of people, if you don't know the Bollywood film industry, of which I do, people over there are revered beyond anything else. People would congregate outside his house on a Sunday evening. He's stable at the moment, and he's currently in the isolation unit of the hospital. He's been involved in, I think, more than 200 films. He's 77 now. He's we did him on Fives Company. I got to interview him because I knew quite a lot about the Bollywood films, because I know about the music in there and the people who sing, because it's the same people who sing all the songs in the Bollywood movies. All the actors mime to them, because you get Bollywood singers. And Amitabh Bachchan, the entire audience were all huge fans of his. And it was like, oh my goodness, he's big. So we wish him the very best of luck. Matthew says, you mentioned the Towie girls. Oh, I think they're way past girls stage, aren't they now? I think they're also possibly moving into grandmotherhood. And Matthew says, I've met and fancied Chloe Sims. Oh, you don't? Do you really? Nobody fancies Chloe Sims. I mean, have you seen how much makeup she's troweled on? Dreadful. You know, she's got a daughter who's about 20 now, I think. Steve, I was actually abducted by aliens. Here we go. I know you can always find somebody. You see, you've got fellow compatriots out there, people who want to... I mean, he wants to be abducted. Jake wants to be abducted. He doesn't quite know why he wants to be abducted, because they're not going to get anything out of him. He doesn't know anything. I mean, what they're going to sort of take you on board. It's not like taking on a nuclear physicist or a scientist or something like that. You're going to go, and what do you do? I'm an AP. I mean, there's not enough material there. I don't want to ruin burst your bubble, but you need a bit more. You need a bit more. Tell me you've got a degree or something in sort of pig farming. History, very useful in this business. Very, very useful. Always, you know, people that we take on radio, degree, history. Or geography, very popular that. So not media. You failed your first year of geography. Who does geography now? I mean, what sort of people would do it? What would you be going into if you were looking for a degree in geography? People do satellite stuff. Oh, thank God for that. At least it's only just on satellite. But I've got no qualifications, nothing, and I'm doing better than you. So this is the reality telly stars. They're not stars who could swap Brentwood for Hollywood in a Towie-style film based on their lives. Producers, God knows who these people are, want to make a movie about a group of everyday people who go from nobodies to celebrities overnight. No, they're still nobodies. We haven't changed. Ex-Towies, Gemma Collins and Fern McCann, plus Jacqueline Josser could take starring roles. EastEnders Layla Morse and Kathy Burke are also on the shortlist. What a load of rubbish. Why would anybody in Hollywood be remotely interested in people that are not known? The source said they wanted to use real reality stars who've lived through this to play fictional characters. It will give the movie a real authenticity because they know how it feels to be catapulted from living a normal life to 1 minute to being a household name. Yes, unfortunately ours are bone idle, though. All ours think you have to do is just go out on the street and somebody takes a picture of you. Unfortunately, you know, you have to work for a living. Much easier, I think, nowadays. And Richard Spur, who's covered for lots of people on LBC, has got a degree in modern and medieval languages. Very useful. Very useful. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit better than sort of history. You know, but I mean, at least it's a start. I mean, it's something, isn't it? A degree. I mean, where would you ever bring in modern and medieval languages? They had a little girl on the television the other day. She was 7. No, she wasn't. She was 5, and she spoke 7 languages, including Chinese, which I think is absolutely... She must have picked it up from somewhere. I mean, very clever. They tested her out. They had little stalls from all the different countries she spoke, Spain and England and all the rest of it, and they asked her a question, and she had to answer it and buy the goods. And she did it. She's only a little girl. It's on YouTube. Very clever. Very, very clever. Bosses at ITV are panicking. Now, this is an old story over the channel's lack of diversity. This is people of ethnicity, which they say they don't have enough of, whereas the BBC does. So all of the network's top presenters are white. Anton Deck, Holly Willoughby, Pip Schofield, Emma Willis, Stephen Mulhern, Keith Lemon, Piers Morgan, Lorraine Kelly. They do have a handful of non-white. They're not stars. They're just presenters. You're not a star. You're a presenter. And they've got Rochelle, who fronts This Morning when one of its regular hosts is off. Not all the time, she doesn't. Loose Women's black panellists include Judy Love, Kelly Bryan and Brenda Edwards. And it's been decided that urgent action needs to be taken. Well, it's taken them long enough. What year are we in? 2020. They go, oh, perhaps we should put some people of colour on the screen. Ridiculous. Good Morning presenters Ranveer Singh and Alex Beresford have already been signed for a weekend magazine show. I love the way they throw two people together and they go, oh, this'll get ratings. How many more magazine shows do we need? The answer is we don't need any more, thank you very much indeed. It doesn't matter who it is. It's if somebody's good. It's if somebody's good. You pick somebody, not because of their ethnicity. You pick them because they're good at their job. Steve, watch Ancient Aliens. You'll see how ancient civilizations drew pictures of mysterious beings that they've communicated with. Oh, God, honestly. Yes, it's conspiracy theories. I mean, you know, it's like sort of saying, oh, and here's a picture of a... When was it? It was coming up the other week. Poor old Scarlett Moffat. There's somebody who needs rescuing from herself. You know, she believes in aliens and the Loch Ness Monster and the Yeti, the Abominable Snowman. She believes in all the stupid things that if you're just sort of somebody who sits on the settee and eats Kentucky Fried Chicken, you would want to believe in. It's the kind of thing, you know, because she's rapidly, you know, having flogged us that sort of dodgy video where she lost weight and then magically put it all back on again, which is fantastic, you know, because that's what people do. People go, oh, I've lost the weight, now it's going to stay off for the rest of my life. But as you know, Jake, it doesn't work like that, does it? Unfortunately, as you get to a certain age, you'll find it more and more... How old are you now? 24. Psh, you're a year away from the worst age. 25 is when all of a sudden the weight you think you can lose is going to go, and sometimes it doesn't. I know. I'm living proof. Living proof. That's 40. Yeah. It's really one of the, because when you're young, you can hold your stomach in, you go, look, I can hold my stomach in and everything else. And then you get to the stage where it's actually more comfortable to let it out, isn't it? So you don't have to sort of worry about it. So you've got a year to save yourself, but I'm telling you now, you won't. You won't. You won't get your hair cut. You definitely won't be doing anything to save yourself. I mean, let's look at the evidence. And seriously, I promise you, 25 was my turning point. 25, where you sort of lie down in bed and you can't see your feet. Because you sort of think, well, I know I've got them, but I haven't seen them in a while. And in the shower, things vanish before your very eyes. So that's why you have to... But 25, it was the turning point. I don't know why that was. I don't know why. I don't know whether it's not because people have got different diets nowadays. Because when I was growing up, we didn't have fast food. There was no fast food. There was no... Yes... Yeah, I think oh, God, you've got it all to look forward to, haven't you, Jay? Oh, dear, I'm so sorry for you, but never mind. Just leave me everything in your will, and I'll put it to good use. I bet there's a budgie in there somewhere. I've just got a feeling it's going to be the budgie cage. But, no, you have to be careful. It is odd. Because nowadays, there's so much fast food, so it means you don't really have to cook. You just send out for pizza, or you send out for... I was watching Home Alone the other day, and the family sent out for pizza, and the bloke comes back, and they've got, like, 20 pizzas like this, and you think... It's not good for you, but it tastes nice. You see, the hard and fast rule is if it tastes nice, it's not good for you. It's going to, you know, even drinking Prosecco, not good for you. Not good for you. You know, you can have fruit. Fruit's okay. Well, as long as you're not diabetic. If you've got diabetes, then fruit's not particularly brilliant for you. But there's no such thing as diets working. Diets do not work. It's proven. Because if they did, you'd have one diet. And they'd say, if you just ate baked beans every day for a month, you know, you would lose weight. Basically no hope at all, no. I mean, I don't want to be a prophet of doom. Do you drink alcohol? I suspect you probably do. Red wine, God. Just red wine, or do you mix? See, just red wine. Copious amounts of red wine. Here we go. This is where the lies come. Okay, only have a glass at the weekend, Steve. That's all I have. It's going on now. Opened a bottle of wine. No, you're drinking by the bottle. Oh, right. Did you see the other day somebody actually wrote to Ofcom, bless their hearts, and complained about Piers Morgan because at 6:42 in the morning he had a drink. He was proving, that the pubs are open. He said, if I'd known somebody was going to complain, I'd have downed the whole pint. Can you imagine that somebody would actually write and complain about somebody drinking at 6:42 in the morning, green ink? Dear Ofcom, I could not believe it when I turned on the television and saw Piers Morgan drinking alcohol. Absolutely outrageous. I hope they don't listen to this show. What, Ofcom or the person complaining about alcohol? I've never drunk alcohol. I have drunk alcohol on air. I have. I used to do a programme where we had restaurants in, so I was drinking alcohol. No, not that... Well, I could probably force a glass down, I should imagine, but I wouldn't. I'm not a morning drinker, which is actually probably to my advantage. I just don't enjoy the taste of it. It's got to be gone lunchtime for me to have a drink. Like sort of 1 minute past 12 or something like that, so don't need to worry about it. So they've got a picture here of a ghost. Well, they say that. Believed to be a praying ghost, said to haunt the church where Princess Diana is rumoured to be secretly buried. For years, fans have been told her final resting place is an island on a lake at the ancestral home, but now many believe she was secretly moved by the family to avoid grave robbers. So the paper print, this is the church she's in. Well, that's, just the kind of thing you don't want to hear. So they've got a picture of sort of some praying ghost. Why is it, whenever you get a picture of a ghost, we've all got camera phones, on them, and they're really super quality. You cannot take a bad picture with your phone. They're all... sorry, you've got a perfect camera here. I can take pictures just very quickly and get a perfect picture out within seconds, and yet they can't get a picture of a ghost. You know why? Because it's fake. Sorry, I became quite erratic there. It's because somebody's lying to you. No such thing as ghosts, praying or otherwise, thank you. And, Steve, with a geography degree, you could become Prime Minister, like Theresa May. Yeah, but the trouble is she's now not the Prime Minister. So, maybe not. Maybe not. You say Prosecco isn't good for you, but it's the healthier choice of alcohol. It's only 90 calories per glass. Oh, well, that's fine then, isn't it? Oh, goodness me. So, only 90 per... What, is that a big glass, little glass, medium glass, tumbler? What are you talking here? Because you could have 25 glasses a day, and that's... yeah. I never calorie count. I've never been a calorie counter. Mainly because that's why I'm the shape I am. Jake's also not a calorie counter. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. When was the last time you went to the beach in Bournemouth? Obviously many, many years ago. Not been recent, is it? You've never been to the beach? Well, there you go then. Oh, you've been to other beaches? Oh, right. What, recently? Not recent. There you go, you see. I told you not recently. Wouldn't be. And apparently, my friend Chris Lowry, now my ex-friend, he says, yes, you drank quite a lot when those restaurants came in. Because he was there as well with Steve. We all struggled, he says, to do the last hour afterwards, because the restaurant briefing was that it was I can't remember what the programme was called. What was it called, Chris? Friday Night Out or Friday Night In with Steve Allen? And these were top restaurants in London, top restaurants. Hotels would come in, and the brief was you have to provide food and drink for 4 people. And they would come in, and some would bring in ovens, and they would cook top food, and they would cook, and we'd be drinking. But they had to get the whole thing done in an hour. They had to serve all the courses, and so we would chat. There'd be a couple of celebrities there, and it was great fun actually. And whatever was left, Chris and Steve in the control room would be ferrying it out the studio as fast as possible. So they would hang on to the wine that was left over, and the food. We ate some fabulous food. And people used to say, yeah, it was lovely because it was a programme all about food and drink. And it worked brilliantly. It was also an opportunity to have a bit of a bevy. And of course, but then you've got to go back to the normal programme for the last hour, which wasn't, sometimes I'd keep them on a little bit. Only a little bit. But it was great fun. Great fun. As indeed is radio. God, look at the time. Honestly, I've got to go in 45 minutes. We've got so much more to get in, haven't we? Except you can't book cruises. Did you read that in the paper the other day? And yet there's 2 guys on the television every day telling you what cruises to book. Have you seen them?
I've heard you talking about them.
Hilarious. You have to watch them. It's hilarious. You can't read auto cue. They slip up all over the place. But it's well watched. They've been trying to sell... I don't know, but they sell cruises. So it's a cruise programme where they go... And this one is going from, Houston, Texas to... It doesn't matter where it is. Oh, the programme is called The Night is Young. Isn't that clever? Don't you think, in modern days, I can ask a question and somebody in Spain can get an answer back to me in less than a minute? Don't you think that's clever technology? That's why, again, Jake, for your benefit, there is nobody on another planet because they'd be sending text messages. OK, we give out the number, steve@lbc.co.uk, 84850, and still nothing. Mind you, probably they don't speak English, but they must have a translator. Sure. Really bad news. They've axed Christmas Strictly. They've said it's not going to be... I mean, I don't know how they're going to manage it, because I was only reading a report the other day in the paper that said they were going to do it, but they were looking, if you remember, for a gay couple. They've got this obsession, the BBC, with being OKR. And so they think you have to have a gay couple. The programme's been running for donkey's years. Nobody's ever worried about it before. Now they're thinking, oh, God, it's a mission. We managed to find H from Steps. That was a good booking, wasn't it? That was a bit of a surprise to everybody. That was ITV, wasn't it? H from Steps came up. Was it the Dancing on Ice programme? How irritating. How irritating. But on Strictly, they're looking now at, from Westlife, Mark Feely. And they'll pair him off with somebody. And I'm thinking, isn't it just a bit patronising to do something like that? I mean, should we not be saying, excuse me, you've got two women presenters there. Is it possible one of them could be gay? You know, could we have that, please? I don't like to think it's all heterosexual on the programme. And on the panel, well, of course, you're never going to worry about the panel, are you? Not where Bruno Tonioli is concerned. I mean, he could hardly be described as heterosexual, even in your wildest dreams. But they've got this thing about you've got to have this, so that everybody's appeased. And I just don't think it works, really. I don't think it works. I find it terribly dull and boring. Tributes played into Jack Charlton, who died the other day, 84, I think, 84 or 85. Whatever he was, I mean, as you know, I know nothing about football, but I did know who he was. Also, PPE snub staff. A quarter of frontline workers plan to quit because they feel let down by their bosses over virus protection. You want to come here? We've got everything. Seriously, we've got everything. Masks. If you come in the building and you've forgotten a mask, they've got masks, they've got the lotion, the wipes, we've got everything. In all the loos, they've got hand wash, everything. They've got all the stuff on the I mean, seriously. They're so ahead of it, it's just unbelievable. Steve. The cruise programme is called Love It, Book It. I knew you'd know, Linda. Love It, Book It. You have a look at the two guys who do it. I have to laugh every time I watch it, because I wish they didn't script it. It would make it a lot better. And there they are. Seriously, I don't know where they found them. I'd like you to find out, actually. And they sit down and they run through these cruises that they've got, and they say, of course, this is our favourite because this is, you can get drinks and you get a drinks package, and it gives you the itinerary of where the ship is going. Or not, as the case may be. They sit there. I mean, I don't know where they've come from. Local radio. I don't know what channel it is, but it pops up on my normal television. I think I'm pretty certain. But where they get them from, I don't know. I don't know whether they approached and said we can do this, because I didn't think we were booking cruises at the moment. And they've said that if you do book, the insurance that you've taken out will be invalid. But it was interesting. I sit there. Because I watch so much television, because I have to talk about things, and I sit there with a fascination, watching. It's like all the who's that one? Planet Cruise TV. We can't find out who they are, actually, which is a big embarrassment at the moment. So we sort of got the presenters, but we don't have any names for them. I can't work out if I think they're an item or they're not an item. Cruise TV. There you go. That could confuse a lot of people, couldn't it? Cruise TV. Here we go. But of course, I mean, I don't know if people are booking cruises at the moment. I'm not sure that we are. But if anybody knows who they are, do please let me know, because Cruise TV. I mean, it's quite a good idea, but I'm just not sure whether or not we're booking cruises. So in which case, it's kind of a pointless exercise. But there we go. Got a name. There was a name that came up a minute ago on one of them. Sam Bulmer. There you go. Sam Bulmer. Oh, there he is, the classic pose with your vest on. And so what do we know about Sam Bulmer? Oh, and Dan Radner's the other one. So what do we know about this? I'm so fascinated by these people because I don't know where they come from. I find it amazing. So here he is, passionate owner of Love It, Book It. Oh, he owns it. Exploring and cruising the world. Sunshine lover and owner to Teddy, the Cavapoo. Bit of a giveaway on that one. And, no, because he obviously likes dogs. And who's the other one? Finally, it's so Sam Bulmer, product and marketing manager for Love It, Book It. And that's all I know about it. He doesn't even have a Cavapoo, which is a bit of a shame here. But it's certainly interesting. It's interesting. I love watching things like this. Oh, God, not TV presenter Lizzie Cundy. Oh, please not. She goes on holiday and we all wish she'd never come back again. But so funny. You have to watch the programme because they give you the itinerary of the boats and they show you a clip of the boat and they show you people sort of laughing and joking on holiday. But the reason they've stopped the cruising is because of the amount of fatalities they've had. Because once people get things on a boat, it travels quite quickly throughout the boat. So I think on one of the boats, which couldn't dock anywhere, they had 14 people who died. And, of course, all these ships have a little mortuary, but not to cope with 14 or a mass outbreak of anything. They really don't. It's just basically a little sort of thing to sort of get you through. And if it's really bad, they have to helicopter you off, which we had on our cruise. But there's everything on these boats now. They've got everything, except the cabin. They call them, what do they call them? Staterooms. Well, you see, when I see the word stateroom, I think big. Well, these things are not. They cram it all into a little space. So you get a double bed, you get a little wall safe, you get a little bathroom, which is it's got a shower and a basin and a loo in it. You've got a cupboard to keep your clothes in, and then you've got a balcony outside. But it's really interesting, really interesting. And when you see the pictures, it looks as though it's vast. But when you look closely, you can see they actually cram a lot in to these things. I mean, I liked it. I thought it was a nice thing, to do and to go on. I want to do the one on the Norwegian fjords, because that looks like it's people my age, which I think would be better. I don't want to go on any ship that's got kids on it, or babies or something like that. Yeah, I know. Give it a while. But I just quite fancy that idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, the government's message should now be keep a safe social distance, wear a mask, protect others, protect yourself. Well, that's what they're saying. In Spain, as I say, in one particular region, I think in Andalusia, I think the whole area of a few million people has got to wear masks. And as Chris Lowry and Steve will actually tell you, they're very hot on it in Spain. Over here, you get people arguing. You can just imagine. If you can't get them to wear it on the bus, there's no hope at all. But I would, if I was the bus driver, I'm sorry, you're not getting on without a mask. You know what the rules are. It's as simple as that. They can't all be asthmatic. But they do have a thing now that plays out saying, some people can't wear a mask. Well, then they shouldn't be travelling on the bus. I don't want them to be on the bus, thank you. The parents of Madeleine McCann have been told divers searched a network of wells for her body, but refused to give up on the glimmer of hope she may still be alive. I thought they'd been told that she wasn't alive, but then and that was from the German police, and so they're now looking again. So they've dredged 3 wells. I mean, this is. I don't know. It's not. It's not. They say it's detectives and fire service divers spent Thursday scouring irrigation systems. I mean, she vanished in 2007. I mean, they've got local witnesses and everything else, and they searched the well for nothing at all, which is in fact what they've come up with after all these years. It's been 12 million quid. And they obviously they've had 2 letters, I think, from the German prosecutor saying that she's dead. But they won't tell them how they know that. So why don't they just tell them, or tell the police, because they weren't telling our police anything at all. Tell them, and then we know what we're supposed to be looking for or what we're not supposed to be looking for. Because at the moment, it must be destroying them to pieces. Absolutely. Right. Rob says, I think Boris is doing a great job. He is trying. Yeah, he's certainly trying. Steve, why do you think surgeons in hospitals wear face masks to stop germs, says Nigel. You don't need to question me about it. I wear a face mask all the time. I've got where is it? Oh, it's in my bag. And, I would use it. Over in Spain, Chris and Steve, over in Spain, because they were the ones telling me, about how bad it's been. It's compulsory here, indoors and outdoors, and they issue heavy fines if you do not wear a mask. It's as simple. How are they going to enforce it here? I mean, there's not enough police officers to go round at the moment. And Stuart Manning says, hope you're well. And in fact, he says, I hope you're and then left that bit. Said, enjoy the sunshine today. And then he had to send another text to say, well, yes, I am very well, actually. I quite like the idea of this sort of way. I don't like it too hot. I'm really not good with heat. Heat and me do not mix at all. I can't lie on a beach. I can't do anything like that. I wouldn't even want to lie round a pool. If ever we went on holiday, I'd be the one sitting under the umbrella, looking like a scene from Death in Venice. I was the one who sort of, don't let the sunshine hit my body, because it just seems to affect me. I don't know why, whether it's diabetes. I don't know if any other diabetics get affected by things like that. Another one says, will face coverings become mandatory in shops in England? I think, actually, Kim, they might. I think they might. They are thinking, and he dropped some hints the other day that it could be something that they're going to look at. But if you can't get people to wear it on a bus, what possible hope of going into a shop? That's the worrying thing for me. So, Steve, I'm asthmatic and I wear a mask on the bus. The other day, 3 people got on without a mask. The driver didn't say anything to them. Well, they don't. You know why? I can tell you exactly why they don't. Because they don't want to get involved. Because some of these people, you don't know, these people might become violent or something like that. And what's the bus driver supposed to do? I mean, as I say, I would be going, I'm sorry, you need a mask to come on. And if you don't have a mask... In fact, what did I see the other day? Oh, it was on the side of a taxi. And it wasn't the same as that. It said, no booking, no ride. Because everything's got to be done now. And who was it? Well, I think it was Nick Abbott said he went into a shop to get a coffee. And they wanted his name and phone number. And they do that in the pubs as well, do they? So I think that's quite good. I mean, if there's an outbreak, then they can trace you. Because there was that one guy who had coronavirus, and 3 pubs had to close down as a result. And that's the trouble. That's why when I see people on the bus and they're not wearing a face mask, I think, listen, you can certainly put some, even if you're asthmatic, you can still put something up. You don't have to feel restricted by the face mask, but it can save other people's lives. I told you the other day, I get on the bus, an old lady gets on, and she comes to come and sit in front of me. She said, do you mind if I sit here? I said, I do. I do mind, yes. And so she's, I'll go and sit over here. I thought, terrible combination, pensioner and diabetic. You know, really sort of not a good combination at all. And I don't like to. If anybody sort of comes in front of me, I like it, whoa. It's like cash points. I wish they'd close one of them down so it's only one that's in operation. So otherwise you've got somebody there. But they do that with urinal. Well, you can get money out of urinals. How fantastic. Which ones are these? Well, you're having a wee and all of a sudden you put your credit card in or something and out comes the money. Yeah, you could try. Oh, they do that with urinals. They fence them up. Well, it's like here on our desks. All the desks in Global, every other chair is fixed in underneath it. You can't move them for love nor money. I'll trust you to take a picture of urinals. What a funny thing to take a picture of. Because they've got that sort of stuff. I mean, that's a good idea, isn't it? Really, I suppose. It's only men that have urinals, isn't it? Women don't have urinals. Make life marginally more entertaining, I think, ladies. It also might mean you don't have to queue for the blooming things all the time. You can always guarantee everywhere you go, the ladies' toilets are the ones that have got a queue a mile long. Really. Always fascinated. By what? Urinals? Are you? I went to... Why are you fascinated by them? Oh, women are fascinated, yeah. Well, I don't know. You want to go to Austria, it's all unisex toilets. They don't necessarily have sort of urinals in most of the department stores. They just have all cubicles. Because I remember the first time I went in there was an old lady sitting there. You're supposed to give her a tip. So I said the 3:30 at Newmarket, flying feathers. And she looked at me blankly. So you go in there and you come out, and then there's a woman comes out of the cubicle next door to you. It's all very odd, actually. But here, it's good. You know, I mean, we're sort of socially distancing at the desk. They've taken the computer away. It's good. I wear a mask, says Stuart Manning. He says, everywhere I go, you're mad if you don't. Well, that's what I think. I mean, put it this way, I'd rather live, thank you very much indeed. I quite like the living bit. He says, I'm with you on the heat. I like it, but not too hot. I know. Some people absolutely adore the heat. I'm not one of those people. I'm really bad, actually. Very, very bad in it. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'm more than happy to sort of, thank you, sit under an umbrella. Phone's jumping in on the action now, you know, doesn't it? Sometimes my phone comes to life with sort of all sorts of strange things. Wait a minute, should we find out what the weather is today? Need to know if you need an umbrella. Hey Siri, what's the weather in London like today?
It's currently clear and 11 degrees in London, England. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the morning. Today's high will be 23 degrees and the low will be 11.
There you go. So the chance of rain, 0%. So, yeah, see, your thing says a bit of... it says clouding over at 6 o'clock. Oh, yeah, but that's okay. 6 o'clock, by which time I'll be in bed, so it doesn't make any difference to me. Hardly going to take an umbrella to bed with me, am I? I don't know, I could do, actually. Why not? Why not? I've got a lovely Chinese one. It's one of those waxed paper umbrellas, which is all... Have you ever seen the Chinese umbrella? Oh, they're beautiful. It's beautiful. It doesn't look like any other sort of umbrella. It's made of wax paper, painted, and inside it's all wood, and it's got string through it. They're absolutely beautiful. They're sort of... Yeah, they look like these sort of parasols here. They're absolutely stunningly beautiful, and they smell beautiful because it's waxed paper. Unfortunately, I don't have a kimono or look like that. I've got them. Not only have I got it in the waxed paper, I've also got it in silver and gold and green and blue. Because I can't resist buying these things. If I see them, I've just got to go for them. And there I am, modelling the umbrella. Look at that. One of my better pictures. Not really. But there's something about the smell of those waxed umbrellas. And I think it's oil paper, they call it. Really nice. So loads of the papers today have got a picture of Brooklyn Beckham, who's announced his own match. He's going to marry his soulmate. Riveting. How boring. Who cares? Who cares? Nobody cares. Just get on with it. Also, Apprentice winner Joseph Valente has become the biggest loser after the firm he set up with Alan Sugar's help went bust, owing almost $2 million. He must... one creditor claimed it commissioned work, even though he thinks Valente must have known it's a plumbing outfit. A plumber who goes under? Have you heard of that thing before? So, I mean, they owe all sorts of things. All sorts of things. HMRC is owed more than $400,000 for VAT. Ooh. Oh, want to buy a Harrier jet? Imagine just parking that in your back garden. That'd freak out the neighbours, wouldn't it? They're very good. They haven't put a price on them, but they've got 3 of them up for sale. They could be heading back to the UK. They've got low mileage. That's what it says. One careful load. It says it's got low mileage. How do they work out the mileage on something like that? I can understand it on the road because there's wheels turning. So you would sort of, sort of, I suppose. Jenna Coleman has split from her TV co-star Tom Hughes after 4 years. People do. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just the way it goes. But they make pages and pages out of it, don't they? They sort of go, oh, and nobody else is involved. You think, yeah, that's what you're telling us now. We know that you're going to come back in a few weeks and tell us that it's all gone particularly bad. Here is this woman, a protester, using dye to turn water in the Trafalgar Square fountains blood red. She should be prosecuted absolutely immediately. I mean, honestly, these are fountains, and she's ruined. They have to be completely drained and cleaned and put in again. Well, you pay for it, lovey. Stupid people. Not that I'm bitter in any way, shape or form. So the stars saluting the World Cup hero, Jack Charlton, bless his heart. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell, 36 moves in a year. And then the bad news for Prince Andrew is that one of the lawyers in America has said that in a lot of the houses that were owned by Epstein, all the rooms had CCTV cameras in. Whether you saw them or not, they had them. And you can build CCTV cameras into just a tin of beans or a fire alarm or anything like that. They said, so there might be a good chance that he's been caught on camera. He must be panicking by now, mustn't he? Why didn't he go and talk to them? He says he has tried, but we haven't actually got anywhere. And a gay footballer who wrote an open letter in The Sun, he didn't write it in The Sun, it was written to somebody else, and they got hold of a copy of it, said he's too scared to come out and is delighted at the positive feedback. Well, who is he? Why would you be too... I mean, is he a current person? I don't know. He's a current footballer. A current footballer. Why is it that it's only in football? If it was rugby, they welcome you with open arms. You know, if you're a tennis player, nobody gives a stuff. If you're a footballer, apparently, that upsets people. Well, put it this way, why not come out now? There's nobody in the stadium. There's nobody there clapping or booing or jeering. You can have a good game of football. I don't see why it wouldn't, affect people. But Sky Sports host Mark McAdam, who came out aged 28, told somebody the letter gave a powerful insight into the plight of gay players suffering... Well, how many are there? Apparently quite a number. I heard some names bandied around a while ago, and somebody who was going out with a footballer, because they have to keep it quiet. And the reason is that they get abused. But yet, as I say, if it was cricket, if it was any other sport, apart from football, nobody gives a 4x. It's like if you're a television presenter, they get yawn, boring. You know, if it was an MP, yawn, boring. You know, tennis players, I thought it was rife in tennis. Not so much in the men's side, but in the women's side. Nobody ever thought of it. In fact, I remember one prominent tennis player saying it was quite dangerous out there for young female tennis players because of the predatory other people who were out there playing. But for some reason, football has got this sort of image thing which it's worrying about. I don't know why. Some people tried to smuggle a bottle of disinfectant into a jail. Good Lord. Do you know a bottle of Dettol outside is £4.99? In prison, it's worth £100 on the black market. A source said it seems some inmates were terrified of catching coronavirus and had heard taking Dettol would stop them getting it. I think not. I mean, I wouldn't advise anybody to take Dettol, although I do know somebody who might have tried it. David Beckham signing up to Tom Moore. Dave's wearing his new hair. Very nice. We don't know where it came from, but it's very impressive. Very impressive. Perhaps he can wear it to Brooklyn's wedding. Oh, that'll be a low-key affair, don't you think? Yeah. It'll be very classy, and I bet you anything it'll be sold to a magazine, in which case her parents are going to hate every minute of it. Jurassic Park, it's peaked. They've had a number of people, I'm afraid, who have gone down with coronavirus. So, no filming. I was talking about one of my favourite films the other day, a favourite war film, and that's Battle of Britain, which came out in 1969. And strangely enough, I watched it again the other day. I watched it again because I loved it, and I got a card and a piece from his book from Alan Tompkins, and it says, I thought you would like a copy from my book on my involvement with it. Not quite a spiker, but keep up the good work. And he was the art director, and he's got photographs in his book of behind the scenes on the film and everything else and the places where they filmed at. And I just thought it was great. I like all those sort of things, as you can well imagine, because, forces family. But that particular film, I remember because my father took me to see it, and I think we saw it at the Dominion Theatre in Tottenham Court Road up on the big screen. And it was lovely. It stuck with me. So when I got the opportunity to buy the thing on DVD, I buy. Steve, when you asked Siri for the weather, my phone answered. I bet no, absolutely. Every time I say it, I know. I sometimes do it to annoy people. Hey Siri, play a Christmas song. That'll annoy loads of people. You watch. Oh, it doesn't come up on my phone.
Playing Christmas music.
Okay, I mean, it's a mind of it. Oh, for God's sake! Stop it! Hang on, wait a minute. Oh dear Lord above, honestly, who'd have thought? That was bad luck, wasn't it? I don't even like Jingle Bells. I was looking for Hark the Herald, but I don't. Oh dear, I better turn the phone off. You watch. I get an email now from somebody. What was happening when we were playing Jingle Bells? I don't know. The machine had a mind of its own. Steve.
I don't have that information.
Shut up. God, I tell you, these phones now. Somebody said who was it who thought that their phone was sort of dobbing them in or something? It was something that was all sort of checkable. Look at this. Call Natalia, please. What's going on here? When did I mention that?
Interesting question.
Shut up. Shut up. This is like turning into the Nick Abbott programme. I can't turn the blooming thing off now. Let's leave it to one side. Not too long to go. Steve, I just looked at Love It, Book It. Those two... It's going to say something. It's still playing a hymn. It's come back again. I'll sit on it. That's better. I've lost the thing now. Those presenters are truly dreadful. No, they're not dreadful. It's funny. It's funny. They aren't dreadful presenters. It's just that I don't think they're very, very experienced. But they don't read auto cue very well. There's an art to reading an auto cue, and they own the company, so they're not really presenters. But it's quite a clever concept, except nobody's booking any of these things. But somebody is saying, I'm listening for a Bluetooth speaker. Steve, they do the umbrellas in silk, says Marilyn, in the Chinese shop in Romford Market. I love a Chinese shop. I love a Chinese shop. There used to be one in Church Street, and she had lots of beautiful furniture in cherry wood. And I've got a Chinese horse, which looks like it's come out of the Terracotta Army thing. Obviously not life-size. That would be ridiculous. Never get in the bedroom. And it's only small, but it's great. And I bought loads of little bits and pieces. And I think that's where all the umbrellas came from. Steve. Will Geddes is on at 8:20 with Andrew Castle, who's going to be with you at 7 this morning. Just check my emails, one from the lottery, 30 quid from a lucky dip. Bottle of Prosecco, then, says little Julie. 3 bottles of Prosecco. If you go to Sainsbury's, 8.5 quid a bottle. Yeah, for 30 quid. I mean, I'm buying the big bottles in M&S, and it's, I think, litre and a half, and they're 18 quid. And the bottle is gold. It's got, which kind of fits in with everything I've got. So it's quite nice, you know. I can dream, perchance to dream. I actually had a thing the other day. I went to do one of those, not a lucky dip, you like a scratch card on my computer, and I couldn't get the app to work. So it played the app. In fact, if you don't complete the game, when you're asleep, it completes the game, and then it tells you whether you won or lost. And it says I've won, but I can't find out how much I've won. I mean, my bank account could be sitting there with sort of 15 million quid in it. I had to change next week's programme. Steve, as you're broadcasting to the nation, can we have the weather in Norwich? No, good Lord. Listen, we're trying to get rid of the Christmas tunes at the moment. But it's a good idea. You can actually, you can do that yourself. Steve, hilarious. You just set my iPad off as well as my phone, says Ray. Hopeless, isn't it? Really hopeless. The bad news, I mean, we've heard of these things before. This is a Brit who fell from a Spanish hotel balcony, landed on a local man. They both died as a result. Now, we've heard of young people doing it. This person was on holiday with his family. He was on the 7th floor. You see, I couldn't even go out on a balcony on a 7th floor. I'm terrified of, balconies dropping away or anything like that. He landed on top of a local man who was sat on the terrace below. And they both died. Well, I've heard of young people doing it. It's not tombstoning. That's when you jump into water. But I've heard of people who, believe it or not, and you can't really believe it, they leap from balcony to balcony in Spanish hotels. It's quite a free running. But I mean, if you're on the 7th floor and this man wasn't. But I mean, and you're sort of people jump from one. Say you miss. You're never going to be landing on. Do they get a thrill? See, I watch tombstoning, and that frightens the life out of me. I've seen people climbing the toilet, and then they take a picture of them clinging on with one hand, and they're, God knows how. Dubai is very popular for things like that. Frightens that there was one man, he was clinging on with his one hand and leaning out. He was in space. No safety, nothing. Oh, was he on Instagram? Hate it. Yeah, one of them died. I've seen people using their bare hands to climb, literally like Spider-Man, around a cave. And I always think to myself, why would you want to do... Perhaps they don't have any fear. I have fear for them. I always think to myself, I don't like the look of that at all. I look at the picture, I get sweaty hands, which is, not a good thing to have at my time of life. I'm a bit like Prince Andrew. I don't sweat. Well, that's what he said. So the Sunday Mirror this morning, it's Madeleine McCann's parents facing fresh agony as police search 3 wells. They're not going to find her. I mean, I can say after the German prosecutor said that, she's not around anymore, but they haven't given the evidence. I think that they should help the McCanns out and tell them exactly why they think that. Also, an exclusive... Ghislaine Maxwell's defence. I didn't introduce Andrew to Epstein, and I'm not a Cruella de Vil. I don't know. I think the whole thing is just very, very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with that thing. It's not going to go away anytime soon. And also, why can men have eyebrows groomed, but women can't? Because you can't have your eyebrows done. So banned facials, makeup application, eyebrow threading, waxing or tweezing, eyelash treatment, semi-permanent brows, all banned. Upper lip hair removal, banned. And aesthetic treatments including derma rolling and dermaplaning, which I don't even know what they are, but it sounds horrible. But yet men can have eyebrow trims with scissors or clippers, and beard trimmings with scissors or clippers. Also your moustache and your trimming and tidying sideburns can all be done. Yet women can't have it done. It's a bit sexist, isn't it? A little bit sexist. Who is the... Oh, they're saying that Jack Charlton passed away, but he didn't have a knighthood. They thought that he actually should have had a knighthood. There's lots of people like that, aren't they? They're sort of on those lists of... They should have actually done it, and they should have sort of honoured these people. But I should imagine he was remotely bothered with things like that. Also, taxpayers landed with a bill of more than 30 grand for protecting statues after last month's violent Black Lives Matter protest. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, spent $10,147 to board up a vandalised statue of Winston Churchill. I mean, it seems very expensive. Should they not get different quotes from people just to sort of find out? And here's poor Stacey Dooley, no sense of fashion whatsoever. She's wearing the most ghastly outfit. It looks like one of those all-in-one romper suits. Dreadful, dreadful. Why do these people go out there? Is it because they can't be bothered? You know, they get up in the morning and they just throw something on, you know. Pink trackies, I know. Luckily, I don't know anybody who wears pink tracksuits. Can you imagine, honestly? My life would be misery. Total misery. The Sunday Express, Britain takes back border control. And the Telegraph, forever a hero. Jack Charlton dies aged 85. And start using trains and buses again, ministers to tell workers. Well, can you please bring in everybody wearing masks? That's not particularly difficult, is it? You know, even, you know, perhaps we could have special buses for asthmatics or something, you know, with a big A on the front of it, and then you get on that bus and that will take you to where you want to go. Save everybody. Also, Sunday Times, racism fears let sweatshops go unchecked. And Primark will not take £30 million, which has been offered to them by the government. Now, that's what you call a good story. Thank you so much for your company this morning. It's been very nice, actually. I've had a very nice day. It looks like it's going to be promising. I should be out there slapping on the ombre solaire, you know, lying there, toasting my body. Not. I'm just going to go home and water the plants, actually, just to make things, don't want anything dying on me. I'm going to start doing some pictures this week, actually, of the hanging baskets and everything else. Coming on slowly, and I think a little bit of sunshine this week will give it another bit of a burst.